All right. 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Facebook. Good morning, YouTube. Everyone on Zoom, go crazy. Hey guys, so my name is Denise White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite, and I'm going to be your host for day 2 of Model Search America 2023 Talent Online Workshop. So if you're watching us on YouTube, hey! If you're watching us on Facebook, hey! But I don't know why you're doing that. You could be here live on Zoom. So if you're watching us on YouTube, if you're watching us on Facebook, this is what I want you to do. Go to VIPignitesummit.com. Again, it's VIPignitesummit.com. Get your Zoom link and get your butt in here, because you know what? Here is where you're going to have the opportunity to get discovered by an agent who places talent not only in LA, New York, but internationally. Here's where you're going to have the opportunity to spend time with these amazing people that are going to be going crazy on Zoom now. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go crazy. Woo! All right. I mean, come on, it's a lot better with friends, right? So let me introduce myself and let's get this party started. So again, my name is Denise White. I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. Here at VIP Ignite, what we do is we empower actors, models, and musicians to create their own success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. Now, if you're here live on Zoom, you remember yesterday we talked about this. We're here because we want to create success in you. We want to elevate your success. So whether you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or here in Zoom, if you want to elevate your success, type success in the comments right now. We're going to set the tone right from the beginning. I want to hear, do you want to create even more success in your life? If you do, type success in the comments. And I'm going to check YouTube and I'm going to check Facebook later, and you better be typing too, friends. All right. So this is what I want to do. If you were here yesterday, I want to know what your biggest takeaways were from yesterday. So if you'd like to share a 1-minute takeaway from yesterday, please raise your Zoom hand. But before we do that, I'm going to kind of give us an idea of what we're going to be doing today as well. So yesterday we laid the foundation. What we did was we changed our mindsets. Okay, how many of you, if you were here yesterday, raise your physical hand if your mindset was changed yesterday? Even if you had one thing in your mindset shifted, raise your hand. I know I had my mindset shifted with each and every speaker, okay? Yesterday, we laid the foundation. We had to tear down some false beliefs, and we had to start rebuilding some things. We had to start rebuilding the layers so that you can have belief in yourself. Because whether you believe you can or you can't, you're absolutely right. So yesterday, what we did was we started to create that success. Okay, today is transformation day. Today is the day where it all comes together. Yeah, lasagna. I almost had lasagna for dinner last night. Today is the day where it all comes together and then you transform. Okay, and I made a promise to everyone who was on at the beginning of yesterday, and I'm making a promise to each and every one of you here today. If you play full out, if you go all in, by the end of the day, you're not going to recognize yourself. You're going to be a completely different person. You're going to be an elevated version of who you are at this very moment. So today we're going to learn, what type of model are you? And I have good news for you. I don't want to be, this is a little spoiler alert, but congratulations. Each and every one of you will know what type of model you are by the end of the day. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, how tall you are, how short you are. It doesn't matter where you live. Today you're going to learn what type of model you are. Today, we're going to have a speaker who's worked with tremendous artists who's going to come on here, and he's going to teach you everything you need to know about the music industry. Everything you wanted to know, you're going to know today. We have an expert on self-esteem. How many of you sometimes, and I already admitted this morning, feel kind of like, yeah, you know, I'm okay, but maybe, you know, how many of you struggle a little bit with how you perceive yourself?
Depends on the day, Deneen, and the coffee. Who's with me on that one? Depends on the day and the coffee. If you agree, type coffee.
Yeah, the number of shots of espresso definitely dictate that. But today we're going to have a woman come on, and she's going to help you elevate the way that you see yourself. Okay, we're going to learn how to create a resume. Yesterday, everyone was freaking out. Oh my gosh, I don't have a lot of experience. How do I create a resume? We're going to show you how to do that today. We are also going to learn how to analyze scripts. This is one of my favorite things that we do, because when you go into an audition, when you do a self-tape, you have to be able to break down the script so that you can present what the writer intended in a way that is authentic. We're going to break all of that down. Like, how do you breathe? Like, how do you read the script, analyze it, and present it in the best way? And then we are going to have our favorite person with the most flawless skin in the world, Mr. Ryan Colby. He is an agent who places talent in Los Angeles, in New York, throughout the country, and throughout the world internationally. And what he's going to do at the end of the day today is he is going to come on and he is going to work with you and help give you one or two things that you can start applying today to start moving your career forward today. On a scale of 1 to 10, how many of you need that today? Like, how much will that impact your life? If that will impact your life, tell me how much that'll impact your life.
A lot of people show up going, I want to be a model, but I don't know what I need.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. He like kind of goes like this and sums you up and goes, okay, let me tell you, hair's got to go. Lipstick, and literally it's kind of like putting the pieces together. It's amazing. Yeah. Now, just so you know, there's a little inside joke that we keep referring to about Ryan Colby's skin being flawless. I'm gonna show you guys later on today. It does not matter. We could be in the middle of having a heated discussion. I could put him in the hot seat, grilling him about something. And all I have to say is, boy, your skin looks really great today. Are you using any type of new moisturizer or cleanser? And he will stop in the middle of his sentence, no matter how crazy he is, and give you step by step what he does. So you guys will see. He's not on here right now, but it's the funniest thing in the world. We could be at a movie premiere. We could be watching Phantom of the Opera. We could be anywhere. Fashion Week. He will have just a conversation and be like, well, this is what I use. He loves talking about himself. And he goes, I know. Anytime we tell him his skin looks amazing. So watch. You'll see.
It'll be magical. Awesome. Okay. So that's what we're going to be doing today. By the end of the day today, you'll have the opportunity to interview one-on-one with myself, with Alicia, with Debbie. So you want to make sure that you're on here. If you love what we're doing, what you're going to want to do is have the opportunity to work with us one-on-one, correct? So by the end of the day, you're going to have the opportunity to audition with us. Okay. You're also going to have, how many of you know that you need some upgraded photos? What we're going to do at the end of the day is we're going to be giving away a photo shoot in Orlando, Florida. What? Stop it right now. So you're going to have the opportunity to win a photo shoot in Orlando. But here's the thing. You literally have to be on until the end of the day. Okay. So
great. I'm going to interrupt very quickly. Yes. Now, for those of you that don't understand the importance of photos, that's one thing. But a photo shoot in Orlando with VIP Ignite, Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue, will be there styling you. You'll also be working with a celebrity photographer, celebrity makeup artist, celebrity hairstylist. How many of you guys want that type of power on your resume where you're like, oh, damn, this is who, I mean, anybody with a credit card can go out and get photos, but a free photo shoot in Orlando with somebody that literally styled 20 covers of Vogue. Just say thank you. Let me see, scale 1 to 10. How much would that change your life?
Tremendously. I like that. You're like, I'm not even putting in a number. I'm just going to write tremendously. That's awesome. I love that. Awesome. All right. So for all these amazing things, you have to stay on until the end of the day. Okay. So now what I would love to do is I would love to hear from a couple people about your biggest takeaway from yesterday. And so let's see here. Let's start with Catherine and Sarah.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. So I'll start off with myself. So Catherine, we're in Scottsdale, Arizona. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just making sure. We're in Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm 42, and we are so excited to be here. So blessed. Just kind of found you guys, and it all worked out. So big takeaway for me was the information on the tapes, like how to be able to do those and make sure that the camera is in the right way. And it was just, that was huge. because I've seen that out there and I was not sure exactly how that worked. So that was a big one. Things on the resume, the mindset stuff. I mean, I'm a huge mindset person. I have 3 alarms that go off every day that are labeled that remind me of who I am, that I believe in me, and those type of things. So it's just new levels, new layers. The more that you listen and hear those experts, the more that you soak it in. And so that I have to say, you guys put on a production that was just amazing. Your guests yesterday, I mean, I've done a lot of personal development seminars, and I mean, I'm a level 4 master trainer for personality science. So I mean, that predicts buying behavior. So I've just put a lot into myself. I've seen a lot, and your guests yesterday, it was worth $1 trillion. And I'm not saying that lightly, because I mean, $40 billion hedge fund, and Ryan, I mean, just the talent that you brought in, it was worth trillions. And so I just want to say thank you. That was phenomenal.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. And plus all the cool impact you did for Sarah. Like that yesterday was amazing for Sarah.
I think she
for me as a
impacted
parent.
our lives too. So
Yeah, and I kind of just want to reiterate something that you just said. We're trillions of dollars. We spend a lot of money and time surrounding ourselves with some of the biggest names in the industry, like Tony Robbins, my business partner, Mike, who you guys will meet in a bit. We're platinum members. So going to Fiji and hang out with Tony at his house and Russell Brunson and all these amazing people, we are so honored that we get to change lives every day. And I thank you for that recognition. That was amazing. Thank you.
I can see who you pour yourselves into. You're the sum of the 5 people you surround yourself with most.
Exactly.
Yep. That's the level. That's the vibe. Your vibe attracts your tribe.
Yeah. And people will always say, oh, you're so lucky. I'm like, lucky? We have to put ourselves in that predicament, so, and that's why we do what we do. I love it. So thank you. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. There was so much good information yesterday. My brain was on such overload that I passed out right afterwards.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, but I went through and I read through the notes, and it was a lot of information. It was nice to reread through the stuff. Still, one of my favorite ones is Pauline, who was talking about the child human trafficking. So I just find it amazing that he went through all of that struggle just to go help some children. And I just find it disgusting that people do that. It's just, gross.
So was there anything that helps you, like, for your career that you were looking?
The mindset one, that one was good. I really liked that one because I just feel like we always put ourselves down, and then we just need a reminder that we are good and we can do things.
Be amazing.
that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. I love that.
We're excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. You're not going to win. You start like, oh my God, and see the final destination. So that's an amazing revelation that you had yesterday. That's awesome. And I'm glad you journaled it. And the reason why is because when this call is over, a lot of people, it's kind of like when we go with Tony Robbins, everybody's walking on fire and chanting and cheering and dancing. And then Monday you go back to work and you're like, oh, so we want people to be able to remember everything and kind of embed it in their minds. All right, perfect.
Do you want to pick the next person, Alicia?
No, you can.
Okay. Keith Johnson, can you unmute yourself?
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Awesome. How are you?
Not too bad. Can't complain. Life's even better now. I'm on live with everyone here and get to share experiences. So that's that. One of the main things I took away yesterday was, again, to speak kind to yourself, just how you would speak to your best friend. And another thing that we touched on yesterday was how everyone here is somewhat going through the same struggle, but a different story. So there's a sense of community, that even everyone here, if everyone could reach out to each other on the, VIP Ignite and uplift one another. So, that hit close to the heart because I'm a vet and we're all about camaraderie. And I see on a Facebook Live page that, it's the same way in a sense. So I appreciate that.
Well, first of all, thank you for your service and thank you for recognizing that, because that's one thing that we realized, how there are so many creatives out there that feel like they're doing this on their own. And
Yeah.
Alicia felt that way when she graduated from college with a double major. She was like, okay, well, what do I do now? And we
Nobody
don't
told
want
me.
people to feel that way. So we strive to create a community of people that come together. So thank you for recognizing that. And thank you for being a new part of our community.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Keith, you should do voiceover work. I'm just putting it out there.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
That's good.
All right. We have time for one more takeaway, and then we're going to introduce our first speaker of the day. So let's see here. Anthony Vasquez, I'm going to unmute you because yesterday I made you wait all day long.
Yes. Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're awesome. How are you?
Happy to be here. Yeah, my biggest takeaway, like I said, was the what are you saying yes to? And that's been resonating with me all day. I mean, even this morning I had to run around and do some chores, and I'm still thinking I need to start saying no to a lot of things. So that and the focus when they say take the 2 minutes and just go to a quiet spot and just, focus your energy, that one really stuck with me as well. I really like that. So happy to be here. I feel it's a blessing, and hopefully things are going to start turning around.
You know what? Instead of saying hopefully, let's say things are starting to turn around today.
That's it.
Speak
Things
it
are
into
on up.
existence.
Yes. Oh, and the thing you said about what was the best day you ever had in your life? When people were saying that, I was hoping to get a chance to speak, but I didn't. I was going to say today is the best day of my life because I'm moving forward. So today is the best day.
Anthony,
Okay.
we give you a roadmap. Can you follow it? Step by step by step. I mean, we have over 10,000 success stories. Are you going to be able to follow it if we give you a roadmap?
Yes, I will.
Okay,
Definitely.
perfect.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for getting your chores done before you had to be here. We appreciate that.
I still got my jacket on. I just got back home.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for sharing. Don't worry, we're going to have more time throughout the day to be interactive and to share. But we have to get this party started. Is it okay if I introduce our first speaker of the day? And remember, I'm going to ask you to bring tremendous energy. Every time I introduce a speaker, you better bring the energy like you are cheering for yourself, that you just won an Emmy, you just won an Academy Award. I want you to cheer for each speaker the way you want people to cheer for yourselves on that day. Okay? So let me introduce our first speaker. Our next guest is the co-founder of VIP Ignite. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. He is the author of the new book releasing next year, Elevate Your Message, the Hollywood Framework to Creating Your Vision and Your Brand. He has spoken from stages with such notables as Russell Brunson, Greg Reed, Tony Robbins, Bill Walsh, and has done over $50 million speaking from both live and virtual stages. Having invested over $1 million in education and leadership, he will be continuing his education next year, getting a degree in system dynamics at MIT. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, and has placed talent on a range of TV, film, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. He is considered one of the top experts in helping talent, CEOs, and entrepreneurs in creating powerful brands and launching the celebrity inside themselves. VIP Ignite has been featured in dozens of magazines, including Forbes, Entrepreneur, Huffington Post, and on MSNBC and CBS Digital in New York City. VIP Ignite has donated and helped to free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has also spoken internationally. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to the one, the only, Mr. Michael Famkin.
Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, let me pull up my screen. And let's get started. Hold on. Okay. All right, everyone can see my screen? Yes? Good, okay. Let me make this big. All right. How's everybody doing? Sorry I couldn't be here with you guys yesterday. I had another engagement that I was at for the past few days, which I'll tell you guys about that maybe later today or during the week on a call. But today, I want to keep the show on the boat because we got a really awesome speaker coming up right after myself, really dear and close friend of mine. Going to talk to you guys about the music industry, which really plays in hand with both the theater, film, and acting. You know, obviously, if you want to be successful in this industry, it's really understanding the entire genre of the industry. So many times people make that mistake where they say, well, I only want to be an actor. I only want to be a model. You really have to be cross-branded in today's world to really be successful. The more skills, the more talent you have, the more exposure you're able to get yourself, the faster your career can really grow. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So obviously we can all admit the world has changed over the past few years. In today's world, it's all about having a new mindset. A new mindset gives you new results. I know yesterday you guys learned a lot about mindset from some incredible speakers. So that was absolutely awesome. In today's world, it's all about diversity, you know, whether it's TV, film, the modeling industry, you know, everything from trans models. It's all about what makes you unique. It's what makes you stand out. So the industry's really changed a lot in the past 2 years, the past 10 years. It's always obviously evolving. But in today's world, today is the best time ever for different looks, different types, different ethnicities to get involved in the industry. So we're going to learn all about that. Obviously, we run Truth Management. Truth Management is what's called a mother agency. So we do represent talent, obviously, for close to 2 decades now. Not only have we hosted events where we introduced up and coming rising talent to some of the most powerful people in the industry. People can snap their fingers and change their life in 30 seconds or less. But about 2 years ago, we moved into talent management. So we actually now represent talent. We submit talent out for work, getting them on different sets and bookings. But then as a mother agency, we place them with larger agencies. So we're both a national and international agency management company. So we represent talent from all over the United States, all different ages, different types, different looks, and so forth, because that's what kind of sets us apart, okay? And you guys will learn more about that later. And obviously we work with not only with fashion, lifestyle, commercial, social media influencers, voiceover work, TV, film. We work with kids 12 and older, so no babies. Unfortunately, they grow too fast. It's not something we specialize in. That's not our lane. Spokesmodels, music and licensing. Presenters, script development, reality TV, events, production, cinematography, book writers, and we also have a speakers bureau with some amazing speakers that we now currently represent. So for most people, though, if you were to go up to the average person who doesn't work in the industry, and you would say to them, describe to me, what do you think the average model looks like? So tell me, what do you think the average model looks like? Most people will give the wrong answer. So if I was to go up to a person who's not in the industry, I say, well, tell me, what do you think the average model looks like? This is what I always get. They go, well, I guess they're tall, they're thin, they walk the runways of Paris, you know, France, and they lead this really glitzy and glamorous life. What they would be talking about is high fashion. So the average person, when they think of the modeling industry, they will always think high fashion, okay? Now, let me give you the exact stats for what high fashion is. So for high fashion models, they're tall and slender, unique looking models who are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size and a 34, 24, 34 bust, waist, and hip measurement. That is the stat for high fashion. For men on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit into a 40R jacket. Those are the set standards. Now, here's something that's always shocking to most people. When you think about high fashion, even though the average person will always say that first, high fashion is actually the smallest segment of the industry. It's actually the tiniest. Now, the reason why there's a set standard for both men and women to be high fashion models, is when you're a designer and you're producing clothing for a show, okay? The clothing is normally handmade, which means it's very labor intensive to produce, which means it's very expensive. These are one of a kind pieces. So by having a set standard, I already know as a designer, before even meeting the models, I'm just making the clothing set to that standard, 5 foot, 5'8" to 5'11". So when I call an agency in New York, let's just say for New York Fashion Week, and the models show up, the clothing's going to fit the models with very little alterations. Now, when that show in New York is done, I technically take the clothing, I fold it up, I now ship it to London or to Paris or to Milan. When I arrive there as a designer and I call up the local agency in Paris and I say, I need 10 girls and 10 guys for a show we're doing here, when the models show up, the clothing will fit them in Paris the same way it fit the models in New York, the same way it will fit the models in London, Milan, and so forth. So at the end of the day, this is all about just genetics. The right mom had to meet the right dad, and boom, there you are. Less than 2% of the world's population will qualify for high fashion. Okay, now if you see there, it makes it very, there's a very special word there. It says unique looking models. For high fashion, you do not want the girls or the guys to be really overly beautiful or overly good looking or handsome, whatever word that you like to choose is fine, insert it in there. And the reason why is you don't want the client or the customer, because a runway show is designed to sell clothing, you don't want them infatuated with the model's looks. You want them just to be really looking at the clothing, that the models, with you know, in the industry, it's called like unique looking with striking looking features. It usually means that they're not attractive. They don't want them to be overly attractive. So if you take the glitz and the glamour out of the industry, high fashion, at the end of the day, you're just a walking hanger. Like there's nothing to it. And it's all based upon genetics. And here's the other thing, it's the smallest segment of the industry. So it's actually going to be the least amount of work in the industry. Now, if you were to come up to me and you would say to me, hey, Mike, I know you've been doing this for 2 decades. What do you think the average model looks like? I'm going to be, well, it depends upon the casting. And what I'm going to be referring to is what's called commercial print. So commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. So if you look at this here, this is a stock photo. This can be used for healthcare. This could be used for new moms. This could be used for maybe something related to planning your future, right? And an investment opportunity for a bank or, you know, savings, right? This could be used for anything. So you can see there's the dad, there's the mom, there's the baby. This is a commercial print ad. Commercial print is going to be 80% of the industry. Now, when I got on and Alicia and Deneen were talking and I was going through everybody who was on camera, and I know Ryan was doing that yesterday, and he'll be doing that later on today. Probably about 99% of the people on this call qualify for commercial print. So you're going to fall into commercial print, which means you can work in the industry. And the good news is you can work in the largest segment of the industry. So again, to review, commercial print models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns. They can do television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile. So you can see here, when you think about all the different ads you see, when you come home and you have all that junk mail, you're paging through a magazine, or maybe you're driving and you see a billboard, or you're in the supermarket or in the pharmacy and you see those ads, start looking past the product and start looking at the people in the ads and realize those are people who have representation. Those are people who are commercial print models. You know, start thinking, how did they get this booking? Who was their agent? How did they meet the client, and so forth? So again, the models you see here, these are all commercial print models. Okay, again, commercial print, you know, in today's world, it's all about being unique. It's about being different. It's about different lifestyles, different family arrangements, you know, multiple ethnicities. You know, in today's world, I read an interesting quote. that in the next 2 years, there are going to be more opportunities in TV and film and the modeling industry in the next 2 years than there have been in the past 10 years. And think about that. That's like an amazing number. And for those of you that are getting started, especially if you have a different ethnic background, there's so much more opportunity now in advertising and in TV and film than there ever has been before, because the population is changing and advertisers keep up with that. Do you understand that advertising is a multi-trillion-dollar business, right? Think of like, the two #1 advertisers in the world are Coca-Cola and McDonald's. You will consistently see their ads, right? Everyone knows those brands, right? Whether you participate and use them or you don't, that's okay, but you were familiar with it, you know the name, but yet they consistently advertise because advertising works. It draws in new customers, it exposes them to new product lines and so forth. Here's a great example. This is one of we actually represent Tina for both Christine for both commercial print, TV, film. She's also a part of our speakers bureau. She's actually going to be speaking in Las Vegas later this month. She's speaking from stage with Karen Lecter, who co-wrote the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. Les Brown, who's one of the top motivational speakers in the world. But she's somebody who's going to qualify for commercial print. So she can do fitness ads. She actually owns her own company. She is involved in yoga and training in the health industry. So she's multifaceted. So not only does she get to do TV, film, modeling, she's also a speaker. She also is an entrepreneur and so forth. But there's lots of different things she can qualify for. She can do fitness. She can do a yoga ad. She can play the president of the United States. She can play a military. She can play a doctor. She can play a lawyer. She can play the wife, the grandmother, the aunt, the sister. So she's what's considered having versatility in her look. And having the right photos is going to be really important in stressing that. Getting the right photos done, getting the right lighting, the right styling, and so forth, and surrounding yourself with people who've been doing this. Like you guys, I know I had the chance yesterday to speak with Ryan Colby. Ryan Colby has almost 4 decades in the industry. He is very, very qualified. He's worked with some of the biggest brands on the planet. Okay. Here's another great example, right? Here's an older person, right? He's your property manager, grumpy cow, relax. Nice ones do exist. This is an Australian ad, so it's an international ad. That is a commercial print model. Okay, that may be somebody's grandmother, but she's a commercial print model. That's a paid commercial print model. Okay, for commercial print, you can earn anywhere from $150 an hour, upwards of $10,000 a day. Ryan just recently booked somebody for a TV and film campaign for 10 episodes, $65,000 an episode. One of our other success stories, she just did a Yo Play ad. She was paid 6 figures for that. She was paid over $100,000. One of our other talent, he just did the Upwork campaign. He was paid $65,000 for 1 day's work. His commercial is running internationally now and nationally. So that's surrounding yourself with the right people, having the right tools, the right resources, you can accelerate your life so quickly when you do this the right way. Okay, here's another great example. Great versatility. The older I get, the prettier my portfolio is, right? AARP, right? So this woman here, African American, she's got a great look, very versatile. She can play a military, she can play a sergeant, she can play a mom, a grandmother, an aunt. She can play different types of roles. Okay, so she was chosen for this particular campaign. This campaign, there was an agent involved and an advertising agency. There's a whole process that goes on. It's just not showing up someplace. Okay. Here's another great example, right? You can see the versatility in here. Multi-ethnicity family, right? This is what's called e-commerce. So this was something that was done for Old Navy. These ads were run only online. So when you have an agent, they negotiate your rates. The rates for e-commerce is going to be different than local advertising on a billboard versus national versus international, rights of usage. How many times can they run the ads? What happens if they want to run the ad during the Super Bowl? There's a lot there. The reason the clients won't talk to models or to actors is because that's not your lane. Your lane is being a model. Your lane is being an actor. Your lane is being a voiceover actor. Your lane is not negotiating contracts with your agent. Your agent does that for you. So a lot of times when people are struggling in this industry, they don't understand why they're not working, why they're not getting ahead. It's because they're not asking the right questions. Right? How is somebody else doing it? Oh, I see they have an agent. You know, a great tool to use for those of you interested in TV or film is to get an IMDb Pro account. IMDb is the online resource for TV and film. Every single movie that's in production is there. You can find every agency, every casting director. You'll know what's filming. A lot of times people worry about something that was filming 2 months ago. I'm worried about what's coming in pre-production in 6 months. That's where I want to submit my talent to. I want to submit my talent to the productions that haven't been cast yet. So there's so many tools and so many resources you guys can use, but you have to understand the industry. Here's Sid, great example. She's also like Tina. She's part of our inner circle. She worked in Philadelphia. She worked for the city. You know, she just recently retired. She now lives in Philadelphia. She was just on set, I think, for 15 days or something like that for a TV show in New York City. I think she might have been on the call yesterday. She might be here later today, or she might even be on set today. I'm not sure. But she's like a true success story. And, you know, for a lot of people, if they met her, they wouldn't see her. Like, you have to understand the industry. She's a great character type. She can fit in so many different roles, especially because of her ethnic background, her religious background. It's all about being unique. It's all about being different. So again, commercial print, magazines, you know, what I want you guys to do is I want you to be able to see the world differently now. Like I said, when you see a billboard, right? These are all commercial print models for different products, different magazines, different companies, and so forth. You know, we've been doing this, like I said, for close to 2 decades now. You know, we've invested in Broadway, we've invested in films, we've been featured on NASDAQ. Alicia actually got to open up NASDAQ. I just had the opportunity to have dinner with the President of the United States. I spent 3 days, not only with the president, but with his inner circle, discussing the entertainment industry, discussing ideas, how to be more open, how to be able to help the industries. Like, these types of connections to be able to work with some of the most amazing people in the world. You know, Alicia's had the opportunity to have dinner with people such as Neil Armstrong. He walked on the moon. Senator John Glenn, he was the first astronaut, the first United States astronaut to circumnavigate the Earth in a space capsule. Like, think about this, where the space program is right now. Think about, like, you know, all these things are interconnected. Like, the more you can surround yourself with the right people, and I know somebody, I heard somebody earlier say, you become the sum of the 5 people you surround yourself with. And, you know, that's what our whole company, our whole foundation was about, surrounding people with the right people who can really snap their fingers and change your life. Our whole company is dedicated to talent success. That's what we've been doing, and we're really, really good at it. So again, commercial print, billboards. Here's some ads. These are some of Ryan's models. These photos were shot in New York. So this is a Korean-based clothing line. This is more editorial, okay? But location doesn't matter anymore. So not only does looks not matter, not only does location no longer matter. So many times people feel, well, I'm not in the right city, I'm not in the right market. That's your mindset. Again, you're not asking better questions. You know, because of where the world changed in the past 2 years, you know, if you were to come to me and say, well, I want to do an audition on Zoom 2 years ago, most casting directors would have been like, what? No, I need them to fly to LA. That's impossible. Okay. Now, all the same casting directors I talk to, oh, did you want me to have the talent fly out to you? No, we can do a Zoom call. I love it. Right? Let's get them on a call right now. Like, think about like the money you save on flights, on travel, and so forth. Don't get me wrong. Being in person is always going to be the best, but for auditioning, the whole world's changed. This is how it's done. Location no longer matters. Films are now shot, and models, you know, are shot in Atlanta, Orlando, Miami, New Orleans, Phoenix, Arizona, LA, all throughout the country. We have talent working consistently all throughout the United States because the industry has shifted. So again, here's another Korean clothing line. These were all shot in New York, okay? But these ads ran in Korea, okay? Again, location doesn't matter. Here's one of my favorite talent. He actually worked in a small town. He came from a small town in like South Dakota. His town was so small, they only had 1 traffic light, okay? He worked as a barista in a small little coffee shop. You know, his goal was to eventually be involved in the modeling industry. He had no idea what he was doing. He came to New York. He met with Ryan. Literally a week later, he flew back to New York. And this probably about 2 years now. In the past 2 years, he's walked every major show. He's now transitioned out of modeling. His name is James Johnson. He actually now transitioned out of modeling. He now works as an actor out in Hollywood. Okay, he lives in Hollywood. Okay. 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, he didn't know what he was going to do with his life. So when you meet the right people, things can change in so many different ways. He's now working on his own TV shows. He's actually a writer now. Okay. This kid 3 years ago was a barista. He knew nothing about he didn't even know how to dress properly. Maybe Ryan will share that story with you. He's like, who is that boy? He can't even dress. Okay. You know, one of his idols was Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model. And I'm really close friends with him. So I had Phil stop by, and James was like literally like meeting his idol. And it was really interesting because I have a photo, maybe I'll share it with you guys in the Facebook group, I'll drop it. But I have a photo of him just meeting Phil for the first time in New York City and shaking his hand. And it's just like, he's like this. And then starstruck, yeah. And then literally about a year and a half later, he got to walk New York Fashion Week with Phil Sullivan. So now he went from being, this was his idol, to now this was a person he was working with and at the same level. Amazing success story, really one of my favorite. This is Mike Trash. Mike Trash couldn't join us today. Guess why? Because he's on set working, right? Great character actor. He may try to jump in. Maybe I'll have Deneen reach out to him. I'm not sure if it's a closed set or not. But he's formerly from the WWE. He's a character, right? He's a character actor. He can play that mafia guy. He can play that funny uncle. He can play the weird neighbor, you know, the creepy neighbor, right? There's a need for this. You have to learn how to lean into your character and who you can become. I know later on today, we're going to do something that's really fun with Ryan called the Model Garage. I guess we could call it the Model and Actor Garage, where Ryan will kind of walk you through the process of what you fit into. What are the roles you could see yourself doing? What kind of roles could you be submitted out for? Because when you lean into your character, that's when your life literally changes. Here goes Tony, right? Tony Aguilera. He was just recently signed, right? He's got that debonair look, right? He can play that with the most interesting man in the world, right? The beer commercial, the Heineken commercial. But you know, he can play that Latino character. You know, he could play maybe even that Egyptian, Middle Eastern character, right? There's a lot of roles. He could play the military guy, the SWAT commander, you know, the captain of the army, but he can also play a dad, right? So it's, again, these are having the right photos, having the versatility in your photos. These are great shots. These shots, I believe, these shots were done in LA just a few months ago. And now he's signed. He's literally just not only is he represented by Truth Management, his mother agency, but he's now signed to one of the biggest agencies in Hollywood. Like, you will see Tony on TV, okay? You will see him in major shows, major production. He just started with us 6 months ago. So this is not somebody who's been doing this. It was brand new to the industry, okay? Guys can see here, again, commercial print, right? 2 different age ranges, but you guys can, you can recognize the guy on the right, right? You know his voice from the ads, right? Here's a Geico ad, right? Commercial print, TV, film. You can see the mom, the dad, the dog, the kid. Star of the ads, the Geico, it's the insurance, right? Here's Flo from Progressive, right? How many of you guys recognize Flo from Progressive? But do you know who she is? Do you know who she is as an actress? Do you know what's her background? What's her resume? How did she get started? Okay? Her real name's Stephanie Courtney, right? There she is without makeup and her little outfit. She could probably walk past you on a street in New York or Chicago or in downtown Phoenix or anywhere, Orlando, Miami, and you probably wouldn't even recognize her. She probably could just go about her day. Okay, here's Jesse Hyman. Okay, he's considered the world's greatest extra. He's been in over 500 films. He was in the Super Bowl ad. He actually got to kiss Bar Raphael in the Super Bowl ad. Some of you guys might remember that. This is probably a guy that got picked on in high school. This was a kid who got picked on. He did a major campaign for GoDaddy. He's paid over $1 million for it. Okay. He's been, I think, in 7 Academy Award winning movies. He does featured background work. So he's like kind of the background character. He plays the nerdy kid and so forth. He leans into who he is. So he's somebody who's a great success story. See, again, it's mindset. You know, the reason we did so much with mindset yesterday is we really wanted you to have that foundation to really change your thinking, because if you're going to work in this industry, the people that you'll work with, they have a positive mindset. Like, they don't allow anything to stop them. And if you're going to work at the highest level, like we work at, and the types of people we'll put you in front of, you have to have that positive thinking. So let's talk a little bit about Flo. Let's talk about her. I couldn't cut and paste her entire resume. It was so big, but this is her resume. Okay. Been in The Heartbreak Kid, Fred 2, Night of the Living Fred. Let me see some stuff that I know here that I've actually watched. Mad Men, right? She was on 5 episodes of Mad Men. Great show. Cavemen. The Jay Leno Show. So that she played Leno family members. So that meant she did some background work on there. Looney Tunes Show. So it sounds like she does voiceover work too. Mike Tyson's Mysteries. The Goldbergs. She was on 3 seasons of the Goldbergs. Actually, one of our talent that we work with. She's one of the main characters on the Goldbergs. You guys might get to meet her. I know she does a lot of coaching with our talent that we represent. But like, look at all the things that she's done. Okay. You know, her original goal in life was to actually be a comedian. She wanted to be a stand-up comic. And her agent had, you know, given her a call, and she was doing TV and film and working in the industry. And they said, hey, we got this role for, an insurance company. Are you interested? And she said, yes. Okay. That's one of the keys to this industry, is being able to say yes, right? When an opportunity is there, you'll figure it out, right? You need to say yes first, and then, you know, magically the universe provides for people who move forward. If you're always living in negativity, you know, you change your story, you change your life, right? It's the story you tell yourself is how you live your day. Like I always knew I would have the opportunity to work with people like the president. I would always believe I could do those things, and the universe created that. But there was a point in my life where I didn't believe I could accomplish anything. And the life that I lived then was the life that I asked for. So, you know, it's the same thing here. Yet when an opportunity comes across, and these numbers are a little bit outdated, just to let you guys know, but salary, Stephanie Courtney, she makes $1 million per year. She actually just renegotiated her new contract. She's actually up to $3 million per year, right? So she does their commercials, she does their e-commerce, right? Typically, when an actor portrays a character for a long time, they end up negotiating a direct deal with the brand outside of the typical SAG-AFTRA union pay scales. They also get a pay bump for being the official spokesperson, residuals for current commercials airings. That means every time the commercial runs, she's getting paid on it, and an exclusive buyout, which precludes them from taking other jobs. It means she can't work for another insurance company. When you add it all up, someone like Stephanie Courtney likely earns at least $2 million per year. She's actually earning $3 million per year. She said yes, okay? And boom, her whole life changed. And SAG-AFTRA is when you're in the union. So in order for you to do speaking roles, you want to be in the next Marvel movie, you want to be on the next Netflix show, the next Disney show, you have to be in the union. We help you make that happen. Okay, we're a mother agency. We get you what's called, in order to be on the union, you have to do background work. So the union is when you get to do speaking roles. So for those of you who keep chasing these fake castings online, just so you know, fake castings, Disney, Netflix, they don't advertise online. They don't need to go online to find you. Those are just bait and switch. You probably, who knows where they lead to. Most of the times it's some kind of check scam or something, you know, we'll send you money, cash the check, all this nonsense. Deneen could more than happily tell you about that. She handles all the emails from the lunatics online that are always trying to hustle the talent. But the real union is you have to do background work. So background work is, you think of like Spider-Man swinging over the crowd, everybody's running and screaming. You're one of the people running and screaming. But you get on set multiple times, you get what's called a waiver. Waiver means that you did really good, you listened, you were there on time, and you will get a waiver. Once you have 3 to 5 of those, you can then apply to be in the union. Okay. As an actor, you pay to be in the union. The union is not free, but you pay a percentage. You pay, I think it's like 6% of your paycheck, but then you get medical benefits. You get to do speaking roles. Like, this is a business. It's called the entertainment business for a reason. And the people you're paid millions of dollars, okay? And you don't understand the industry. Well, I don't really know. I don't even know what kind of model I qualified for. Well, that's why we're here to teach you this. But you have to have the mindset to make the breakthrough. Well, wait a second. Like, how could I expect to be the star of a show if I didn't even know what SAG-AFTRA was? I don't have an agent. I don't have a manager. How am I going to reach this level? Okay, and that's what this whole weekend's about, because we understand how tough it is, and we understand there's no real information out there. And we felt it's our moral obligation to show people the right way to get in the industry. Okay. So promotional modeling, right? Let's talk now change gears here. So promotional modeling is also a part of the industry. This is involved with a wide variety of different events. These events pay different rates depending on time. So you can think of like the Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl, trade shows, boat shows, car shows, right? You need somebody with an engaging personality, people who can actually engage with clients. One of my good friends, he runs an agency. His wife is actually one of the promotional models for Porsche. Okay. They flew her out to Italy. She learned how to use all the different cars. She's like an expert on high-end sports cars. She earns $150,000 a year as a promotional model. She does this part-time. She works less than 8 hours a week. I mean, 8 hours a month doing this. $150,000 because she's got a great look, great personality. She can go to all the different car shows. She travels all over the world. Okay. So there's so many different avenues to this industry. I want you guys to realize that. Fitness modeling, right? That's another division of commercial print. Somebody who's in great shape, right? You can do stuff for e-commerce, for Nike. There's hundreds of smaller brands that are consistently looking for new faces. Sneaker companies, supplement companies, e-commerce, coaching, lifestyle, right? There's so much in this industry. Plus size, curve size models, right? That's a $1 trillion worldwide industry. So again, it's all about being unique. Kids are always going to have opportunities. There's always going to be opportunities for kids in this industry. But really, the most important part of the equation for kids is who their parents are. Can they show up on set? Can they be there? If you have a child, does your child have working papers? Do you have a trust fund set up? Right? You can't work in this industry without a trust fund. Okay, you have to have a trust fund set up. You have to have, there's certain banks that set these up. When the child's paid, say the child's earning, they're on Stranger Things, the kids on Stranger Things earn $350,000 per episode. That money is put into a trust for when the child turns 18. The parents can use the money to cover the expenses of the child, housing, transportation, and so forth, but dad can't go out and take that money and buy a brand new boat. Mom can't take that out and go buy herself a new Rolex. That money belongs to the child. So there's all these things that are involved with children. Most people don't know this. That's why it's important to have an agent, a manager, to work with legitimate people in this industry, because you need to learn your way through it. You need to learn the verbiage. You need to understand how the industry works. Great. Here's some more commercial print, right? Different ethnicities, right? The woman on the right, she can play your secretary. She can play, the boss, the president, right? Again, different mixes, different looks, and so forth. It's 2022, right? This is the final boot camp, the final model search we're doing for this year. It's going to be a brand new year, okay? The world's changed. Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique, right? Obviously, you guys know we love Tony Robbins. People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else, okay? If you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. And for so many of you guys that are here, I know this is your dream, but being a dream means, what are you going to do about it, right? You're now envisioning it, but you now need to take action. You need to know what your plan is. What are you doing tomorrow? How are you going to move forward? At the end of the day today, you guys are going to have the opportunity to audition for our agency, to have the opportunity, for some of you might have the opportunity to come to Orlando, to New York, to Miami, to Los Angeles, to be able to work with us at the highest possible level. Okay. What are you going to do to get there? Are you willing to change your life, to believe in yourself? Okay. These are some shots we did in Miami just last year. Okay. We work with amazing people. So my name is Michael Fopkin. This is Diversity in Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? Do you understand now the difference between high fashion, runway, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, model, commercial print, lifestyle? So my goal was to share some stuff with you guys, to educate you. I will be back later today with a lot more information. Again, welcome to the final boot camp of the year. We really want to blow you guys' minds out. We got some surprises, some amazing speakers. Make sure you are here. Stay tuned all day. Fill yourself with energy, drink some water, jump up and down, whatever you got to do, because I can guarantee you, you are worth it. I will talk to you guys in a little bit. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, how awesome was that? Okay, so this is what I want to know in the comments right now. What type of model do you qualify for? What type of modeling do you qualify for? Type it in the comments. I want to know how much you guys were paying attention, because yesterday I asked you guys to take a lot of notes. So let's see here. Promotional fitness, commercial print. Thank you, Michael. Awesome, amazing, thanks. Commercial print, all kinds. Okay, awesome. Now, I know yesterday or this morning I said, congratulations, you're all models. How awesome is that? How many of you walked in today or logged in and said, you know what? I'm a model.
Wait, how many people here think it's pretty cool? Let me see, scale 1 to 10, that Michael spent the last 3 days with the president of the United States. Oh, God, right? So again, for those of you guys waking up going, well, what can I do to change my life and change my destiny? Okay, who are your top 5 friends? Well, right now to VIP Ignite, think about who you're affiliated with as of right now.
Pretty amazing, pretty amazing.
You should have seen him getting approved by the Secret Service to have that meeting. That was pretty amazing.
I know.
That was
I know.
unbelievable.
Awesome.
Pretty cool stuff.
Okay, so now not only do I want to know what type of modeling you qualify for in the comments, what was your biggest takeaway from what Michael shared today? Like, what was your biggest takeaway from his presentation? Yeah, we got VIPs in our server. Yes, you do.
Literally.
Congratulations. Here you are. Diversity. Yeah, mindset is everything. Diversity. The different types of modeling. Okay, that's awesome. The options. I like that. Very professional. That you need an agent. Yep, you definitely need an agent. Do something about your dream. Take action, right? I love that, because so many times it's like, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Like if it's a dream, you're doing that passively. You're not doing that actively. Okay, so I really love that. You're unique. IMDb, that's great. I would be a monster model. Okay. Like,
All right, I have a question for everybody really quickly. This is going to be a quick little challenge. Now, would you look in the mirror or you even look at photos? What kind of ads can you see yourself representing? Give me some brands. Let's see. Maybe it's a Verizon ad. For me, it would definitely be Starbucks. If you know, you know. Nike. Skincare, Nike, Beats, Zara, great store. Dolce & Gabbana, awesome. Lancome Paris. Skechers, Sony, Prada.
we have
Apple.
USAA here.
Deneen, you know what's funny? Recently, we were watching, was it the Super Bowl? Where were we watching? The World Series? And 2 of our talent had 2 different commercials during the World Series.
Yeah,
Even when we were in Mexico, we saw Avinash, one of our talent. And we freak out every time. People like at the bar are like, what's wrong with you guys? We're not cheering for the sports team. We're literally in the bar cheering for our talent when their commercials come on. How many of you guys love that? Even in Mexico, we're cheering.
Yeah, it was crazy. I remember the first time I had that experience, we were watching the opening night of the NFL, and it was when
Yes.
Mireya just got signed, and we were watching the game, and at the time it was the Patriots. I was like, oh my God. And so I was excited about the game, and then I was like, oh my God, I did her. I screamed so loud that I thought the police were going to come over and be like, what's going on? Like the neighbors were worried. But it's always amazing to see people, because the thing is the reason I get so excited is it's not just about seeing the talent on the TV, but it's about the transformation that we've seen also, because a lot of the people that you see the end result. We saw the kicking and screaming and like poking and prodding and the change of the mindset and the change of location. So
I'm going to play this for you real quick. So this is one of our amazing people, Taco Bell and Pepsi. I literally recorded this and sent it to him. He goes, would you mind resending it to me so I can send it to my mom? Because I posted it on our Facebook. We get so excited when our talent are featured in major motion pictures. I can't even watch an episode of Gossip Girl without seeing our talent, which is really cool. Even the new Sex and the City, how many people do we have? And it drives me nuts because I feel like it's like, where's Waldo? I'm looking for all the talent. And I actually have to go back through and sometimes watch the credits going, oh, that's right. Noreen's in this episode. Leslie Pina's in this episode. Mary Pat. So I love it.
yeah.
It's always exciting.
It's the
It
best
should
part
be a
about what
drinking
we
game,
do.
Janine. Every time we see our talent.
Yep. We will drink Starbucks today.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, exactly, Jeremiah. Our talent get featured in Pepsi. You might be next. And if
We've
you
had
want to
talent
be,
in Lady Gaga music videos, Ariana, who else? Oh my gosh, one of our talent, do you remember this? Madison was on one of our private Zoom calls for members, and she actually met one of the biggest casting directors in the world. Next day, she was on set with Machine Gun Kelly, and then the following week, Justin Bieber, and that's all she does now. She's known as Hot Girl in Music Video. No acting experience necessary, but like you need her, to look good. Yes, and she's always showing up,
yeah,
and
it's
she's getting paid quite well.
awesome.
So you never know.
You never know. So if you want to be next, type next in the comments. Because that's the way you elevate your success, by seeing yourself where you want to be. Awesome. All right, guys.
First step.
Okay, so we just talked about modeling. Would it be okay if we transition over to music? Are you guys ready to hear some music now? Yes? Okay, awesome. So this next segment is called The Music Industry, What You Ever Wanted to Know. So our next speaker is a Christian father of 3. He's an award-winning 6-figure music producer. He's a coach of a private community of almost 3,000 musicians. He is the co-author of the book Beat Traffic Blueprint. He not only helps hip-hop artists make better music, but also wants to put them on the right track to be independently successful through effective marketing online. He is the host of the Indie Artist Summit and the Golden Voice podcast. Everyone, please help me welcome to the stage the one, the only, Billy Big Shot Beats.
Boom!
Hi, Billy Big Shot Beats.
Building. How are you doing today, guys?
Oh, we love you. Janine, do you remember the last time we were in Vegas? We did a Facebook Live and we brought Billy Big Shot Beats.
Oh
and we
my
were all in Vegas talking to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, when we were on the
Yeah.
strip. That was
I remember
awesome.
that. I remember that. It's great to be here again. What was it,
Michael
my
wants
third
you to do
appearance?
the boom.
Boom! Woo.
He said
Okay.
this. He's in the
We in
background.
the
All right, love
building.
you.
All right, so we're in the building. So I appreciate you once again, Deneen. Third appearance here on a boot camp for VIP Ignite Live. You know what I mean? It's an honor to come on here and share some value to your people. And yeah, we're gonna dive into it. So how many of you want to know more about the music industry today? Say me in the chat right now, and I'm gonna be looking because I want to acknowledge some of you, Disha, Motto, Pauline, Andrea. I see me in the chat. Okay, great. So how many of you will be okay with becoming more aware of what you ever want to know about the music industry after this segment? Say that's me in the chat so that I can make sure that all of you are in the right place. You know what I mean? So Lyric, Esha, April, Keith, there you go. Andrea, I see you. You guys are tapped in. So real quickly right now, what I want to do is let you know that you retain between 10 to 15% of the information that you receive when you are listening, right? But when you're listening and taking notes, it goes a little bit higher to 20 to 25%. But if you are listening, taking notes, and you are active while you're receiving the information, well, guess what? You're going to retain 70 to 80%. So be ready to take some notes over here. Stay active, engage with me. I'm going to be keeping track of the chat over here, and we're going to dive into it right now. All right. So what you need to know about the music business. In my journey, it started about 20 years ago. I'm a music producer, like Denise said, and it's been quite the roller coaster in my journey, right? So in the beginning of it, I was just chasing the majors, right? Major labels, major artists to make a hit record, and then, becoming famous and all that good stuff. That's the thing that I was chasing, but it never really amounted to that specifically, right? And there's a few things, there's a lot of things that I learned along the way that put me on track to be independently successful with what I want to achieve with my music. And one of my mission is to put at least 50,000 independent music artists on track to be independently successful with their music, with the talent that they have with their voice. So with that said, my mission, my calling is to be one step ahead, not only with the music, but with the marketing. But there's a few things that you need to know in order for you to navigate through the music business. And that's what I'm going to share with you right now. All right. So hopefully you're ready. Some of y'all type ready in chat right now, and we're gonna dive in. Get your pen and pencil, notepad, phone, whatever it is that you're using for your notes, and let's get it in. So, the record labels right now. Okay, let me start with this, because there's two routes that you can take as a musician, and one is being independent, and the other route is to chase the majors and get a deal and all that good stuff. But let me tell you something: the record labels are no longer just looking for potential anymore. You know what I mean? I remember back in the day, you would come across somebody that's talented, and you're like, man, it's just a matter of time till the label pick you up and get a deal, and you're off to the races, right? Well, it's no longer the case right now, because what they're looking for, okay, in terms of the record labels, they want to add some gasoline on assets, okay? And assets are things that are putting money in your pocket. Right? So no longer are the days where they're just looking for potential anymore. All right. So you're not only talking about, I'm not only talking about talent over here, right? So for them, it has to come with the artist being an asset for themselves. All right. So you do not need a million of fans to make it in the music industry. Matter of fact, if you focus on, finding your true fans, okay? And when I talk about true fans, is people that are going to spend or buy or get anything and everything that you're going to put out there. You're going to start to find your people through your message, to what you stand for, by building a brand. And we're going to cover a little bit on that as we're moving forward. But you no longer need millions of, fans or an audience of a million to make it out in the music industry. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of math, and you'll see that it's going to make sense as we're moving forward. All right. So you're also automatically a content creator if you are a musician. If you are making music, your product becomes the music. So you need to document your journey as you're in the process of making that music, and that automatically makes you a content creator. You cannot go around that. If you don't want to create content, maybe you can go be a mechanic, or maybe you can go serve some drinks at the bar or something like that. Because if you are making music, anything around what you're producing or you're making is content that you create, right? So say that you are brainstorming about some topics that you want to put out there for the next song that you want to write or that you want to compose and everything. That becomes a piece of content. You can include your audience in that process so that they can help you pick the next topic that you're going to write about, for example. Or you are recording the song that you just brainstormed the ideas and you wrote the song and everything. You can include people in that in that process, so that while you're in the process of documenting your journey, you are involving the people in the process of you creating it, and that becomes content. So if you're an artist, if you're a musician, if you are a creator, you are automatically a content creator. So we can't go around that. Okay. So just to keep navigating about the things that you need to know, and I think that you're already taking some notes right now. Hopefully everything is making sense. Somebody says making sense so far, just as I can get a little bit of feedback chat right now, and we're going to keep moving forward because I have a lot of information that I'm going to share within this hour. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a Q&A towards the end, but there's a lot of stuff that I want to share with you guys on here on things you need to know about the music industry. All right. So when you're a music artist, okay, you need to get hot where you are. Get active in your city. Okay. A lot of times music artists want to be, famous online. They chasing after the clout. I'm pretty sure that some of y'all heard about the term clout, which means getting the next viral moment online and all that good stuff. But you actually need to be active within your city, within the environment or the location that you're at, right? So once you're active networking and you're involved in anything that's going on in the music industry in your town, well, your name is going to start to ring some bells. I remember back in the day, in my city, born and raised in Montreal in Canada. I'm based out of Toronto, Canada right now. Montreal is about 4 or 5 hours east of where I'm right now if I was to drive there. And we were very active in the local scene, right? So we were making a name for ourselves back in the days where I had a little mini record label with some of my childhood friends. And that's actually very important before you think about being famous nationally, internationally, and all that good stuff. So you have to think about, okay, I have to become active in my city. I have to be hot where I am, and that's gonna help me, grow as a music artist as I'm moving forward. All right. Now, something else that I wanted to show you guys as well is, musicians want to get their music on the radio, right? Maybe not so much now because we're talking about, streaming and all that good stuff. But did you know that it is a federal offense if you were to pay a DJ at a radio station? I'm not talking about online radio or getting feedback online, stuff like that, but it's a federal offense for a DJ to accept money to play your song on the radio. So this is why if a music artist want to break a record, you have to build a relationship with DJs. They already have a program on the radio that they have to go by, but they do have a segment in the day where it's a little bit more open and they can go in and play a track and see if the music that they play there that is not on the scheduled program has an impact. You know what I mean? To see if there's good feedback coming from it, or if people are calling and be like, hey, what was the song that you played at this time, at this moment, at this, they're gonna play the music, but they cannot get paid. You know what I mean? They're gonna accept money to play your song on the radio, and that right there is a federal offense. Payola is real. You know what I mean? And sometimes it may get on the table, it may happen, but just know that, if a DJ wants to accept some sort of money to put your song on the program and stuff like that, you may want to think about it being a red flag. So just wanted to share with that, share that with you on here right now. Okay. There's, when you want to take the route of, getting a deal with a major label, okay, there's certain things that you can do as an independent music artist, but with the leverage, with good timing, and if it makes sense for you, of course, and if the deal, is correct, right, is right. There's certain things that major labels can provide that independent artists don't have access to. And this is where you can get leverage in the event that at some point in your music career, you want to consider having a major record deal with a major label. All right. So, major labels can give you a lot of money up front to live off of and to fund your projects. Okay. But I want to let you know something. Okay. You may have heard that an artist got so much money when they signed to this label, or they got so much money when they got onto this so-and-so XYZ record, right? But I just want to let you know that the money that they're giving up front like that is just like a bank loan. Okay. It's just like a bank loan. Okay. So an advance is money that you'll have to pay with future projects that are approved by the label that you're signed with. Okay. And you don't get paid until they recouped their money. Okay. And meaning that you don't get paid, meaning, okay, you're going to get, some advance money, right, from the top, but the project that you're going to be putting out, depending on the deal that you have, you're not actually going to get paid until they recoup their money back. Okay. So this is something that you should be aware of, because a lot of people may think, oh, I'm going to get a lump sum of money. I'm going to get $1 million from this label when I sign, and this and that. It may all look nice and everything, but in advance is money that you're going to have to pay back. Okay. So usually they give you half of whatever you signed for, to live. Okay. So say that you have $1 million deal. So, upfront, they'll give you 500,000, and within that 500,000 is money that you're going to have to live off of, pay your attorney, accountant, or everything that has to be paid from it automatically. And don't forget about taxes, because Uncle Sam's going to come through, and something that, is going to be taxable as you move forward. And then the other half, okay, The other half of that money, if we're talking about $1 million, then the other half is 500,000, right? Is to pay music making and marketing expenses, right? Things like studio time, features with other artists that they may have in their roster that you may not have access to, like immediate access to, right? So those are some of the things that as an independent artist, you may not have access to instantly, but if you sign to a label, if it makes sense at some point, right? It's something that you can immediately have access to. Music production, right? So paying guys like me to create some of the instrumentals that they're going to record with, etc., etc. So that's the other half. So when you hear that an artist got $1 million record deal, well, they just got half of the money up front, and then all of that has to be recouped by the label, right? And the other half is to take care of, you know, all the expenses that are going to be involved in creating and putting the music out upon approval of them, you know, wanting to put those projects out. All right. Hopefully that makes sense so far. Hopefully you're getting some value right here. Somebody say value in the chat right now if this is valuable information that you may not heard of. I see that Big P's on here. Jen, I see you. Jan, Candace, great. I just love to lead with value and share information that somebody may not know. Gain a little bit, be a little bit of a step ahead so that I can contribute and share that information with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So labels make money off of licensing the songs that they have under their you know, under their umbrella. You know what I mean? Radio spins is where they're gonna recoup some of their money. Sometimes it's royalties, and then of course publishing and album sales. And keep in mind, you're not gonna see any of the money that's generating with all that until they recoup their money. And this is why it's not only about talent. If you want to be scooped by a label, right? It's also about, you know, the potential that you have for being an asset for them, meaning putting money in their pockets. All right. And of course, you know, it's going to depend on the deal, how they're going to structure everything, because you also get leverage from getting a deal from them, right? So it has to make sense both ways. You know what I mean? So this is why I'm a strong believer, and once again, I'm going to repeat that, it's better to become an asset for yourself before considering a major deal, okay? Because you want to own more of everything that you produce, right? Somebody say own in the chat, okay? You want to become an asset for yourself first, and then you can have full control and be like, okay, there's a deal that came on the table. Am I going to take that deal or not? And it gives you the power, okay? This is where you get more of the power right there. It gives you more of the power to say no in the event that it doesn't make sense for you. Okay, somebody say power in the chat. Okay, it gives you the power of saying no in the event that it just doesn't make sense for you. And you just keep on about your day. You know what I mean? You keep on being an asset for yourself and you keep it moving. You know what I mean? How many of you ever heard of the 360 or 360 deals before, right? And those are deals where when Napster became a little bit more popular, and you know the concept of streaming and everything, you know, came knocking at the door, and the whole music industry took a shift and everything. This is where labels started to really implement 360 deal, to where they get a cut or a piece of every single thing that you produce under them. Okay, so I don't know how that sounds for you, but for me, I don't know, but if you are already an asset for yourself, like you already have brand deals, for example, you already have marketing funnels that's working for you and that's generating income on a monthly basis, and you're already a 6-figure music artist for yourself, you're comfortable, you're making music, you are, you know, passionate about what you're doing, and nobody can stop you in your tracks. You're building a fan base of true fans that really support you, that like you for you, that enjoy your product, and that believes and stands for the message that you're putting out there. Well, yeah, you have the power, like I just said, right? But 360 deals, the label is getting a cut of everything. We're talking about tour, when you go on tour, radio play, publishing, every single thing, they get a piece of it. As opposed to if you're already an asset for yourself, there's things that they can't take away from you. You know what I mean? If you already have a brand deal with Adidas, or you already have something going on with Honda, for example, they can't take that away from you, and they can't get a cut of that. And that gives you power as you're moving forward. All right. So this is why I'm a true believer of becoming self-sustained, and I believe in ownership. I believe in being independently successful first before considering deals like that. All right. So though every play sell, record production, everything, yeah. So you're right on that, Jess. So let's keep it moving. So points on an album, okay? Since we're talking about cut and everything that you're producing, you may have heard, oh, so and so got so many points, or I got points on the album and this and that. Well, points on an album is the equivalent to about 10% of the sales that project or that album generates. Okay, so if somebody talks about points, you're not only gonna say, oh, it's 1%. It's the equivalent of about 10 to 12% of what the album is going to generate, because you have executive producers, you have producers, you have people that wrote, you have people that composed, and all that good stuff. So it gets divided amongst the people that are making part of the project and the songs. And you may have seen that before, to where, oh, there's so many writers on this project or on this song when you check out the credits on some music on Spotify, for example. Well, guess what? When somebody samples something, somebody wrote the music that was sampled, so they automatically becomes a writer. If I'm composing the instrumental, I'm also a writer because I'm composing the music and I wrote the instrumental that's the underline under the lyrics that gets put on top. So I'm also, as a music producer, if I'm not the recording artist, me as a music producer, I'm also a writer of the music. So if I go ahead as a music producer and I sample something on the beat that I create, the people that I'm using the sample from are also writers on the music. All right, something to pay attention of, because you may look at some credits and you'd be like, man, there's 9 and 10 writers on this song. Like they ain't writing their song. No, it doesn't mean that the person actually wrote the lyrics, but it might have been a sample on the song that they've cleared, and the people that are the original creators of that sample or the song that was used to be sampled are also writers of that music. You understand what I mean? So that's huge right there. And sometimes we have some sort of conception, and I think somebody that did that a lot, or that got uncovered in that point, was Drake. You know what I mean? At one point, he fully referenced someone on a track, and he was just trying to give somebody a shot, right? So it's cool to come up with an idea that somebody originally set the foundation on, but they're equally the writers of that idea, that song, that project, because they wrote the music, they composed everything as well. You know what I mean? So moving on, okay? Thanks, Anita, Billy. This is very eye-opening, Disha. I appreciate you. So I just want to come on here and leave with value. You know what I mean? So let's keep it moving, okay? Some of you may have heard that you should own your mastered at all cost, right? So owning your masters means that if you go to a studio to record a song, okay, and that's without a record deal, and you pay for that, okay, you own your masters right there, meaning you own the recordings that you just laid down while you went to that place to record your music and everything, right? Now, if you go somewhere and you record for free, okay, the owners of that place where you went to record, they would most likely own the master recordings unless specified. Okay, so pay close attention, because sometimes it can become tricky. You know what I mean? You can go to your buddy's place. You can go to a place and be like, yeah, you can come here and record for free. Well, legally, they own the masters if you do not pay for it unless specified. Really important. Of course, now, if you have a record deal, okay, and like we discussed a little bit earlier, you're gonna have a budget that's allocated to, pay for some of that music making, those music making expenses and features and studio time and all that good stuff, right? Well, a percentage of that, you're writing that away for the label that you're under, right? So they're gonna own a portion, if maybe not all, depending on if it's a 360 deal and everything. Sometimes they'll take 100% ownership of your masters, which you never want to do. At all costs, you wanna have the highest percentage of ownership for your masters, right? And something huge that I recently heard about is Outkast. I don't know if some of y'all know about the group Outkast, right? Big Boy and Andre 3000. They basically a group of artists that owns the most of their masters, and they have a lot of control, because at one point there was a song that was about to be used on a film, and Big Boy, which is one of the group guys, right, of Outkast, he signed it, but Andre 3000 didn't sign. He didn't want to sign for whatever reason, and it could not be licensed to be put on a film because they own most of the masters. Now, if imagine that they didn't own the masters and the label that they were under owned those masters, right? Or they have a lot of control on them, they could have said, "Yeah, we're going ahead and master and license this to the movie." They wouldn't really have any control, and then it would have been there, and then the label would benefit more than if they were the people owning those masters. So really important, okay? And that's depending on the contract that you're gonna get with a label. You want to own, and this is why I love ownership, right? The ownership of your rights when it comes to your masters. Somebody say own your masters in the chat, okay? At all costs, if a deal comes to your table, you have to make sure that at least you have the highest percentages, because it's going to give you more power. All right, there you go. Edna, Zenobia, Bisha, Andrea, Jen, I see y'all. Okay, this is about masters. Okay, we're going to keep moving. I got some more info for you guys of what you need to know about the music industry. Okay, now publishing revenue goes to the writing portion of a record. And like I said, if we're talking about the artist that wrote the lyrics, or the music producer, which is the composer on the writer's share, okay, all that gets combined in publishing as well. And this is where you can also get a revenue, right? So we're talking about, when your music gets licensed and everything, and there's publishing that gets involved, because sometimes it may take elements, may use this element, that element to make it fit with the scene that they want to put it on for a commercial or a film or a movie or a TV show and stuff like that. Well, this is where the publishing revenue comes from, and this comes from the writing portion of a record. All right. Now, hopefully that wasn't too much for you guys. That can go super crazy. A great resource for all that stuff. You can go to songtrust.com. Yeah, it's songtrust.com. You can learn about split sheets, royalties, publishing, and all that good stuff. And for me, I don't know everything, but it's an ongoing learning journey, so that you can become more aware of it, and you can have more understanding, so that you don't get in rooms to where they're talking about something and you have absolutely no idea. All right. Although it may not be a bad thing to be in a room, because you don't want to be the smartest one in there, but you also have to understand what either they are talking about or that you are talking about. You understand what I mean? So songtrust.com. Let me just double check the link so that you can check the resource. That when you go to songtrust.com, at the top, you'll see a tab that says Learn, and you can go to the resources link, and you see that there's a whole bunch of stuff there that you can get access for free. That's going to give you some great information on there. All right. Now, moving forward, okay, it is absolutely crucial. Okay, you cannot go around the fact that you need to invest in yourself by getting a mentor, somebody that went through it already. Okay, or here's how you have to look at it when it comes to music industry. Okay, if somebody is already achieving your goal, because you have to also be clear on what you want to achieve, right? Crystal clear. I mean, the Bible says when there's no vision, the people perish. So your vision has to be clear, right? If you're clear on what you want to achieve, then you have a little bit more focus. You become a little bit more aware. I think I used a lot of that today. So I'm going to use it as an engagement point. Somebody say aware in the chat right now. Okay. So when you become more aware of what it is that you want out there, you're going to start to attract that, and that's going to become the focus. So you're going to start noticing that people are already achieving your goal. Okay. Well, it's going to be your duty to start investing in yourself through getting mentorship from them. Okay. So that you can achieve what it is that they are already achieving, which is your goal. Does that make sense? So you're going to invest in yourself by getting mentorship from them. And I do a lot of that. Okay. If I tell you what I'm spending in coaching, mentorship, in things that can get me to my next level continuously, you'd be like, you'd be thinking, man, this guy's crazy. But it's not crazy because I'm investing, first of all, in myself, and I'm following the track from somebody that already did it. And this is where the value is at. And even if you were to do exactly what they did, in some cases it may not work the same way for you, right? Because there's so many factors that goes around you copying the exact method or the exact strategy from someone, right? But even if it was just a percentage, you're further ahead than trying to figuring it out by yourself and going through the trial and the errors and the time that it may take for you to figure out something as you're moving forward. Okay. So a lot of times, I figure a lot of things out. That's because, I got the information from someone that already went through it. Right. So if there's one piece of advice that I would want to share is invest in yourself. Okay. You're not investing in a mentor. You're investing in yourself to get mentorship. Okay. And that goes full circle. You know what I mean? So this is why if VIP Ignite over here is going to share something that can help you get yourself on track to get closer to your goals, consider investing in yourself and to take action on the framework, on the steps that are going to put ahead from you to take action on in order for you to get closer. Okay. You got to pay your dues. You got to trust and invest in yourself. Exactly. You got to trust the process and you got to move forward that way. All right. And I do a lot of that. And this is why I can proudly say that I can come here and stand and lead with value with the information that I know. And I'm not saying that I know everything, but I sure did invest in myself. I sure did, pay my dues, and I still have some more dues to pay. Still a lot of work to do. Still a lot of work still a lot of things for me to learn. But what's really important, come a little bit closer. What's really important is the implementation of that knowledge. Okay. It's taking action on that. That's really important and where the power is. Okay. You can hoard information all day. We're in the information age. It's coming right at us. It's all over our faces. But you have to take action. This is where the power is at. Okay. So, you can get a lot of information today from this book and everything, but if you're not going to go and take action, it's just a waste. You're not going to get any power from that. Okay. So with that said, independent music artists have to consider a few things here. Okay. When you're a singer-songwriter, when you are a rapper, when you're, a singer, artist, music artist, pop artist, whatever it is, there's actually no union for music artists, right? I know that in some cases or in some scenarios for actors, there might be something like a union that is there for them, right? And that can help them in some ways. But if you're a music artist and you're independent and you kind of, building yourself up as you're navigating the music industry, there's no union. There's no 401k. There's no dental care. There's no health plan or health care in music, right? So this is why you have to continuously educate yourself and become, and sustain yourself as a music artist, right? And there's information out there on how you can structure and position yourself in order to get those benefits. And in some cases, if you go under a major label deal, right, you'll get benefits. You'll get some things that you can leverage off of them. But in the event that you get out of the deal, then this is where you lose some of these privilege. You know what I mean? So you have to consider that, right? There's no union, there's no healthcare, there's no dental plan, and all that good stuff. In music, you become an entrepreneur with music, right? So that's why you must educate yourself so that you don't put yourself in a hole, and you sustain yourself. And as you're moving forward, and then we're going to talk a little bit about that, you're going to have to have people around you that not only believe in your vision, right? Somebody say believe in the chat, that believe in your vision, but that also knowledgeable with the thing that is going to be around you as an environment that's not going to let things fall through the cracks. You see what I'm saying? So, labels may have some benefits that you're going to also have to opt into, but, you have to also be aware that if you're independent as an entrepreneur and stuff like that, you're going to start being self-employed and then you're going to grow your business as you're moving forward to different structures and all that good stuff. But just know, like, there's no union and all that good stuff. And this is why at one point I remember who was talking about that. I think it was Noriega or something like that. They said, man, there should be a union for rappers or some sort of thing like that that could help and really help us, understand certain the perks that we can bring to ourselves even if we are independent. All right. So with that said, let's keep moving forward. All right. Now, you as an independent music artist, you also have to think ahead and think a little bit bigger than what's happening at the moment right now. But think about diversifying your money when it starts, when real money starts to come. Okay. Be smart and invest not only in yourself, but in ways to make the money work for you instead of working for the money. All right. There's a word that I love. There's a word that I love. There's a word that I love. And I keep repeating it over and over again, all over the place. And that's the word leverage. Somebody say leverage in the chat right now. Okay. If you can put yourself in a situation where you can get leverage, it's going to be everything for you. Right. So like I said, you need to diversify when the real money comes. Okay. Because you're not going to be hot forever. Okay. An artist that was hot maybe 20 years ago is not hot right now. But if they were smart about what they did at that moment and they invested not only in themselves, but to make their money work for them, right? Instead of having to work for that money, well, they get leverage. You understand what I mean? I love that word. Teeter-totter. Remember when we were kids, we go to the park, we're playing with a bigger kid and we can still push that kid up to that teeter-totter and stuff. Well, that's leverage. I love that. So it can be the same way in real life when it comes to you being a music artist, right? So you got to be smart. When the real money comes, don't automatically think about, I'm going to get myself gold chain. I'm going to get myself a big car, which a lot of music artists do that, but it's not smart because you actually need to acquire the assets that will pay for those liabilities. You know what I mean? Self-sustain yourself, make it make sense, because in the long run, money might not come the same way unless you were smart about investing it and, employing your money. They're saying that you don't have real wealth unless you employ your money. You make that money work for you, and that's huge right there. Okay. Now, as I'm moving forward, let's keep moving on some more things that you need to know about the music industry is that, don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay. I've became better at asking the right questions, but most importantly, a lot of people, I don't think if it's because they're putting their ego in front of them or anything like that, but you need to not be afraid of asking the questions, but also the right questions. Okay. If you want the right answers, maybe you can quote me on this. If you want the right answers, well, you're going to have to be good at asking the right questions. All right. Somebody says, you sound a little bit like from the West Indies. Well, guess what? My first language is French. My parents are from Haiti. No, I'm not from the islands, although, my parents are from basically an island. But yeah, my first language is French. So it might come out in my words. I might eat some of my words sometimes when I get excited. Bear with me. I'll excuse my French in the way. But yeah, this is why you may hear a little bit of an accent as I'm talking over here. You know what I mean? But yeah, just to circle back with what I was saying is, don't be afraid to ask questions, but make sure that you're asking the right questions to get the right answers. You know what I mean? Really important right there. And as I'm getting coaching and mentorship, and if you want to get some information, by the way, if we want to come back to the mentorship portion thing, if you want to acquire a coach or you're considering someone to be your coach or your mentor, ask them who their coach or mentor is. And that's going to tell you a lot about, who it is that you're about to invest in yourself to get some knowledge from. Okay. Just wanted to sidetrack on that anyways. But yeah, as I've been investing in myself, getting mentorship and coaching, all that stuff, I've learned to, come forward and ask the right question, but most importantly, not be afraid to ask. I think it's an ego thing sometimes where, you know what I mean? Like we tell ourselves, man, if I ask this question, I'm gonna look stupid or something like that, or I'm gonna look like I don't know. Well, no, you wanna not be afraid to ask questions, and you want to ask the right ones if you want the right answers. Okay, I just wanted to emphasize on that a little bit. Okay. Now, moving forward, more stuff that you need to know. Okay, as an independent artist, now, if you have a job, the good old job, okay. Some people may call it just above broke, just over broke, or whatever case may be. I don't look at it that way. Okay. At one point in my journey, I did go broke spending money on paid advertising to build my music production business up online and all that good stuff. And it wasn't easy. It was such a challenging moment in my life. It was, like a dog putting their tail between their legs, walking their head down, and man, spending the savings in the accounts with a partner thinking that we're saving for the sake of life and everything, and that all goes away and everything. Well, it can be challenging, you know what I mean? But just know that if you have a job, do not take it lightly, because it is the angel investor for your music career. Okay. Your job is the angel investor for your music career. So do not treat it or take it lightly. Okay. And your goal is to take your music to the point where you're equally making the same thing as the job that you have, so that you can at one point part ways with your angel investor, right? So typically it would look something like this. So say that you make $4,000 per month with your job. Your goal, well, your first goal, at least that would be realistic, is to get to the point where you're making the same amount of money with your music. You're going to give yourself a 6 months or a year cushion, right? Just to give you a little bit of, a great foundation, so to speak. And then you can think about parting ways, meaning, quitting that job, letting it go kind of thing, so that it can make sense for you. All right. So if you have a job, don't take it lightly. A lot of people are going to say, I hate my job. I hate this. Well, if you really think about it, if a percentage of this goes to your music career and what you actually truly want to do, then take it a little bit more seriously and act upon it being the process of getting there eventually. You understand what I mean? Angel investor for your music career, right? Now, as you're moving forward, okay, just to keep track on some of the things that you can do to increase, the amount of money that's going to come in from your music and everything that you do in your music career, is figuring out what your supporters, and your supporters can start with 1, 2, 5, 10, 20. It's really important to gather information from the people that actually believe in you, your product, your message, and everything, your music, right? Figure out what your supporters would buy from you and what they appreciate from you. Okay. That's really important for you to get that data, that information, because guess what? Once you figure that out, you're just going to give it to them. Okay. I think that it's not the right approach to just think that your supporters are going to buy that piece of merch, or think that they want to buy this bundle, or think that they want this, or think that they want that. Get the information from them. You'll notice a pattern, and you just give it to them. Okay. You are just going to give it to them. Okay. So figure that out. Figure out what they would buy from you. Okay. Figure out what they appreciate from you, and it just gives you the equation right there. Okay. Something that's absolutely important, and somebody is gonna say the word relationship in the chat right now. Okay. Relationship. Building your own relationships in that music game is gonna be crucial. Somebody say relationship in the chat. It's going to be crucial. This is what the music industry is about. Building your own relationships. Back in the days, I used to be very introvert. Okay. I used to think that, I'm going to make the music that I'm making is going to speak for itself. I don't need to be nobody. I'm just going to stay in my basement over here, do my thing. I don't need to talk to nobody. Well, damn, I was wrong. Wow. Woo. I was wrong. And what's amazing now is that I've built some relationship in the game. And this is one of the reasons why I'm actually even sitting on this call with you guys right now. Okay. That's because I've built some relationships, invested in myself, built some relationship with myself in situation, in some rooms that, allow me to meet some people. And that's one of the reasons why I'm even on this call with you guys today, right? Relationships. What's cool that I can do right now is to help some of you guys leverage. Remember that word? This is why I love this, because It's actually amazing. I can create a win-win-win situation in most cases. But anyways, you can leverage off my relationships. Denis mentioned a little bit earlier that I'm the host for the Indie Artist Summit, right? And this is a virtual event, 3-day virtual event that I put together where I brought 20 of my top music industry friends to come and share some value to the independent music artist community. And you get to leverage some of my relationship that I've built as I move forward so that they can talk about their experience and they can talk about their knowledge. And because keep in mind, I don't know everything. But if I can bring a friend of mine that knows about this subject, of that subject, of this topic, or that topic, you're the one that's going to benefit off of that. And that's because of relationship, not only for myself, but for other people. I like to contribute and, create, like I said, win-win-win situation because of that. You know what I mean? I think that's pretty cool. Okay. So relationships, I'm telling you guys, it's all about that. And really, if you're an actor or any sort of creator, it applies the same way, so that you can navigate and get the right people around you. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as I'm going to be wrapping up soon. Very, very important, right? That's one of the things that you have to basically almost put on top of everything, because relationships are going to be key. You know what I mean? It's not only about what you know, but also about who you know and what you can do about the people that you know as well. Because some people may know people, but they don't know what to do with those people. You know what I mean? So it goes the same way. You know what I mean? But anyways, all right, let's shift a little bit about music business. Okay, so Tidal, when it comes to streaming, okay, Tidal pays the most. Okay, and that's if you're considering getting a check for your streaming, right? And there's a strategy behind that. You don't, in my opinion, you shouldn't lead with streaming, right? There's a specific place where you should capitalize on that and everything. But just know that you have to be active on all streaming platforms, and that Tidal is the one that pays the most when it comes to streaming. And if you want to get a decent check, you want to consider all of them, right? So Tidal, Spotify, Pandora, Amazon, all that good stuff. Tidal's at the top. Make sure that you have everything on there and that you're continuously building on those. All right. So what's best though, okay, and this is what I'm talking about, you have to know about when is the best timing when it comes to streaming, is that it's always best when people purchase the music, because you get leverage. Once again, you see that I love the word leverage because it's amazing, right? So say for example, you put your music on iTunes, right? And you sell a song for 99 cents or for $1, because you have the leverage of a platform that already have music listeners on there, they'll take 20% of the sales and you keep 80%. But that's leverage right there, because you have access to a network and it just makes easier for people to buy your music and everything. And that's the best scenario right there. Okay. And there's so many ways that you can leverage like this, depending on the platforms that you put your music on. But that's the ideal scenario. That's the ideal way to go about it, right? Instead of just thinking about streaming, you want to think about, how do I get people to actually buy my music on certain platforms, right? This is why we talk about ownership, right? I like to have my own website where I can sell my own music, even though my music is streaming on a platform. And I'm talking about being a music artist, right? Now, endorsement deals. I know that some of you guys may have heard that, and I've talked a little bit about, getting a brand deal with, say, Honda or Puma or some clothing brands and all that good stuff. Endorsement deals. Sorry about that. You see, I'm eating my words sometimes. Just bear with me. Excuse my French right there. Endorsement deals can happen when you build a brand. Okay, I'm pretty positive there's been segments on here that broke down and talked about that on here, so they can buy into your message and what you represent as a match to their brand with your image. You understand what I mean? So let me repeat that again. They'll buy into your message, okay, and what you represent as a match to their brand. You know what I mean? So that's going to happen when you become so clear about who you are, the message that you want to put out there, and that builds your brand. Now, if there's a match that represents what they're about as well, an endorsement deal can happen right there. I think that can be pretty cool, right? And again, you get leverage right there, because if a brand already has a big network, right? You're gonna have some more exposure because you're gonna have access to their product and all that good stuff that you're gonna be putting out there, and they're gonna showcase you as a brand ambassador, or as being under their endorsement deal and all that good stuff. You get leverage right there. Boom. Okay. Now, what's also really important. Okay, so we're getting closer to the end over here. Hopefully, we can do a little Q&A session. Hopefully, but you're gonna want to build a team. Okay, a team of people, like I was saying earlier, that are gonna be knowledgeable, that believe and find your music valuable enough to share the message to every single person in their own network. Okay. Somebody say build a team. And you can start small, right? And it starts with the vision, being clear on what your vision is and where you want to go. You know what I mean? So build a team of people that are knowledgeable and that believe and find your music valuable enough so that they can share it to everybody 24/7. And that can create great momentum that way if you're putting that kind of people around you. Okay. Now, I'm gonna finish with this, okay? And I think that's gonna be great timing for the flood of information that I may be, sharing with you on here today, okay? Is that independent music artists should have the have more money than followers mindset. Wow, hopefully I didn't offend people over here, okay? Independent music artists should have the have more money than followers mindset. And the reason why I'm talking about this is that even me, okay, I'm guilty about this, okay? When I was chasing the majors and the major artists and the major deal and the major hit record and whatever I was chasing, right? I was always under the assumption that I needed millions of followers to make it as a musician, right? And here's the thing. Do you want to be the musician with 1 million followers, but that is broke? Or you have 10,000 followers on your social media, on your main social media platforms, with 1,000 true fans, okay, that are buying $1,000 worth of your stuff, okay, every single year from you, okay, as you're moving forward. Okay, and let's do some quick math over here. Okay, so you have 1,000 true fans, and what do we say about true fans? A true fan will buy anything and everything that you put out to support you, your message, your brand, your music, right? Okay, you have 1,000 of those that are spending $1,000 with you within a year period. What is that? That's $1 million. You only have 10,000 followers, okay, but you have 1,000 true fans that are spending $1,000 with you throughout the whole year. So do you want to be famous or do you want to be paid? I think that some of y'all agree with me that you want to be paid. Okay, I'd rather be paid, and somebody say paid in the chat right now. And with that said, that's the last thing that I wanted to share with you, because that's the focus. That's what I'm on. That's that wave. You know what I mean? I don't want to just be famous. Some of y'all may not have heard of me before or anything like that, but I lead with value. I stand with sharing information that can put somebody on the right path to be independently successful for themselves first, before even considering some sort of deal, so that they can have the power to say no if it doesn't make sense. And if you focus if you focus on finding your true fans, somebody say true fans as well in the chat right now, as being paid. And somebody say my time is money. No, I don't agree with that. And I usually run away as fast as possible from people that tell me that time is money, because money, you can always get it back, right? You can always get back a $5 bill, $20 bill, $20, $50 bill, $100 bill. You can get that back, but your time you cannot get back. I cannot give the last hour back to you that we just spent here while I was sharing some of that valuable knowledge. So time is infinitely more valuable than money. Time is not just money for me. You see what I'm saying? Your time is precious. This is why I don't like to waste anybody's time. Okay? So this is why you have to make your time's worth. Focus on finding your true fans, Okay. And like I said, you have to start somewhere, and there's levels to this. You're going to start to find one true fan, 10, 100, and then 1,000. Okay. That are going to start to spend 5, 10, 50, 100. Then you get to the 1,000, because there's levels to this. It's not going to happen overnight. But if that becomes a focus and you're clear on that, you know the math, you're just going to focus on one course until successful. And this is where it's at for me. So with that said, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. And hopefully that was of value. And these are some of the things that you should know about the music industry as you are moving forward. And of course, it's going to be for the musician that is on here. Boom. There it is.
That was awesome, Billy. Thank you so much. That, like, talk about value drop after value drop after value drop. That was amazing.
I made sure that I came through with that heat. You know what I mean?
Awesome.
Boom.
Perfect. So, do you have time for like a couple questions from the audience here from our
Questions? I'm gonna have 5 minutes before I get going. So yeah,
Okay.
let's get it. Let's
All
get it.
right. So we have 5 minutes. So, introduce yourself and ask your question. All right, Candace Rayford, we're going to start with you.
Go ahead.
Hi, Billy. Thank you for being here. And it's not more of a question, but I did take your advice from your podcast, from
awesome.
the music, and as far as like upping the compressors and really just changing the mix in my audio. For some
Right,
reason,
right.
when I did the raw recording, it was just flat. And I just wanted to say that your tips and your coaching from that day, it's solid. So guys, pay attention to everything that he says, because it's legit. Like when you really step into your craft and you just let the coaches work with you, you will see the results. So thank
Trust
you.
the process. Trust the process.
There you go. Hey, Alyssa, how you doing, Alicia?
Good.
Great to
How
see
are
you.
you?
by the way.
Nice to see
You're
you.
doing awesome. Oh,
I'm just
okay,
saying,
great.
trust the
Thank you,
process.
Candace.
You're awesome.
For sure, definitely awesome, Candace. Wow, I didn't expect that one, but great, awesome. I'm glad that I was able to put you in the right direction for that. So great.
Let's see here. Joe from Florida has a question.
Go ahead, Joe.
Hey everybody. Hi Billy. Thank you so much for just sharing all your information with us. So I had a question about, like you said earlier, with social media, just being able to post like your process and whatnot. I just feel like I've been kind of writing here and there, just coming up with little freestyles and stuff like that. But I'm wondering if I guess I had a fear of other people trying to steal my work potentially, or things like that. Would that still be a good idea to like post just a snippet of me working on whatever, or what's your advice on that?
You definitely want to take that mindset out of your mind, because if somebody steals some of your work, it gives you an opportunity. You know what I mean? So until you get to that point where you have something that's so valuable that somebody went ahead and they try to steal it from you, anything like that, as long as you're the one that created it, you recorded it, you automatically have copyright, you know, to that content, to that piece of music or that piece of, you know, work that you wrote, right? So there's nothing wrong with you putting it out there as a snippet, right? And even if you were to share the whole thing, you know, a lot of times, a lot of musicians say, I'm not going to put anything out there unless it's copywritten. Well, you're kind of limiting yourself, right? Because
Okay.
if somebody goes to steal it, well, it becomes an opportunity for you. And, you know, somebody can't take work that's yours away from you. And some paid huge money because they did something that wasn't right. So
Right.
I wouldn't
Okay.
think about it that way. And I would suggest that you do document your process and share your story, share, you know, things that are happening behind the scenes. I'm not saying to go and share everything, but, you know,
Yeah.
as you said,
Okay.
as a snippet of some of the stuff and getting people involved in the process, I think that has value right there for people to follow you in your journey.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. That's the question I had. Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Hopefully I answered your question.
Awesome. Well, Billy, I want to be aware of your time and aware of everyone else's time here. So thank you so much for dropping such tremendous value over the last hour. And this is what I want all of
But
you
that was
guys
the
to
last
do.
hour. So that was the last hour.
I know that was so fast. It was like
Wow.
it just went
Okay,
so
that was a
quickly.
cherry. That was a cherry on top. Then I'll take that.
It was amazing. Awesome. So guys, in the comments, let us know what was your biggest takeaway from what you learned from Billy. And Billy, again, thank you so much for being here. That was
You're
amazing.
welcome,
Every
man.
time I have the opportunity to spend any time with you, whether virtually or in person, I always leave a richer person, and I know everyone else does as well. So thank you for sharing your expertise, your knowledge, and I can't wait to get to see you in person again soon.
Right. I know it's gonna happen very soon, and I'm looking forward to it as well. So thank you so much to both of you, you and Alicia, and Michael, of course.
He's
It's
here. He's
always
in the
an honor.
background. Happy holidays to you, Billy. Any big
I
Christmas
appreciate
plans?
it. Yeah, so I'm gonna be going away with the whole family in the new year. So Christmas, the family's gonna be local,
good.
and then we're gonna be going away in Mexico for the new year.
Oh,
so
wow.
Very nice.
Enjoy
Great.
the time.
Great,
So,
great,
yeah.
great.
What about you guys?
We said hello.
Thank you. What about you guys? What any big plans?
Where are we not traveling to? We'll be in Vegas all next week. And then I'm taking the family on a cruise for New Year's Eve. So we're real excited about that. I've been traveling so much lately. It's nice just to kind of like reset and just, be
Yeah.
with your loved ones, especially during the holidays.
Definitely. And yours is growing super fast, just like mine.
Oh my, he's 2 and he's a little tyrant. You should see, sometimes he comes here to the studio and he bosses Danita and Mike around.
Oh
He's
my
like
God.
pretty bossy. I don't know where he gets it from, but he's a lot.
Well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, so hey.
This is true. He's been on plenty of Tony Robbins events, ClickFunnels, Dan Henry, our events,
Every boot camp.
every boot
He's
camp.
soaking in, and he's soaking in, and then he's going.
And he's been
he's
traveling
soaking in.
everywhere. He's been on set already. He booked his first modeling job, guys. 30
Wow,
minutes of work. He got
congrats.
paid $900. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff. So,
Amazing.
yeah.
Great.
All right.
Great to hear.
I love you.
Well, thank you so much.
Love you too, and we'll talk very soon. Have
Talk
a
to you
great day,
soon.
everyone.
Bye.
Deneen, you can share where they can find me online, all that good stuff after, if it's good timing, and then we'll figure
Yeah.
everything else after that. So
Yep, I'll
have a
share.
great
If you guys
day.
want to
God
know,
bless.
I'll share his social media channel as soon as we are, as soon as I introduce the next guest. I'll share it in the Facebook community. Okay, guys. Awesome. Billy, thank you so much. Happy holidays. Awesome. Oh my gosh. How amazing was that? See,
He's
we're
the
covering all the
nicest
bases
guy.
here. What?
He is so sweet. He is literally like one of the nicest people in the whole wide world.
When I met him in Orlando last year, I was like, I knew him, but I was a little bit like, you're really Billy Big Shot Beats. And he was like, yeah. And I was
First
like, oh
time,
my
long
gosh.
time. Yeah. But he's like
Awesome.
a warm, welcoming hug.
He
he's
is.
just-
He's
He'd
pretty
be a good life
amazing.
coach. He's like super like zen.
Yeah, no matter what. He's like, yeah, don't worry, I got you. I'm like, oh, okay.
You know what? I meant to ask everybody on this call, how many of you guys craved lasagna after last night's call?
I know I did. I wound up having gnocchi instead of lasagna, but maybe tonight will be lasagna night.
No carb left behind.
The holidays. Awesome.
Hashtag holidays.
All right, guys. So this is what we're going to do. We are going the first thing I want you guys to do is, I know that we've been sitting now for about 2 hours. So everyone please stand to your feet. I just want to stretch it out a little bit for our next guest. I want you to bring her some tremendous energy. Just stretch it out a little bit. In a little while, we'll do some exercise. Just stretch a little bit. All right. Also, grab your water and hydrate as well. Oh, and I want to thank you guys. Thank you so much for helping me drink so much water yesterday. I drank like almost a gallon of water with you guys. Okay, now that we're hydrated and we've been moving around, you can take a seat and allow me to introduce our next guest. Okay, so she is a speaker, author, CEO, and founder of Cortex Executive Performance Coach, Inc., doing business as Diamond Heart Life Strategies. She is located in San Diego, California. She worked for many years in corporate America and the federal government in human resources and employee assistance programs to help hone her skills in human behavior. Over the past 15 years in private practice, she has created an innovative blend of psychotherapy, spirituality, executive and relationship coaching to help clients reach breakthroughs in emotional healing, to level up to own the success and prosperity they desire and deserve. Her specialty is in assisting entertainers, entrepreneurs, speakers, and executives to stop holding themselves back due to the internal dialogue of fear, anxiety, and self-doubt from the past. Her research on this topic has revealed that over 75% of the population generally felt bad about themselves every day, causing them to feel like an imposter, incompetent, or unworthy of pursuing and achieving their goals. Low self-esteem is an inherited thinking disorder that often leads to self-sabotaging behaviors because generally people feel so bad about themselves. By teaching them how to rewrite their current mind and money stories, Deborah helps them raise their vibrations so they can claim their wealth and success identity. If you are ready to claim your success identity, type success in the comments. Type success in the comments. And please join me in welcoming to the stage Deborah Ann Cruz.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here, Deneen. And
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have you.
Wow, all you beautiful souls here today, you are all blessed. You are all capable and worthy of making your dreams come true. And I've been working at this business a long time, and it took me a long time to believe in myself. I grew up youngest of 7 children and had all my siblings' voices in my head and just couldn't realize my own dreams. And, you know, when we're children, we all have dreams of, you know, being what we want to be. And then, you know, life happens. And stuff happens, and all the types of challenges we go through kind of covers up who we are, who we want to be. And it's been my focus to help people like you to uncover those dreams and goals and wishes, just so you can hear yourself and be true to yourself. Where's Deneen?
I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Deborah, we're really excited to have you today. So I know your area of expertise is self-esteem and helping people raise their self-esteem. And yesterday, it was funny when I was reading your intro. Yesterday, we went through an exercise where we started reprogramming our brains. So we were instead of saying, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm ugly, I'm this, I'm that, we were reprogrammed to, and a lot of people did this challenge where they actually said their goal and then they said all the reasons they could accomplish their goal. So can you talk a little bit about self-talk and like how important that is?
Yeah, it's vitally important what you're telling yourself now, today, but that voice and those messages come from somewhere. And usually it's some type of childhood trauma or growing up in a dysfunctional family. And I've been working to help clients dig deep to find out where that voice came from, what's the origin of it. And then we go through a process of rewriting those messages, because when you think about things, or when those voices from the past are infiltrating your life today, it means that you're living on a different timeline. You're living on an older timeline. So I've been helping my clients bring themselves up to their current timeline, and then we plan strategies to help them move forward. So it's not necessary to, I shouldn't say this, but it's not necessary to be in therapy for 10 years. You know, it's if you're willing to really put in the work and really focus on healing yourself and releasing emotional debt. A lot of us are carrying around a lot of emotional debt that doesn't even belong to us. So it's a process, and it's just going through listening to yourself, learning to turn your ear inward to hear what you're telling yourself. And I know you've all heard of journaling or writing in your diary. It's so important to do that because the energy that's attached to old thoughts, to trauma, to challenges, when you write it down, it releases that energy. It clears space within your heart and within your head. It clears a whole lot of area for you to put some of these dreams that you're all here for, to put some of those into place. You can't put them into place if you got old stuff, because the old stuff will come up when you least expect it. It never goes away, but it can be managed better. You know, we all have control over our emotions. And we're taught in this country a terrible thing that emotions and feelings don't matter. And that's the farthest thing from the truth, because emotions and feelings are our internal GPS. They tell us something, they warn us, they guide us, and they let us know where we should be and where we shouldn't be. I pay a lot of attention to negative energy. I'm a heart attack survivor. When I'm around something that's negative to me, I feel like I'm going to have another heart attack. So I know that's a sign for me to get away from it, you know, or turn the TV off, or even have family members sometimes who I don't want to hear. And I just hang the phone up. And so it's really a matter of self-preservation. But first is paying attention to your thoughts and your feelings. We all have a thought blueprint, I call it. You have to know how emotions, when things happen to you, whether or not it's going to cause anxiety. And a lot of people in this, we're all suffering from anxiety, especially with the COVID pandemic. But the definition of anxiety is that your brain is thinking ahead. It's thinking out farther than your present. And I always tell my clients, there's a little theory you heard, maybe many of you have heard of mindfulness therapy. Mindfulness, the easiest definition for me, I call it stirring the pot. When your mind is racing, just remember when you're cooking something and you can't walk away from it because it's going to burn or spill over, bring your mind and your thoughts back to your present. See what you're wearing, see where you're sitting, stir the pot, bring those thoughts back and see if you feel better. Don't allow your thoughts to make your behavior go wiggy, because somebody's going to think, oh, you know, she can't control her thoughts, or he can't control his thoughts, especially at work situations, you know. And that's a lot of times when, you know, I have employees who will get written up, but it's something because their behavior or their thoughts, we're just taking them taking them away from where they were. And it's really kind of, it seems like it's hard to do, but it's really not if you really practice it, and it takes practice.
Well, can you give us a couple of tips? Because everyone on here is an aspiring actor, model, or musician. And let's be honest, there are times where you're in a situation and there's that person that triggers you, or that you just can't, they have that negative energy, but you can't just hang up the phone because you're on set with them or whatever. So can you give us a couple tips or a couple tips on, like, how do you deal with that? Like, if you could literally, you're in a situation where you can't pull yourself away. Like, can you give us a couple mechanisms that we can implement today so that we can have a better today and tomorrow?
Yes. Last month, I saw 140 clients. I see all my clients virtually like this, but there are times when I can tell, you have to read the person's energy. Sometimes you can tell when somebody's in a bad mood, or you just sense it. That's what I mean by pay attention to your feelings, because you will pick up that energy from that person or on set. And that's when you have to take a deep breath, and you have to ask yourself, if you feel it, you have to ask yourself, is this coming from me, or is it coming from somewhere else? And if you know how you feel, if you know what your balance is, what your equilibrium is for your emotions, and how you feel when you're having a good day, and you want to have that persona when you're on set, just take a deep breath, take a minute, and bring yourself back to center. You bring yourself back to center, because really it's not allowing that person or that other energy to take you off point, because you're there for a job. You're there to make your dreams come true. And you shouldn't allow anybody or anything to take you off point.
Well, how do you bring yourself back to center? Because I'm a very emotional person, and there's sometimes I'm like, oh, I can't control it. So like, can you give me like I could take a deep breath, but can you give me like one thing I could do? Like when Tony Robbins has something where if you're having a bad day, like he did this whole exercise where now whenever I snap my fingers, I'm in I've literally every time I snap my fingers, I chuckle because of this. So can you kind of give us like how do you bring yourself back to center? Like how do you like stop yourself and then just bring yourself back to center? Do you have pointers on that?
To me, the most important thing is to stop talking. Take a minute, stop talking, because you won't be able to feel your vibration within your own body. That's when if you keep talking, you're putting out your energy. Bring it back in. Be quiet. Even take a minute. If you're on set, you just ask, can I have a minute? And just refocus. And you'll know when your heart stops beating in a negative way that you're back in sync. Okay, and I can do this. And just go back out there and get your job done. You all know what you want to do. You all know how you want to do it. You've practiced. You wanted to do this for years. And when you get your spot, don't let anybody's anything's negative energy take you off point, because you don't get that time back. That's the main thing. You don't get that time back.
Yeah, time is your only non-renewable resource. I love that.
Can I give an example? Can I give an example?
Please
do.
Yeah.
I said I'm a heart attack survivor. Heart disease runs in my family. There was one time I had an office in DC. I used to live in Washington, DC. I had an office on K Street. I was stuck. I was in an Uber trying to get to my client. Had like 10 minutes. Stuck in rush hour traffic. And I said, let me get out. I'll walk. It's like 2 or 3 blocks. I got out, had my pretty little dress on, and I started walking fast. It was rush hour traffic. And I started feeling that pressure in my chest. And I had to stop right then and there. And I immediately realized all those things I would have thought before. Okay, who's looking at me? I'm standing here. Who's looking at me, or what would they be saying about me? None of that mattered, because I felt like I was having a heart attack, my pressure. But I heard my consciousness tell me, Deborah, stop it. Stop it. Your client will be there. Take a deep breath, text your client, tell her you'll be there. And I did that. She said, fine, I'm just sitting here looking at magazines. But I felt that pressure leave. It lifted off my chest. And I thought it was such a huge lesson for me, because I said, that's how easy it is. That's how simple it is to change your thoughts so that your body can maneuver and do what you have to do. And I always tell my clients, and I will advise you, all lovely souls here today, don't have a heart attack moment. Don't let your mind, your thoughts go out there to the point where you're going to feel like you're having an anxiety attack, or you have to go and just curl up in bed. It's not really necessary. It can be remedied right then and there. Make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. If that makes sense, type makes sense in the comments. If what you said makes sense, type makes sense in the comments. Yeah, the mind is so powerful. That's something I've learned too, because growing up, I was always taught, oh, you're just so emotional.
Yes.
Like my mom literally spoke that over my life over and over and over again. You're emotionally, you're like, and then all of a sudden, when I learned that I can control my thoughts and control my emotions, it was revolutionary for me.
Mm-hmm.
And something else that I think a lot of people grew up with too is that sense of, I'm not good enough, or I'm not pretty enough, or I'm not whatever. So can you talk a little bit about self-esteem? Like I'll use myself as an example.
Mm-hmm.
So I always, I'll never forget, I was a senior in high school. My great aunt said to me, you're lucky you're smart. I was like, ouch.
Mm-hmm.
So can you talk a little bit about how do you deprogram those things you were told that weren't true?
Sure. I have can I tell you another little story? I'd moved to Washington, D.C. and, like they say, get your education, go to college. Some people get married, have kids, that kind of thing. I didn't want to do that part. I didn't want to get married, didn't want to have kids. I wanted to travel. I knew I wanted to go all over the world. And I got my good job in DC, had a beautiful apartment. But one morning I was walking across the street to go to my bus stop, and one of my neighbors hit me with her car. And as she threw me off the hood of her car onto the other side of the street, and I was on the ground, and I realized, okay, no bones are broken. And I can hear people talking, but I heard this voice say to me, "Are you going to listen to me now?" And I knew exactly what that meant, because since 8th grade, I'd been told I was supposed to be a counselor, a therapist, or a leader of some type, but I didn't believe in myself. I didn't even know that there was a concept of believing in myself. And I just knew that I had been living my life for other people. Even my siblings, them telling me I should do this or do that. I couldn't hear myself. But when I heard that voice, and I had to have 4 back surgeries from that accident. But I had to, I immediately enrolled in graduate school because I didn't think I was smart enough for graduate work. I enrolled in graduate school. It took me 8 years to get my license in between the surgeries, and then I had heart attacks. And I really didn't think I was going to live. But, all through all that healing and everything. And one thing I didn't want was negativity around me. There was one of my friends came from church, came to visit me when I was in the hospital. She was going to call everybody from the church to come and visit me. And I said, "Don't you dare. Don't you dare." I said, because this is my time with God. This is my time to get my further assignment, because he spared my life. He or she spared my life. And I know I had a calling. I know that was a spiritual calling for me to do what you guys are doing. And by the way, I had the dream of being an actress too when I was a kid. That's what I wanted to be.
Well,
But
we
I
know
just
people that can help you with that in case you need us to connect you.
I know. That's why I'm here. But that taught me, it's like we all have a purpose. I think we're all born with a purpose, and I call it our sweet spot of personal truth. It's like it's seated in our DNA, and it's in our heart. Those are those dreams that we wanted to be, or what we wanted to do when we were children. And that's what can be uncovered. That's what makes you feel like you're depressed, because you all know what your truth is. Bill Walsh says that our stories are too big to be small. Your truth is too big to be small. Your truth, you're all living your truth. You all want to live your truth, and you can live your truth.
I love that. So when at that moment of what did you say, the sweet spot of personal
truth?
I love that. So when you know that sweet spot of personal truth, then it doesn't matter what other people are saying to you, because you're solely focused on attaining that and being that.
Yeah. And sometimes you do have to pull away. My niece lives in 2 buildings away. She hasn't seen me in about 6 weeks. She knows I'm fine. She knows if I need something, I'll call her. But other than that, I'm in here. I'm working with my clients. I'm studying. I'm writing, and those are my projects. Those are my projects I like to work on. If there's a script or something that you guys are doing, that's your baby. Pay attention to it, and especially if it makes you feel good. If there's something that makes you get out of bed in the morning and you don't have any trouble doing it, that's your truth. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's your purpose.
And do you find, since you work with a lot of people, you said you saw so many clients, I don't know how you did that, God
140,
bless you.
yeah.
But when you see someone walking in their personal truth, as you say, do you see a different glow about them, like a different confidence?
Immediately, because I have clients now worldwide. And when I see them and I let them tell me their story, I let them tell me what's going on. And sometimes they're crying, sometimes they're yelling or shouting, and I just sit there and listen to them. And then when I help them to come back to their personal truth, they woosah. Their faces, I read auras too, so their aura is bright. They're calm. And I point that out to them. I said, how you started out this session? And I said, now how do you feel? And they said, I feel great. I feel great. You know, and one of my clients the other day told me, he said, Deborah, never stop doing what you're doing because you help me sort out my emotions. You help me to figure out what's going on at the time. And this is a person I've been working with for 3 years. He's an entertainer. And when he first came to me, he was stuck in a basement in his girlfriend's apartment in a dark, it was just dark. And he was so talented. And I just knew he wasn't where he was supposed to be. And I told him that. Now he's working because he had contacts in LA, but he was afraid. And I almost had to kick him on the plane to get him out there. But he's doing really well. And the other week I was looking for him just to check in. He was in Portugal. And that was one of his dreams he wanted like 3 years ago. And I said, you're right where you wanted to be. And he said, yeah, you told me that. And I said, yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I said, people listen to me. I'm right sometimes.
Well, you know what the thing is, I think sometimes when you're in the muck and the mire of everyday life
Yes.
and that, like, it's literally a battle some days, like with your mental, with your self-talk, like, and if you guys can relate to this, type I can relate, like when you're surrounded by people that don't understand your sweet spot of personal truth. I wrote that down because I love that so much. I'm going to totally coin that phrase, but I'll give you credit every time. But like when you know what your sweet spot of personal truth is, but you're surrounded by parents that are like, well, why don't you just become an accountant or something like that? Or you're surrounded by people that are jealous because they're where they are and they it's not even that they're jealous, but they want you with them because it's that comfort zone.
Yes.
It's almost like you're their whoopee. And
Yeah.
so I love, but sometimes you need someone like yourself or a coach. Like I know I've had a conversation with a lot of our talent. And I'm like, listen, I need you to understand something. I know you think this, but this is the truth. And they're like, and then all of a sudden they like start walking in that truth. And then then all of a sudden you see something happen in them and it's just magical. So, so how do you discover that sweet spot of truth? You only have a couple. I know that's like for some people, it's like a 40-year journey, but how do you find that sweet spot of truth? Because I know a lot of people here are like, oh, I want to do this. How do you start to bring all of these amazing things into focus?
You have to listen to yourself. You have to really listen to yourself. You know, some of those erratic thoughts that float in your head, write those down. Write those down because in somewhere it's what is the direction of what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to be responding. That's what you have to do. Bring it back in, stir the pot, bring your emotions back into your present life. Breathe, take a deep breath. Breath is so important to you. That's the main thing I can tell you. Take a deep breath, bring it back in to you. You don't have to live for anybody else because nobody's going to do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. All those years when I was in the hospital, that kept me in the hospital one time, 38 days. And the main common denominator I realized after all the trauma I'd been through was me. I was the common denominator, me and my thoughts. And I had to realize then that no, I was not going to let anybody else control my thoughts and how I wanted to live my life. Nobody's worth that. Only you and God, you and whatever higher power you believe in. And a lot of us think that what we're doing is our fault. It may be our fault because we're not living our truth. And that's the main thing. Live your truth. It belongs to you, not anybody else. They have their own. Let them live their own. Tell them go live their own. Leave yours alone.
Wow. Say that again for the people in the back. If you're struggling, it may be because you're not living in your truth and that's your fault.
Yes, like do you.
Yeah.
Do you. Nobody else is going to do it for you. You listen to somebody else, you're going to get their stuff. You're going to get all their stuff, and a lot of their stuff has nothing to do with you. We're all individuals. We're born individuals. Even if you're born a twin, that person, your twin has his or her own individuality. You have to find out what yours is and make that your calling and your blessing, because it was given to you for a higher power. All of us were given those gifts to help heal humanity, as little as it's known. Even if you want to be an actor, if you want to be a singer, you're here to heal humanity. It's not on, so it's like I say, you know, when I got hit by that car, I knew that was my calling, and I knew I couldn't waste time. I couldn't waste time, because all those years when I believed I should do what my sister told me to do, to be a lawyer or this or that, and I knew that wasn't gonna happen. That wasn't gonna happen. So now, and it's so easy when you start listening to yourself, you will see how your life flows. That's the test. See how well your life flows, whether or not you can get up in the morning and do what you want to do, because you already know what it is. And you can go to sleep at night, and because you've done your job for the day. You've done your job. The main thing is think far ahead. I give my clients this exercise of tell me what you want to be when you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, as far out as you want. Write that down. What is your deep, I call it the deep dive vision into your future, because I tell you, I want you to be able to look back at this time now and say, I'm right where I wanted to be. I planned it then. I thought about it. I'm right where I wanted to be. Me being in San Diego was right where I wanted to be. And I'm living my best life now. And meeting people like Deneen.
Oh, that's how I feel too.
Yeah.
I'm looking at what everyone's saying here, and everyone is being this has been amazing, Deborah. I wish we had like 4 hours to just pick your brain and ask you
Anytime.
questions. But
I tell you, this is my calling. I don't hold information back. Anything I have, I give it. I pass it out, because this is each one teach one to me. When I started to be a therapist, I was late. I was in my 40s. I don't want to tell y'all my age now, but nobody helped me.
45, guys. So
Nobody helped me. You know, none of the people who I thought were established therapists who helped me build my business, they didn't help me, but I had to learn on my own. And that taught me that I can't keep information. That's why I've learned business. I know how to help clients, you know, strategize and move their life forward and get to where they want. Because if they get there, and I see it like my client who was in Portugal, that's a success for me. I can pat myself on the back and say, I did my job. I did my job well, because this person is happy. My clients are happy. I want all my clients to be happy. Go live your life. And if you need to check in, check in.
that's how we feel at VIP Ignite. That's why when I'm watching a football game and I see one of our talent, I get so excited. And you can ask some of the talent. I've had conversations with them. They've been on set. I'm like, I'm really mad at you right now. And they're like, you're mad because I was on set. I'm like, yeah, I'm mad because you didn't tell me and I didn't have a chance to celebrate you. But I totally get what you're saying. And thank you so much for sharing your heart with us today. It was amazing, Deborah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Blessings to all of you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So in the comments, what was your biggest takeaway from what Deborah just shared? For me, it's that sweet spot of personal truth. You guys are going to hear me say that a lot. I can promise you. Do you, right? Stir the pot. I like that too. Stir the pot. I had a vision of making candy, and when you have to keep stirring it to make it smooth. Yeah. Sweet spot of personal truth. Each one teach one. That's awesome. Everyone has a purpose. Heal humanity, right? As creatives, that's why you're here. You're not here to be famous. You're not here to, you're here to change the world. Okay. And throughout history, it's always been the creatives that came together to make change. Do you guys realize what a responsibility you have for being here? Like literally, it's the creative's responsibility to create change. If you read all of the great literature, that's where the change in society came from. So you literally are the change that you want in society. So it's a pretty big responsibility you guys have. Awesome. All right. So today, let's talk about what we've done today so far. So today we have learned what type of model we are. Today we have learned everything we ever wanted to know about the music industry. Today, oh my gosh, we learned that we all have to walk in our sweet spot of personal truth. So excited about all this stuff. We still have so many amazing things coming up. We're gonna, in a couple of moments, we're gonna learn about how to build a model and actor resume. We're gonna do an exercise that is one of my favorites. I'm gonna walk you through a transformational exercise that I promise you is gonna be one of those moments where you're gonna remember this day for a long time. We still have to hear, we're gonna hear from another man who is in the entertainment industry, who's worked with some of the biggest names. When I was reading his resume, I was like, oh my, why didn't you ever tell me any of this stuff? But he's going to talk to you about just about his journey from being in the music industry. Now he's an entrepreneur and he's doing absolutely amazing things. We're going to learn how to analyze a script so that when you're doing your self-tapes that you learned about yesterday, how can you rise above the competition? We still have Ryan Colby coming back, who is going to be doing Model Garage. And I can't wait for you guys to see him and Alicia interact. That's like going to be priceless. But guys, we have so much more today. And don't forget, also, we're giving away the photo shoot in Orlando. We'll have the opportunity to work with a celebrity hairstylist, makeup artist, photographer. You're going to have the opportunity to audition one-on-one with myself, with Alicia, with Debbie, who's on our team as well. Guys, we have so much more amazing stuff to go. Are you guys having fun yet? Are you learning a lot? Are you feeling the transformation already?
And guys, the only way that you'll be able to audition with us, this is kind of like going on a casting. We're looking for reliable people. We want you to stay on till the very end.
Yep, the very end.
When we say it's a wrap, that's when you're excused.
All right, guys. So are you ready to elevate your success a little bit more? Your success? If you're ready to elevate your success a little bit more and learn how to set yourself above everyone else by creating the perfect actor or model resume, type success in the comments. Types. I love how people are like, she said the word success, we have to type it in the comments. Awesome. All right, guys. So please help me welcome to the stage the one and only Mr. Michael Funkin, the only person who can make resumes exciting.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Let me share my screen. All right, you can see my screen?
We sure can.
Awesome, thank you so much. And thank you, Deneen. You're doing a great job today. Really great event. Really, really great event. All right, so let's get started. I want to keep the show on the road because we got a lot more coming for you guys. All right, so this is how to create an award-winning resume that will get you noticed, make you unstoppable, and book you more work, even if you have tons of experience, even if you've never been hired or booked as a model or an actor. I call this the secret camera method to a winning resume for models and actors. And one of my favorite quotes, it's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared, which means you always want to be prepared. You know, this industry is all about being ready. When an opportunity comes across your way, you need to be ready. You need to be able to take that opportunity because that one opportunity could turn into 2, could turn into 4, can turn into 8. And if you're listening, you know, you're being negative, well, I don't think I can, and so forth, and you lose that one opportunity, your life can go in a completely different direction. So obviously, the goal and overall purpose of a resume is to introduce your qualifications and skills to employers to get yourself hired, right? That's the textbook definition of a resume. But hold on for a moment. There are lots of types of jobs. There are ones you need a great resume for, and then ones, well, maybe not so much, right? So here's an actual real company. This is Poop 911, right? We scoop dog poop. Join our pack. We're always looking for responsible dog lovers to join our team. All you need to succeed is a great attitude, the ability to be on time every time, and the desire to keep our clients and their pets happy. Obviously, for a job like this, as long as you've got a pulse and can show up, you'll get the job, right? Doesn't take any technical know-how, doesn't take any ability, and so forth, right? So the type of resume that you would need for a job like this really doesn't matter, right? It's just a job, okay? Now, on the other hand, here's another example, right? Here's for Google. So this is actually some of the questions they ask you for Google to actually be a intern with them, okay? So one of the questions they ask you is estimate the number of tennis balls that can fit into a plane, okay? Model raindrops falling on a sidewalk. Sidewalk is 1 millimeter and raindrops are 1 centimeter. How could we know when the sidewalk is completely wet? So you can see here, back in 2020, the minimum wage for employment was $7.25. So something like Coop 911, that's where you're going to fall under. You don't need any qualifications. You don't need anything. But something as simple as working as an intern for Google, they're making almost $6,000 per month, $68,000 per year, right? Comes out to $37.43 per hour. So depending upon your resume, depending upon the qualifications you have, is going to determine the type of life that you're going to lead. For so many people, when they're struggling, they're not able to pay their bills. They're trying to live week to week, month to month. It really comes down to, what are your qualifications? What are you qualified to do to make more money? What value do you bring to an organization, right? So, let's talk about, what is your resume up against, right? And just right now, we're going to talk about acting and modeling, but I just want you guys to really kind of understand how the world works. So for a normal job, 250 resumes are sent for a single opening. 75% are rejected by applicant tracking systems. Okay, so that means when you're sending in your resume through Monster, through Hot Jobs, through almost all major organizations, they have artificial intelligence that will scan the words, and they're looking for specific keywords that they may reject your application before it's even being seen. It's the same difference when you're doing modeling or acting. If you don't have an agent or a manager submitting you out, when you get an email, an agency gets an email where they're putting attachments as pictures. Well, first of all, most agencies won't open up attachments because they figure there's a virus there, and that's just company policy. Or you don't know how to correctly word the email, right? The structure, how to send in an email. When you're doing casting, specific castings, there's a structure to writing those emails. So it's the same thing. If you don't know what you're doing in this business, something as simple as an email can automatically get you disqualified for the job just because of the wording, just because you didn't follow directions and so forth. So even for a normal job, out of 250 applicants, only 4 or 6 will be called for an interview, and then 1 person will be offered the job. So think about modeling and acting, the tens of thousands of people who want to be in this industry every day. How do you stand out from those? You have to have the right agent, the right manager who's going to bat for you, who's saying, hey, Lyric, Lyric is an awesome person. We want to get this person on set. We want this person, I know they can do this job. You have to have somebody there who's always batting for you. So obviously we can all agree having a great resume is important to the type of work and life you want to have, right? So I like to call this the secret cabinet method to a winning resume for models and actors. Right? You can see some covers there. There's James Johnson. I talked about him earlier if you guys were on here. So the first thing is having a great photo, right? Having a great headshot, especially for actors. So that's going to be a part of your resume. So here you can see some really great shots. These are really clean. They show a ton of versatility. Your center of focus comes right into the eyes, right into the personality of the person. These are great headshots. And I can tell you, I've seen so many people make the mistake of going out and spending hundreds and thousands of dollars getting some local photographer who doesn't know what they're doing. They may be a nice person. They may be great for weddings or portrait studio, but they're not at the level of expertise that a casting director is looking for. So if you're doing this on your own, these are the types of shots you want to have. Something that shows versatility. It's not about the photos you want. It's about the photos that a casting director wants to see. Okay. So no matter what type of job you're interested in, it's always a good idea to have a resume. If you're interested in acting, then your resume must include a professional actor headshot. Appearance plays an important role in the casting process, and directors must be able to see what each candidate looks like in order to find the best fit for each role. These can leave a lasting impression. Casting directors see a lot of faces, and when they're trying to find actors, even if you do a great job during an audition, it can be difficult for a casting director to remember you at the end of the day. Luckily, actor headshots help casting directors remember their favorite actors, allowing them to cast each role perfectly. You gotta, one of the keys to success in life, especially when you're interacting with others, is to see the world from their viewpoint, right? To really understand, instead of saying, what about me? What value do I bring to them? How do they perceive the world? What is it that they're looking for? And when you can understand that, it makes it so much easier for you to be able to interact with people, to be able to book more jobs, because you can see it from their perspective. So obviously, not only is having the right headshot important to getting the job, but it also helps actors become more camera ready. Actors need to feel comfortable in front of the camera. If they want to succeed in the industry, if you want to enter this industry, it's a good idea to get as much time in front of the camera as possible. And I've been doing this now for close to for close to 2 decades. And, when the more you shoot, the more comfortable you get. And like, you literally see a transformation from when somebody's brand new to when they're their second, third, fourth, or even 10th time on set. They really get a lot more comfortable in front of the camera. And it's really important to have the right styling, the right direction, the right photographer, the right lighting. There's so much that goes into a photo shoot to get it at the level where you can consistently get yourself booked. So here's some examples. This young girl, really pretty girl, spent a lot of money on these photos, and these are really not great photos. Like, these are not photos you would want to send as a first impression. If you kind of notice, when your eyes, probably for the left side, your eyes probably went towards the jacket and towards the necklace, and you didn't really, and then your eyes moved up towards her. Okay. The one on the right, obviously the flowers and the hat catch your eye off of her. The one in the center is not terrible, but it's off-centered. And the jacket, the blue, is a little bit distracting. So even though these are good, decent, they're not extraordinary or phenomenal or great, right? I want you to think about that for a moment, right? Think about the difference when something's great versus extraordinary. Think about the difference when you're boiling water, right? Water boils at a very set temperature. I believe it's 451 degrees is the temperature water boils at. At 450 degrees, which is only 1 degree off, you have warm water. You don't have boiling water. So think about this. This is your career. This is your best foot forward. This is your first impression. You want it to be the best. And there's a science to this. There's a math to this. There's a framework to this. And we know this framework very well. Okay. Again, here's a great middle-aged woman, great look, extraordinary potential, but her headshots from a casting director who may not know her, in comparison to the other ones he's going to receive, these are not going to stand out. Your eyes are distracted by the necklace, the flowers, on the right side, kind of the lumberjack look, again, off-centered. Okay. So this is somebody who spent a lot of money on decent photos, but they're not good. They're definitely not great, and they're definitely not extraordinary. So these things, these little things may be holding you back, and you will never realize it. Casting director is not going to stop and send you back an email, on an audition when there's 300 people there. They're not going to have a discussion with this. They're going to smile, and they're going to say, thank you for dropping these off. If we're interested, we'll be back in touch. That's what they're going to do, right? That's just that they're going to be polite. They're going to be nice about it. They're not going to take the time. That's not their job to instruct you, right? Your agent, your manager, that's the person who's in charge of helping you elevate your career. And I want you to realize it's really important. Here another great comedic, right? Comedic personality. But again, spent a lot of money on these photos, the wrong photos. You can see the one on the left, distracting with the Pippi Longstocking look and the glasses, right? The blue, again, distracting, off-center. Okay, these are not great photos. These are not photos I would send out. These are not photos any of the casting directors I would work with would be interested in. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about a resume. Right. So this is one example of an actor's resume. Right. So let's play the role of a casting director. Right. So let's see. We're looking to fill a role in, and it's for TV and film, and we need an Asian looking girl for playing a new character on a new show on Netflix. It's going to be based upon life in the Midwest, and it's a young Asian girl who moved to the Midwest with her family, and now she needs to fit in, and it's going to be an ongoing series. All right, well, let's see. This we're the casting director. We just got this resume, so we're looking for an actress. Let's see what we got here. All right, so we see her name. Great. All right, EMC, SAG-AFTRA eligible. So that means she's eligible to be in the union, which means she has her waivers. but she hasn't actually joined the union yet, which is fine. There's no rush always to join the union. That's okay. So we can see her height's 5 foot tall. Okay, so she's kind of, she's a little bit height handicapped there, right? That's okay though, right? Definitely, she got a commercial print look. So if we're talking about modeling, she's definitely got a commercial print look. She could definitely do magazines and so forth, but this is for TV and film. So now we see her hair, dark brown, okay, eyes, dark brown, a vocal range. Oh, so she sings. So then we start looking at her resume and we see her tours. Oh, okay, well, she was in Miss Saigon. She was in the ensemble, so she didn't play a lead. She's done some concerts and cruise ships. She was in The Secret Garden. She played one of the characters. Some other ones, she was in chorus swing, means she's a backup singer, means she wasn't a lead. Then she did regional theater, and you can see there she's done some different roles in regional theater. Her training is dance, so she does ballet, tap, musical, Broadway. She does voice, right? So you can do a different voice. Those are the people she trained with for voice. You can see she went to West Barron Studios in college in California. And then she has a BA in drama from the University of California. Other skills, so she does basic baton, twirling, splits, piano, bike riding, roller skating, blood curling scream, right? That's a good one, catches my attention. Big laughter, so she could do big laughter, basic French. So these are all things that make her stand out. So even though she's got a lot of potential, obviously her passion is music, right? So I may put her on that consideration list, but she doesn't jump out quite yet because we're looking specifically for an actress for this particular role. So now here's a little trick. A little trick is when I would be sending in a resume for you guys, if I was working with you, I was representing you, I would customize the resume around the part I'm submitting it for. So I'm going to do everything digital. So we have a multi-million-dollar website we built and a database, and I'm going to customize that around the specific role. I'm going to change up the pictures and so forth, make certain things stand out, right? That's kind of little secret ingredients to the recipe. But what I want you to see here more than anything is the layout of this resume, right? Just to see one example. So let's take a look at some others. Let's also talk a little bit about how to break a resume down, right? So first of all, you want to relate your resume to the role. Ooh, I just said that, right? First, make sure your resume is relevant to the role you're pursuing. For instance, if you want to audition for a TV series role, match your resume to that part by listing your TV acting experience if you have it, and if your skills and training are relevant to that position. Include your contact information, right? Next, format your contact details with your full name, your role, actor, thespian, current acting roles, your current phone number, professional email address. So you should have a professional email address. You shouldn't be bootylicious69@hotmail.com, right? You shouldn't be using a Yahoo email, right? When you use a Yahoo email, what do people think? They think you're a Yahoo, right? You shouldn't be using an AOL email because people think that you're a dinosaur, right? And plus AOL emails, they've gotten so much spam. A lot of times when people trying to email you, it's probably going into your promotions box. So you should definitely have like a professional email, like john.james@gmail.com or something, right? Or even, a little bit more advanced, you wanted to register your own domain. So, you became, Tom Myers, like an example on the right, which I'll get to in a moment. But that's a little bit, it's not something you have to worry about today, but at some point, having your own domain name is, of course, going to be of the highest degree of professionalism. And I can't tell you something as simple as putting your contact information, right? Obviously you would put your agent's information. The great thing is when you have representation as some other agents, so many times talent, when they're brand new, they don't really know who they're talking to, especially the people online. What's great is when you have an agency like us, our Truth Management is our agency. If we represent you, we're your mother agency. If somebody approaches you and they're like, hey, I want to work with you, instead of being skeptical or unsure, you say, great, I love to work with you too. Here's my resume. Here's my agent's information. Here's their email, their phone number. Give them a call. Thank you very much. Goodbye. And that way we can handle everything for you. We can find out what are they looking for? What's the booking? How much are they paying? Are they willing to cover airfare, travel? How long is the job? And so forth. We can get all that information for you. So something as simple as that, just to have that protection point and that sense of security is really great. But if you're doing this on your own, I cannot tell you how many times talent will forget some of this basic information. And there's no way to contact you. I know I was even going through earlier or yesterday, jumped on really quick, and I saw a couple of really great faces on here. And Ryan even noticed somebody he thought had some potential, but they instead of having their name, they were still listed as iPhone. So how are we going to get a hold of them? I have no idea who iPhone was. So even as something as being on that Zoom call, right? Being aware of your surroundings and so forth. Like Adrian right now, I can't see her. She may have a really great look, but she's off camera right now, right? So you got to always make sure that you're available there, that people can see what you look like, always have a bright smile, always be interactive and so forth. So you're always on camera, right? You're always on camera, and your resume is like you being on camera. Include your physical characteristics, right? It's important to include your physical traits, right? Include your height, weight, hair, eye color, clothing size. You know, when you're submitting for TV and film, it's important for casting to know your measurements for wardrobe, right? Imagine I want to book you for a role for HBO and it's a period piece taking place in the 1930s. Well, you're not going to wear your jeans and your Gap shirt on set because that's not going to fit the time period. So they need to know your sizes for wardrobe, because most 99.9% of the time when you're watching a show, each and every character, the clothing they're wearing was hand stitched by wardrobe. It was made exactly for that one person to wear, and only that one person. So it's really important to realize that the time and expense that goes into creating these worlds. Imagine being in a movie like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, right? All those, you know, intricate costumes, all the time that has to go into making sure those fit you perfectly. So knowing your correct measurements is important. For those of you who have the opportunity to work with us, when you come out on set for the first time, we're going to take your measurements. Ryan Colby is going to take out his tape measure. We're going to get the correct measurements and so forth to make sure that when you're set on set, we have the right measurements there. Format your resume, objective or summary. After your basic details comes your resume, objective or summary. If you're starting your acting career, you might opt for a resume objective to highlight the role you're after and how you plan to use your skills on the job. If you have extensive screen experience, you might choose to write a resume summary to showcase your acting history, skills, or awards. List acting roles in reverse chronological order. Very important. I've seen so many actors make this mistake, especially starting out. List your acting experience in reverse chronological order, starting with your most recent or current acting role. Typically, it can be acceptable to include up to 10 years of acting experience, especially if you have a long-standing role in a recurring series. If you're just entering your acting career, you might list the roles you've taken on in community theater as part of your training or any other acting or stage work you have professional experience in. Additionally, your resume should leave out the dates of your past roles, so you can drop the dates. You know, community theater is a great opportunity to get started. Like, there is no reason you should ever be sitting home playing on your phone or on your computer or watching TV. You should be spending those minutes finding local community theater groups, getting yourself out there, you know, reading Shakespeare, reading plays, right? You know, there's so many opportunities. Later on, I'm going to do script analysis with you guys, which is one of my favorite topics. And I'll show you some websites where for free, you can download any script to any TV show or any movie, and you'll really start seeing how these things are put together. You should always be preparing, right? We talked about this earlier. You know, the worst thing to ever do is to not be prepared and have an opportunity come along. Include your education and training. No matter your experience level, you should be inside your education. Include your education and acting training. List the name of your school or university, date you graduated, your degree, any special certifications related to your field. Additionally, if you completed any specialized training like stage or theater training, stunt coordination, professional training, be sure to highlight it within this section. For us, whenever we do our events, we love to call them experiences because we always make them fun. So not only do our town have the opportunity to come on set and meet with casting directors and producers and get professional photography done, but we also will create an environment where they can get certified. Like just recently in Atlanta, we did a certification for stunt work. All our talent had the opportunity to come on set. They got to work with the lead stunt coordinator for The Walking Dead. We rented out a 20,000-foot studio, and we literally did training on stunt work and firearm training. And it was great because this now adds to that resume. This makes that future agent's job that much easier because now they add to it, you know, and any special skill can matter, like being a barista, you know, understanding being a certified swimmer, a lifeguard, like all these things that you're learning in life become a part of that resume. So here you can see another simple acting resume, great one. You can see Tom Myers. He has his own website. There's his phone number, address. You can see he has a BFA in acting. So he went to Juilliard. Okay, Juilliard Drama School is one of the most prestigious acting schools in the year. To go there for 4 years is $250,000. Okay, he's taken improv, right? You can see he's got some film and television credits. So you can see he's very early in his career. He has that Latino look, right? So you can play a wide variety of characters. You can see he qualifies TV, film, commercial, print, right? He can play a doctor, a lawyer, gang member, you know, the brother, the uncle, right? He can play a lot of different characters. And you can also see he does voiceover work. So you can see he did some cartoon shows and so forth. Voiceover works great. And of course, he's fluent in Spanish. He's also conversational in French. He sings, and then he can also do accents, right? You can see now, this is really important. He can do French, Spanish, Italian, Cockney, Australian, and then Northern England. So think about this. When accents, you don't want to ever say, I do a New York accent. You want to say, well, I do Upper East Side, or I do Brooklyn or Staten Island. I do the Bronx. Accents are very, very specific to certain areas. So it's very important to understand, if you're interested in voiceover and you're able to do accents, to be very specific, because a Brooklyn accent's a lot different than a Staten Island accent, even though they're all within the New York area. So it's just little nuances that people pick up. So again, these are things, you know, we have a coaching program where we work with our talent live every week. So for those of you who are really enjoying this, we really go in depth with this every week live. We bring on celebrity guests. We have cast members from The Sopranos and from the Goldbergs, from some hit TV shows and so forth. So this is something that's really cool that we help out with our talent to make sure that they're best in the business, because our goal is to make sure our talent is the most successful talent in the industry. So here's another classic resume. So you can see this one here, Jane Doe, phone number, email address. Now she has listed her talent agency, her website, and then you can see she did her height, weight, and so forth across. You can see soprano. So you can see here she's done some community theater. She did some work in college. And then you can see her education. She graduated magna cum laude. Vocal training, concerts, recitals she's done, honors, dance training. And then you can see here she does have special skills, New York accent. So right there, okay, well, what part of New York? Upper East Side, Lower East Side, West Side, right? So that's something I would have kind of tweaked out there. She can do a Birmingham accent, which is good, tumbling, right? A piano training, church choir. She was a director. That's important. That shows she has leadership qualities. So she's going to be really great on set. She's got a really pretty look. You know, she can play a young role. So she could probably play from 15 to probably 25, maybe 26, 27. So she could play a wide range of ages and so forth. You know, we talked about this earlier. Age doesn't matter now. You know, there's so many more roles, so many more parts. Obviously, she's also a piano instructor, so she's very heavily in music, but she's really got a great look, commercial, TV, print, and then obviously for film. So, and for models, their resume is going to be what's called comp cards. We utilize digital comp cards. Obviously, it's a digital world we live in. So your traditional comp cards for models, some people will call them Z cards. That's a little bit outdated, but for those of you who may come from the 70s or 80s, you might have heard those words before, so I do cover them. But it's on the front, it's just a headshot, or something that catches the eye, and then the stats. And then on the back is usually 3 or 4 photos. So, you know, somebody like Ryan Colby, you know, you would print these out from, you know, when going on a casting, so you have something to leave. So, and usually the photos are going to try and show versatility, different looks, and so forth. So when you sit down with your agent, your manager, they'll help put this together for you and help pick out the best photos. A lot of times people, you know, the most, you know, when I talk with new people, they always say to me, well, I want an agent. Like, what do you want? Well, I want an agent. I want to get an agent. Okay, well, what agency? Well, I don't know. I just want an agent. So think about this. When we talked about this earlier, like if you ask a better question, you're going to get a better answer. So instead of saying, I want an agent, say, well, how do I become the person an agency wants to work with? Then you need to decide what type of agency you want to work with, right? So one of my good friends is the manager. Well, he's now currently the manager of one, but he was formerly the manager for Hello Management. I actually know the new owner. But Hello Management's a great agency in New York City, but they're very like transgender kind of very like a very specific look. So if you were somebody like we talked about earlier, like Mike Trash, he's that older guy. He could play the creepy neighbor. He can play the uncle, right? he could submit himself to Hello Model Management all day long, but he's not the type of model they're looking for. So you have to understand that every agency is very specific. Now with Truth Management, we represent a wide variety of talent because we handle TV and film and commercial print. But something like Hello, they're very specific. They're dealing with diesel and so forth. Now, if you feel like the girl on the right, on the top right, Ella, that's a transgender model. That's actually, she's a boy, okay? She lives her life as a female, okay? So it's a different look. It's a different thing. You have to know where you fit in. See, on the right side, you have Leslie, right? Leslie's a great success story of ours. She was just recently on set. She's one of my favorite talents to work with, the most pleasant personality, great mom, great wife, absolute darling. She can play a wide variety of roles, right? From being on Sex and the City to different shows on HBO and Netflix. Yeah, so you have to know where you fit in the industry. And later today, we're going to play Model Garage, where Ryan's going to talk about that with you. So you can raise your hand and find out where you fit into the industry. Obviously, like I said, we run our company's called Truth Management. We decided to do this about 2.5 years ago, right? Actually, probably going on 3 years. Right before COVID, we started developing the software, and we worked with major agencies from Ford, Wilhelmina, Click IMG, some of the biggest names in the industry. We work with the founder of Ford Models, the founder of Wilhelmina, the founder. Like, we don't work with the interns. We work with the people who founded the companies. And I always believed in, when I'm talking with leaders, and even the other day being able to sit down with the president and have dinner, the questions I asked were very specific to what is it we can do to move the dial forward. And when I sat down with the agencies, I said, what was lacking in your systems? What can make things easier? When we created our software platform, we wanted to be really transparent with the models. We wanted the models to be able to know what bookings they had, to really be able to swap out their cards, to be able to have an app, and to be all about safety, to really have safety as one of our main key features. We broke down our division, so you can see some examples of our commercial division. We have our high fashion division, and it's really all about full transparency. We even have a calendar system set up, so when our talent know that they can't be booked on a certain day, they can go in and close out those days. Because the last thing I ever want is, you have a wedding and you didn't close out your calendar, you didn't let me know you were getting married, and then a client calls and they're like, well, I want to book this person for a Yo Play ad, and it's $100,000, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm supposed to be getting married that day. I can't do it, right? Or maybe you're in school and you have a test, right? Life comes into play, and especially if you're managing talent on a national and international, basis, these types of systems really come into key. Even down to being able to order an Uber from the app, or making sure that you check in when you're on set, so aware where you're at and being able to see it on a map, knowing that you're always safe. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about that. But, for the talent we represent, they have their own app. They can log into their dashboard, see their bookings, their castings, their contacts, see how the packages are being submitted out. They can utilize this to submit themselves out directly and so forth. So it's something really great. We spent multiple 7 figures on this. It was a huge investment. We're currently in talks with agencies around the country to actually license and utilize our platform. So we have a lot of exciting, announcements. I'm not going to go over today, but there's some big things we're working on 2023. We're really gearing ourselves to be one of the dominant forces in the industry and really setting ourselves up for that high level of success. So now you may be saying to yourself, but Mike, this sounds great. This is, oh my God, I'm learning so much. But I'm brand new. I have no experience. What about me? How do I get started? Well, my unexperienced friend, I got you covered. So don't you worry about that. So depending upon your acting experience, the first thing I want to set you guys free to understand from a mindset perspective is everyone has to start someplace. Every person, Brad Pitt, Julia Roberts, Giselle, whoever it may be, they all started somewhere. Everyone has to be given a chance to get started. Nobody was born on stage. Nobody was born the lead role in a film. Everyone has to start someplace. And there's a process and a framework. Success leaves clues. So depending upon your acting experience, it'd be a good idea to include any special skills you have developed throughout your career and training. Teamwork skills. Actors should have experience working on a team of artists, from producers and directors, production teams, time management skills, Being able to track your time spent in rehearsals during pre-production, preparing for production can be crucial to maintaining an acting role. Interpersonal skills, because actors work with a diverse range of colleagues. The ability to build and maintain professional and personal relationships can be necessary to succeed in the industry. Emotional intelligence, playing a character, can depend upon an actor's ability to empathize with a story. The ability to take on a fictional role, complete with emotions, thoughts, can depend heavily on an actor's emotional intelligence. And of course, special skill sets, right? Choreography work, stunt coordination, musical talents, and other unique skills can sometimes be necessary to take on different character roles. You know, one of our greatest success stories, young actor based out of LA. He's been on numerous movies, probably done close to 30 movies already. But when he first started out, you know, one of his first roles was they needed somebody who could juggle poker chips. And he didn't know how to juggle, you know, kind of when you see poker players kind of juggle the chips around. He didn't know how to do it. He went on YouTube and he kind of saw a little video about it. He started practicing. He bought some poker chips and he kind of learned how to do it good enough. And when he went on the audition, nobody else was able to do it except him, and he got the part. So I want you to think about, like, what are things that make you unique? What are things that are skills that you have that maybe somebody else doesn't have? Maybe you've been to the moon. Maybe you swam with the sharks. Maybe you speak multiple languages, right? What are special skills that if you were in a room and you said that, people are like, whoa, wait a second. That's really interesting, right? What strengths do you have, right? Do you listen attentively? Can you speak candidly, right? Are you the type of person who delivers results? So when you're investing in a movie, a film, a show, you know, even a one-page spread in a magazine can be $100,000 plus budget. What is it that makes you a person of integrity and a strong work ethics, right? You're always willing to learn and be curious. There's so many ways to craft a resume that even without experience, we'll still want that person to give you that opportunity, to give you that shot, right? Because it's your looks may get you in the door, but it's your professionalism, your reliability, and your dedication are going to be 3 keys to success and longevity in this industry, right? Somebody here like Emily, right? We can see here she's a student, University of Arizona. She's got that cute cheerleader look, girl next door. Went to University of Arizona. She worked for the Walt Disney Company. That's great. That's actually a really hard program to get into. Really great, right? Took 8-week course in exploring marketing. Cheerleader, right? Just said she got that cheerleader look. There you go, university cheerleader. But you can see she's been part of rallies. She's leadership recognition. She's a part of the fraternity. She has special skills, blogger, HTML. So she might be great for a smaller production. They might need somebody to help with filming or to fill in other parts, right? You know, it's what makes you unique. What's your special skill? What type of training do you have? You know, a long time ago, and I love telling the story, I had a young girl come in for an audition, and she was a little tiny Asian girl, really cute as a button, really nice. And she had no experience. I said, well, tell me something about yourself. Like, she's like, there's really nothing to tell. And I'm like, okay, well, what do you do for a living? How about that? And she's like, well, I work for the Air Force. I'm like, well, that's pretty interesting. You work for the Air Force. What do you do for the Air Force? She's like, I'm a combat fighter pilot. I'm like, what? You're a combat fighter pilot? And you didn't think that was something special? Like that didn't stand out? And she's like, well, no, it's just my job. So sometimes, like a lot of times, you'll be your own hardest critic, right? You'll be your hardest critic. You have to be able to have that outgoing personality. Say, well, wait a second, I'm a great sewer. I'm excellent at a certain game, or I can solve puzzles. Just something that makes you pop. And you just never know. And then as you start going through this industry and learning and being, especially, you know, if you have the opportunity to work with us, we open up your world to so many new ideas and so many different concepts and so much, you know, advanced training, learning improv and comedy and so forth. Okay. At the end of the day, you remember, you reap whatever you sow. It's going to be the energy that you put into this. You know, we could spend all weekend here training you guys and going through a lot. I wish I could spend, you know, every single day. I could talk about this stuff for 12 hours a day for the next 10 years. I love talking about this. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, it's going to be the energy you put in, right? You can pray all day for a hole, right? Somebody told me this the other day. I was talking with a congressman based out of Virginia, and he said, you know, people could pray for a hole, but God gives you the shovel. Right? So sometimes the answer is right in front of you, right? God gives you the shovel. You can pray for the hole, but you got the shovel. It means you got to dig your own hole, right? And think about this, you know, when starting in the industry, To grow, you must take a step back, right? You must be like a seed in the darkness. Think about how the universe works and how life works. When a seed falls to the ground, it doesn't just sprout, right? A seed actually has to go below the earth in the darkness, and then it actually has to sprout. And in order for it to grow, the roots have to take hold. It actually has to go down into the earth before it can push up through. So just think about, if this is a universal rule and a law of life, then the same thing should be applicable to your career. That sometimes you have to take that step back. It's not meant to be easy, but it's meant to be enjoyable. And sometimes the challenges is what makes it worth it. Putting that time and that effort into learning, because that seed, which is yourself, grows into that tree. That's how you become that actor. That's how you become that model. So my name is Michael Fontkin, and this is how to create an award-winning resume that will get you noticed, make you unstoppable, and book you more work. Motivation is what got you started. Commitment is what keeps you going. And I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen and Alicia for a few moments, and then I will be back because I have some other exciting things to share with you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed this.
How awesome was that? Oh my gosh. I told you he's the only person in the world that can actually make resumes exciting, right? So here, we'll talk about this, but what was your biggest takeaway? Well, you know what? Let's start with your biggest aha moment. What was your biggest aha moment from learning about how to craft your resume? And also I want to know something else too. What is a special skill that you possess that you're going to put on your resume? I'm going to ask you guys to be a little introspective here. So I asked you two questions. That I need a better headshot. Oh, don't worry, Joe. We got you covered. It was intense. Let's see here. I think might have the jailbird look. Okay, you know what? That's very in right now. I watch a lot of Narcos and Power, and you know what? That look is very in. Gymnast. Okay, you're a gymnast, a swimmer, a diver. That's awesome. Don't wear extra jewelry or distracting items. I know it's so tempting to make sure that you wear I usually wear 3 or 4 bracelets, and every time I get my photos done, Ryan's like, take off the bracelets now, and I'm like, but that he's like, I'm like, okay, fine. When Ryan Colby speaks, you listen. Oh, Camille can do accents. Awesome. Sarah can sing, dance, a loud carrying voice, very empathetic, building difficult things. Awesome. Murphy Lund is a teacher for special needs kids. That'll come in very handy while you're working with actors, models, and musicians and being on set, because that empathy that you build is very necessary. Yeah, to list all of your attributes. Okay, so I feel like Mike was just talking about this. Moto G Power 2021. Even if you have the absolute most amazing look in the whole world, we'll never be able to place you because we don't know your name. Change your name there, sir or ma'am. Yeah, so guys, our whole point of this weekend is to help empower you, to help you create more success, how to elevate your success. So how many of you feel like you're there right now? How many of you feel like, you know what, I'm like, we'll use the lasagna reference again. We'll all have lasagna on our wrap-up call, but to build that lasagna, to go with that, do you feel like you're progressing? You reap what you sow. That's true. That's very true. Terry's bringing sexy back. I love this. Awesome. So Alicia, what was your biggest takeaway from what Mike talked about?
You know, Deneen, over the years, I've seen a lot of headshots in my day, and I always love it when people get so excited about their marketing materials. And sometimes you just have to be like, hey, they suck. And sometimes people think that's you being mean, but if you're trying to get into show business, first impressions are everything. And even the special skills, we've actually had people book work with Lifetime because they knew how to juggle poker chips, or somebody knew how to drive stick shift. Even recently, we had somebody book an opportunity because they were a barista at Starbucks and they knew how to foam the milk properly. Now, I've mentioned Starbucks. I should literally like get paid to advertise Starbucks every day. But even be able to froth the mouth. I know when we were in Mexico the other day, Deneen, somebody had done some kind of like cool like espresso.
I almost cried.
milk,
I was so excited.
and she was literally pulling out her phone and taking pictures. I was like, calm down, we're gonna drink that thing. But like I think a lot of people don't realize how special they really are. Even working Zoom, you're special. Like I can't even tell you how many people where Deneen has tried to train, even somebody who like sells screenplays to Disney. This is like, he's like, I'm old, Deneen. I don't do this. Like Zoom is like not my thing. And she had to walk him through like, okay, you're going to go on Wi-Fi. And so I think, even be able to work Zoom is a big thing that, so I know Michael's ready for his next presentation and I'm freaking out over here. I feel like this is like Christmas morning because I love when he goes over this. So I'm really excited. I hope you guys are too, because how are you guys doing? I mean, it's 2:00 on day number 2. This is pretty awesome. How many of you guys feel good? Let me see you feel good. Yeah. Oh, and one thing this again, it's going to make me sound horrible when I say this, but in New York City, for some reason, I don't know why, people always put on their resumes, and don't ever do this, things that they've auditioned for. Don't do that. Unless you book the job, don't put auditions on there. Like that's the silliest thing in the world. So that's another takeaway.
Okay. Well, are you guys ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin again? If you are, say bring back Michael in the comments.
I think we all need to stand up and do a little dance.
Okay, well, you lead the dance there, Alicia.
I'm just shaking it out.
Hold on.
I'm spreading holiday cheer for all to hear. Oh my, remember that night? One night, Deneen, we were in Vegas at a big party and they had this like really cool, like 3D like hologram machine. And we were so tired. We like flew all day. And next thing you know, Deneen and I are doing the robot, like in the middle of like one of the coolest Vegas clubs ever. That's what happens. Bring back Michael. Bring back Michael. Yeah.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes.
All right, let me pull up my screen. Okay. All right, so I know whenever we host these really cool weekends, there's always an excitement about what we're working on next. So I'm going to go over that with you guys. For those of you guys that are brand new, again, we've been doing this for over 16 years. And, at the end of the day, we do a lot of really cool experiences. We've done shoots and worked with our talent in New Orleans, Las Vegas, Atlanta, New York City. We just had one of our largest events ever in Los Angeles. We had 35 of the most powerful people in the industry. It was the most incredible 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. We rented a multi-million-dollar mansion in the Hollywood Hills. It was just absolutely breathtaking. Every part of that event, the breakthroughs, the success stories are still coming in. People are getting signed left and right. And it's the weirdest business to be in, that your clients you work with, to see them leave you, right? People want clients to be with them for years and years and years. And for us, our success is seeing our talents grow and being able to fly away and being able to live these incredible lives. And that's what we're really about. And, I know yesterday was a hard day for some people. We talked about finding your why, and I know it was hard for a lot of you guys. I heard about, some of the breakthroughs and the tears and so forth. I'm not going to revisit that, but it was important to kind of separate the people yesterday early, to find the people who had a strong why, whether it was your family, your children, something you support. And I want you guys to realize, when you're going to be in this industry, you're going to have influence. You're going to have an amount of power. People are going to look up to you, and they're going to value your opinion on things, whether it may be on the clothing you choose to wear, the brands you represent, right? The life that you choose to lead, right? You can have all the money in the world, and all money does is it amplifies who you really are. If you're a good person, it's going to amplify the good in you. If you're a bad person, it's going to amplify the bad. So it's you knowing who you are now, who you really are at your core. And that was so important, the way we structured the event. And after I go over this with you guys, we're going to do a little exercise. Some of you guys have been through this before. It's a very powerful exercise. Janine's going to lead you through it, and it's a transformation. And the person who you are when you began this weekend, the person who you're going to be by Monday is going to be completely different. It's a really beautiful thing, and it's really an honor to be able to see this, especially, you know, this being the last boot camp of the year and moving into 2023, and you know, all the ups and the downs and all the things that we've all been through, to all be here together celebrating is absolutely an honor to be able to do this. But again, finding your why, you'll find your way. You will find your way. And for some of you might not know that why yet, and that's okay, because it'll come. It's going to come through the people you meet, the journey that you lead, and it's all about having momentum, because once you have momentum, you become unstoppable. It's losing that momentum. And right now you're in momentum, and it's important for you to continue that momentum. So with that thought in mind, talk to you about some of my favorite quotes, right? We talked about this earlier, but people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky, guys. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And the path to success is to take massive determined action. It's in the moments of your decisions is when you lead your life, right? It's the moments when you make that decision. I'm gonna say yes, I'm gonna get married. I'm gonna go to this college. I'm gonna accept this job. I'm gonna begin my career as a model and actor. It's in those moments is when your life changes forever. And the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story that you keep telling yourself. You know, throughout the day, I was reading the comments, and I've seen some of the most beautiful, positive comments. I see the momentum. I see the energy that you guys are all living and sharing. And it's that story, right? When you tell yourself that story that you can do this, it's true. It becomes true. If you tell yourself a story that you can't, okay, I have no money, I can't figure this out, then that's the life you're going to lead, okay? Because I can tell you one thing, you know, people all the time, you know, will say, you know, worry about money and success. Success isn't about money. Money is the result of you being successful, right? It shouldn't be your goal. And when you think about what's the most valuable asset that you have in life, it's time, right? You can always make more money, right? You can always get another job, right? Think about it as an actor. You get a role for 6 months on a series. You're making $65,000 an episode. You shoot 20 episodes. It's over $1 million. But now it's what's the next job? What's the next thing that you're going to do? But time can't be replaced. You can always replace money. You can always get another job. You always figure things out. But time, every person in this world has the same 24 hours, the same 7 days, the same 365 days. Once that time is gone, you can't ever get it back. And whether you're young or you're old, we all have that same 24 hours. So always realize that time is the most valuable asset that you have. And the story that you tell yourself, right? You tell yourself, I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to figure these things out. And that's what this weekend is really all about for you guys to have those types of breakthroughs. And the most important thing is to find your tribe, love them hard. You know, for so many people I've seen break into this industry, the one thing that holds them back is their family, their friends, people telling them they can't do this. People are, my mom doesn't believe in me, my husband doesn't believe in me, my this one, my that one. Who cares? Who cares what their thoughts are? This is what I want you to tell them. Say to them, are you living your best life? Well, yeah, right? They're living their best life. Every decision they made led them up to being where they are in life. Nobody stopped them. Nobody held them back. Nobody told them they couldn't do it. Why should they give you that type of advice? Your friends are the ones who are there for you when you're down, right? There are going to be people who are going to tell you, you can't do this. You're going to fail. They're going to laugh at you. And in a year from now, 2 years from now, you're going to be in a major motion picture. And guess what? They're going to call you up and say, I knew you could do it. I believed in you the whole time. You'd be like, no, you didn't. You told me not to do this. So always remember who you choose to be in that circle. Remember the people who believed in you when you were here struggling, because those are going to be the people who are going to be your biggest supporters when you become successful. The people who didn't believe in you now, they're going to be no different. They're going to show the other side, and yeah, they're going to cheer for you then, but you need the people that are here for you now. And right now you're in a group. You know, later on today, you're going to learn a little bit about the Fearless Rebels, and some of you guys might have got to meet some of them. I know a lot of them are on this call, but our team and our talent all support each other. When they're going to events, they become the people you meet our events, become people who will become a part of your life, and friendships you will develop for decades of your life. I've been doing this for 16 years, and I've seen talent now that have been friends since day one that become a part of this industry. So this is the most important thing, is you need to find people who support you and who believe in you. And it doesn't mean you leave your friends and your family behind, but what you got to do is learn to separate them, right? Just God gave you two hands, gave you two eyes, right, to see the world with. He gave you two ears to listen with. He gave you only one mouth to speak with, but he gave you two hands. And in those two hands, you want to see, you keep one with the people you work with, the people that you're on set with, the people that you're shooting with, the people that are part of that tribe. And on the other hand, you keep your friends and your family, and you can keep them separate, right? You don't have to put them together. When your friends and family that don't believe in you ask you how things went, they went great. I'm moving along. I'm living my dream. I'm going to get there. You give them a positive answer and you leave it at that, right? How was your day, right? So there's no reason to create an argument. That's fine. They don't believe, great. I'm living my best life. But you find your tribe here, because those are the ones that are going to support you always. Because at this company, we're family, right? We have what's called our inner circle. They're our highest level of talent. We do some amazing things with them, right? We go backstage on Broadway. We went to see the Phantom of the Opera. Most people go just to see the Phantom of the Opera. At the end of the show, they clap, they leave. We went backstage and hung out with the Phantom himself, right? Who's actually one of our coaches and actually trains our talent on theater. He was actually texting us from the stage because the Phantom's always moving around. We're sitting in the audience texting with him, right? Going backstage at Fashion Week, taking private tours of Warner Brothers, renting a mega yacht in Miami, right? Just doing all these incredible things. Our talent, later in early 2023, going to have the chance to perform live in New York City on stage, doing a performance. We did something like that last year. They did an improv performance. What's great about it's not only the experience, but now that becomes a part of your resume. So for those of you who have the opportunity to not only work with us, there'll be some of you who will rise up and become a part of our inner circle, and you will surround yourself with some of the best people and some of the best experiences in the world, because life is meant to be 80% fun and 20% work. Okay. And that's what our inner circle is about, is really having that family, being able to travel the world and do some amazing, exciting things that only others dream about doing. We go out there and do. We have trips planned to Paris, to Puerto Rico, to Paris, being able to do some incredible things, all involved in the entertainment industry, all about elevating our talent success, because that's what we're all about. We're about making our talent to be the most successful talent they can be. So our next big adventure is going to be Orlando, Florida. It's going to be May 2023. So I know a lot of people have been texting Deneen and Allie, where are we going next? How do I get involved? So I just kind of want to go over this with you guys really quickly. Orlando's a hot spot right now. It's right outside of Atlanta. A lot of the big corporations, because of the pandemic, moved and relocated their studios there. There's a ton of filming there. We're actually going to be flying in some of our biggest LA, Hollywood, New York, and Atlanta agents. So we're literally going to be bringing a cross-cultural smorgasbord, right, for lack of a better word, of our top agents to all meet with our talent in Orlando, which is going to be absolutely phenomenal, because now you're going to get to have all the best of all of our events all in one central location. And we're going to be doing some great photos down there and getting the right photos done the right way, very stylized, very specific. You'll have the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby himself, handling everything from picking out your clothing to your makeup to your styling. You're going to be, and something just so for those of you not familiar with our photo shoot, you don't just show up at these things. These are months in advance of training and preparation and really understanding the industry and working very closely with some of our top people to prepare you for those days in Orlando. So again, you can see here some little background shots of this recent shoot in Miami. And Ryan himself personally handles everything. He choreographs and handles the entire shoot. It's literally like putting together a Broadway show. I know some of you may have worked with some other companies. You're in and you're out. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. This is in a project, because this is what sets us apart. This is what makes us great and what makes you great. Whenever we do these shoots, we rent out $1 million studios. We only work with the best photographers. We get the best makeup artists, the best photographers. And it's really important, the reason why we do that. It's not only just about getting the quality, right? Because I learned a long time ago, I've wasted millions of dollars surrounding myself with the wrong people early on in my career. And then I discovered something so simple. If I want to do something, I'm going to hire the best. If I'm going to build a website, I'm going to find out who the best person in the world is at building websites. And that's the person I'm going to hire, because time to me is more valuable. Getting things done right the first time is better than getting things wrong 10 times before figuring it out. So in working with a celebrity photographer and a makeup artist, it gives you instantaneous credibility. So when building your resume and you're able to go on set, Ryan is really a master at this. Like we will most likely have one of the top photographers shot over 23 covers of Vogue magazine in Orlando, as long as the schedule allows. But if not, we will have the best of the best of the best. We always do. But the people that we work with are people you couldn't hire. Like to give you an example, the individual I'm speaking about, his billing starts at $100,000 a day. You have to go through his agent. And he's only working with some of the biggest photographers in the world, biggest magazines in the world. But here's the backstory, and just to kind of show you the importance about the seeds that you plant, right? We talked earlier about the seeds that you plant. They have to go down into the earth, but you reap what you sow. And I'm going to give you a story so you guys can understand that meaning to that. Ryan, when he first started his career, 40 plus years ago, he was a former model. He was one of the models for Benetton magazine. He originally wanted to be a ballet dancer. He studied ballet in Paris, and he was scouted when he was 12 years old and became a model for many, many years and traveled around the world. Eventually, he would transition into working in the magazine industry. Eventually, he'd become one of the top agents at IMG. Then, of course, we would partner up with him later in life, and now we're partners with him in not only Truth Management, but in Colby Model Management. But when he was working at Vogue magazine, there was a young photographer there who was working at Vogue, and he was pretty much working in the mailroom. And every time he wanted somebody to see his photos, everybody at Vogue was just like, no, you go back to the mailroom, we're too good for you, right? That 80s attitude. But Ryan wasn't like that. And this person approached Ryan, and he said to him, he said, hey, I know I'm just starting out, but could you just at least take a look at some of these photos? And Ryan said, yeah, of course, because Ryan knew what it was like to be that person, right? We understand what it's like to be there. So many of our talents, so many of the people that you'll have the opportunity to meet with, I'm going to say, I was on a call just like you a year ago. I know what it's like. And Ryan understood what it was like to break into the business, to transition into the industry. And he took a look at those photos and he brought them to the editor of Vogue. And literally a week later, that person was hired. That person would rise up and become one of the top photographers in the world, who's literally untouchable, $100,000 a day. But when Ryan called them and said, hey, we have some new talent we're working with, we're going to be shooting in Miami, we're going to be shooting in Orlando, could you come out and shoot? He said yes, because of a relationship that was built 25 years ago. And I want you to understand the value of that, the value of the people that you'll meet. It goes, the company, ourselves, we've been, 2 decades of building some of these top relationships. And, here's some examples of the work that we do. It's about getting the right photos done, right? And age doesn't matter. It's figuring out who your character is. What are the roles that you can play? Right? Here's again some great examples. You can see from health and fitness to editorial to that comedy commercial look for TV and film. These are all talent we represent. These are all talent we work with. Brandon Fox is right there in the middle. There's Allie Cleveland. She's was on the left side, the older woman. She's also a trans model. So she used to be a high school football coach, transitioned from a man to a woman. Okay. Gorgeous photo. If I didn't tell you that, you would have never have known. Right. So again, it's figuring out the characters, figuring out the roles they can play and so forth. Right. Again, it's about being on set, having fun. We do parties and events. You can see the center picture there. That's a photo from us doing the stunt work training in Atlanta. They did firearm safety training. We want to make sure our talent understand the proper use of firearms on set, how to handle them. They used all prop weapons, okay, for safety, obviously. You can see the bottom right, that was actually an event we did in Phoenix for our inner circle. We flew in one of the top casting agents in the entire planet who sat down. We rented a big mansion out in Phoenix. We just got a big living room and some chairs, and we sat down and we just had a talk. You know, what is it she's looking for? Every person got to talk and to audition. You will not get that kind of personal one-on-one relationship anywhere. This is what sets us apart. The top right, that's Ali on set, behind the scenes, filming our new movie, Target. We just did a premiere for that in Hollywood and New York. Actually, Chris Knopf, who plays Mr. Big on Sex and the City, actually came out to support the movie. We had all kinds of celebrities there. Our talent were there. We have a magazine. We actually have a magazine that's launching internationally. We're partnering up with 2 other magazines so we can have our talent placed internationally. So there's so much we have planned for 2023 and beyond, and it all begins in Orlando. And again, getting the right celebrity photographers, the right makeup artists. You got to realize something, what's really great, especially even working with a high level makeup artist, not only are you going to get the job done right, but then they're going to share their photos to their hundreds of thousands of clients and followers. So now all of a sudden your social media blows up. You know, Ryan's a master at this. You know, there are certain times when you shoot with a certain photographer, you'll go on a casting or audition. They'll be like, wow, I recognize these photos because, you know, photographers have styles. They're like, how did you shoot with this person? Just because you shot with a certain photographer, a client will hire you. Just because you shot, just because of association. It's called proximity. Proximity gives you power. When you shoot with that right photographer, that right makeup artist, now they're exposing you to their decades audience, to their entire career of clients. So it's so important. Everything is meticulously thought about and pre-planned before even arriving on set. Because a picture's worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job, not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are of excellent quality and they grab the attention of the casting director or client. And this is what we do. Each person's treated as an individual. We plan out their careers one-on-one. We get them the right types of photos. You can see here some great examples. Your eyes are drawn right to that person. You can see the versatility. You can see the character in the photos. Because the whole point of this is not to impress your friends. And I'm not trying to impress you right now with my knowledge. I'm trying to impress upon you the importance to be able to grab the casting director's attention, having those right photos, having a powerful statement that when that casting director sees it, this is the person I want to hire, because they will judge these even at the most minute levels. So again, here's some great examples of getting the photos done right. And whether you want to work with us or not, I want you guys to leave here with the knowledge that you will never, ever be taken advantage of or getting the wrong product done the wrong way and wasting hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, which is a shame, but even worse, wasting time, which is irreplaceable. And I know I went over this before, and hopefully now you could kind of see the difference for those of you that were on earlier. You can see now instantaneously. Again, this young lady spent a lot of money on these photos, but you see instantaneously, you can see, yeah, I see why these are wrong. Hair, I don't know who did her hair on the left, but that certainly is not Ryan Colby doing hair, right? That yellow, that's certainly not his styling. The right, she kind of looks like Popeye, but here's the sad, she's a beautiful girl. She could play a lot of different characters, but these photos will get cast to the side because they were done wrong, right? Again, here's another great example, right? Eyes were drawn to the necklace instantaneously, to that blue and that pink, right? The hair not done right, the makeup not done right, the lighting not done right, right? Maybe for a cheap realtor or a cheap car salesperson, this probably would go good on that kind of car. But then people kind of see it, and that's what they think, right? Cheap salesperson, cheap car, cheap realtor, right? This is not done right. This is not done at that professional level. I see the difference, right? You see it, you feel it, right? It's a feeling, right? But this is what you're going to develop. You're going to develop that eye. Your eyes and your mind have already shifted, guys, just so you know. When you leave here this weekend, you're going to see magazines and ads. You're going to look at commercials completely differently. At the end of the day today, when I do script analysis, you're never going to be able to watch a TV show without really understanding how a show is put together. Going to blow your minds with that. Okay, again, cute kid, right? But you can see instantaneously why these photos are done wrong, right? The glasses, distracting, the purple, the stripes, and so forth. Again, he has a great character actress, but again, the hair flat, lifeless, makeup done wrong. I don't know what the bow is going on there, again, with the lumberjack shirt, right? It's just not done right, especially for that first photo, that first impression, when compared to something like this. It's not going to be the same thing. Our job gets you signed. We've done this for 16 plus years, tens and thousands, hundreds of thousands of talent at the highest possible level. So again, this is what you want. This is the quality that casting directors at the highest level expect. And it's simple to do it, but it's a framework. It's working with the right people. And that's the one thing that we have. So again, we get the best of the best. We want to work with the best. This is not something you're going to be able to just raise your hand for. You do have to go through an audition process. But our next big shoot's going to be May 2023. Celebrate, because this can be a life-changing opportunity for everyone here. And this is going to be very limited. I wanted to end the year out. Later on, I'm going to go over something really special with you guys that's going to blow everybody's minds. It's probably something, the best thing I've ever put together. And I want to close the year out with the right opportunity. For those of you who stay on to the very end, trust me on this, it will be worth your while when Ryan Colby comes back on and when I go through everything. But I just wanted to go over this really quickly, just so you guys knew where we were at. I'll go over this more in detail later on, but I know Allie and Deneen and Debbie were driving me crazy with so many people reaching out how to be a part of everything. So I just wanted to kind of give you that idea of where we were at. So let me turn this back over, because now it's time for an exercise you guys are going to do that's going to really transform and change your lives. So thank you so much, guys, and I will be back later on, but we got so much more planned for you guys today.
Oh my gosh. Are you guys excited? How awesome. So I read a comment, every time he starts sharing his screen, I get so excited. I love that. We do too. Yeah, everyone say thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And I love that as we go through that presentation, I love that fact, again, it's that lasagna effect. I love like that we go through like the right headshots and the wrong headshots. And Alicia, what you said too was so powerful earlier about people, we give advice because with over 10,000 success stories and wanting to create 10,000 more success stories, that's why a lot of times we give you the advice and we give you the opportunities.
But be careful what you wish for, guys. Like if you come up to me and say, well, do you like my photos? If we don't like them, we'll say no, and we'll tell you why. Because you asked because you're not getting success. So it's like a doctor. We can't diagnose how to help you unless we know what you're ailing from. Oh shit, it's your photos. They're horrible. Let's do them the right way. Because if a casting director sees them, or an agent, or even if you're, attempting to build a brand, if your photos are not on point, it's saying so much about you before you even open up your mouth. If you agree, type amen. So guys, please don't just go to your friends or family, to a cheap photographer nearby, because you can cut a check for speed. If you want to work with the best and get proven results, you want to work with people that have brand recognition, that work with celebrities, because those are the photos you want, not the ones you want to see.
Yeah.
And it happens a lot, Deneen, where people will come up to me, oh, well, this is my resume, or this is my monologue. I'm a 6-time Tony winner. I'm going to be like, well, no, and I'm going to give you proper criticism, but don't ever tell me that I'm mean, because it happens quite a bit.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So are you ready to do my favorite part of boot camp? This is, the truth does hurt sometimes, but you know what? I was actually just
so does failure.
Yeah.
Failure hurts even more.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a saying, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. And our goal is for you to not always get what you've always gotten. Our goal is to elevate your success. Our goal is to propel you to success by giving you the tools, resources, and connections that you need. And that's why we're so excited to be here with you guys right now. So if you're ready to elevate your success and really visualize your success, type success in the comments. Type success in the comments. Momentum, that's my other word. I haven't used that word. I'll have to use that later. Thank you, Nicole, for reminding me of my favorite word. Awesome. All right, guys. So what I want to do now is help you guys move forward with momentum. One of the ways that I've learned over the years to achieve the goals that I want is to be able to visualize myself where I want to be. How many of you have a clear vision of where you want to be? If you have a clear vision, type vision in the comments. Type vision in the comments. Well, we're going to do an exercise right now that's going to bring it home for you. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to do. I need you guys to be all in on this too. I need like your full attention right now for like the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I promise you, if you're all in for the next 10 to 15 minutes, you're going to love me and hate me. But at the very end, you're going to see a version of yourself that you are going to strive for. Okay. So what I need you guys to do right now is close your eyes. Close your eyes. And what I need you to do is take a deep breath in and let it out. Deep breath in and let it out. Deep breath in. Let it out. One more deep breath in. And let it out. Now, I want you to imagine your life in 5 years. Where do you want to be in 5 years? Are you consistently on set booking roles? Are you consistently on photo shoots, getting paid to be on photo shoots? What does your life look like? And I want you to think about, where do you live? Maybe you live in New York City and you can, what I want you to do is I want you to fully experience where you live. So maybe you're in New York City. I want you to breathe in. I want you to smell the smells around you. Let your breath out. I want you to smell it. I want you to feel the cool air around you. I want you to imagine where you live. Where do you live? In a loft in New York City? Do you live in an apartment? Maybe you live in LA and you live on the beach, or you're on the main stretch of LA, but I want you to really imagine, where do you live right now? Take a walk through where you live. Go into your kitchen. Do you see your kitchen? What does your kitchen look like? Your living room? Your bathroom? Feel the sun on your arms. And who's sitting there with you? Who's sitting next to you? Imagine that person sitting next to you. What does it feel like to be paid to do what you love to do? Imagine yourself, you received that paycheck. You looked at your bank account and you're like, wow, I actually got paid to do that. How awesome does that feel? How proud are you of yourself right now? How do you feel? You're in that sweet spot of personal truth. You're doing that thing that you were born to do. How awesome does that feel? What does it feel like to be on set and to be someone that people know? What does that feel like to you? I want you to feel it. I want you to, if it makes you smile, smile. Smile into it. Like really embody it in every cell in your body. You are an actor. You are a model. People ask for you to be on set. We're like, wow, they're a pleasure to work with. We want them back. What does the security feel like of being paid to do what you love to do? Consistently booking work, having the opportunity just to be on set, that thing that you've dreamed of your whole life. Now, here it is. It's real. How does that feel? I want you to like breathe it in. Let's breathe in how you're feeling right now. Breathe it in and like breathe right into your heart right now. When you breathe in, I want you to breathe all the amazing things you're feeling right into your heart. Ready? Breathe in. And let it out. Breathe it in. And let it out. Come on, breathe in that joy, breathe in that pride, that success that you have. Breathe it in real deep. Ready? Breathe it in. And let it out. One more time, breathe it in. You reached your goal, breathe it in. And let it out. Do you feel that peace, that joy, that accomplishment? How awesome does that feel? Now, I want you to come back right to this moment. It's December 4th, 2020. Keep your eyes closed. It's December 4th, 2022, and you're back here on a Zoom call with me. You haven't gotten paid to act. No one knows your name. You're on a Zoom call. You're hoping that one day this comes true. It isn't real. That wasn't real. How does that feel? How does it feel? And if you're angry, if you're frustrated, if you're just scream it out. Just like whatever you're feeling, speak it out. Like sucks, right? How does it feel? Great. You just lost everything. That doesn't feel great. You just lost everything that you had. How does that feel? I'm angry. It makes me feel angry. How do you feel? You just lost everything. A bummer, frustrating, angry, pissed off. Be honest with your emotions. How do you feel right now? Disappointed, you're a failure. Pissed. Feels like your whole life. That's very upsetting, crappy. You literally just lost everything and that's all you know. Underachiever, sad, suicidal. All right. Hurt at the bottom. You wept. Anger. All right. I want you to sit with that feeling of loss for just another moment. Like you have to learn to walk all over again, disappointed. All right. Now what I want you to do is I want you to We're gonna go a little further in the future. Imagine yourself in 20 years. It's 20 years in the future. Now, you're well known in the industry. You're so well known in the industry that you don't even have to audition anymore. People call you and say, hey, are you available? Where are you living right now? Where are you living? Maybe you've moved to a bigger house. Maybe you do have that loft at the top of New York City. Or you have that big house on the beach in Malibu. Keep your eyes closed. Imagine. Put yourself in the future. Don't stay where we are now. We're going ahead. All right. You've achieved your goals now. Now you've really achieved your goals. Imagine, because of a campaign that you did or a role that you played, imagine you got a letter from a kid. And they're like, you know what? Thank you so much for taking that role. Because when I watched you in that role, I sat down, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna watch one last movie. And then I'm gonna end things because I can't take it anymore. But I saw you in that role. I saw you in that photo. And I knew that if you could do it, I can keep going. Thank you. Imagine receiving that letter, because your work is changing lives. Because you said yes and you went forward with your goals, you're changing the world. Imagine, and I want you to close your eyes and really imagine yourself doing this. Imagine being able to write out a check for $1 million to a charity. And just writing it out. Someone said, hey, just being able to write it out, imagine the impact that you'll have. And for you, it's like nothing. You just write that check. Imagine how many lives can you save? How many people could you feed? Because you said yes, and you're living in your abundance. What does it feel like to be able to not be able to walk down the street without someone knowing your name? How awesome does that feel? I want you to breathe this. I want you to, first of all, put your hands on your heart. Put both hands on your heart and breathe it in. Breathe in. Let it out. Feel your heart beating. Breathe in. Breathe out. Is your heart beating faster? Breathe in. Breathe out. I want you to breathe in every emotion from you achieving every goal. I want you to imagine this. What does it smell like where you are right now? What's the energy like around you? Who's sitting next to you? Is it not just your loved one, but maybe now it's grandchildren, grandpuppies? Who's sitting next to you? What kind of car do you drive? What kind of car are you able to drive now that you're living in abundance? Can you feel the way that it hugs your butt when you sit in it? Can you feel the new cars? Can you smell the new car smell? As you're driving down the highway, can you just feel the wind on your face, your hair blowing in the wind? How awesome does that feel? You're just driving down the road and you saw your face on a billboard for that new movie you did, for that campaign that you shot. You get people calling you all the time. Oh my gosh, I was just driving down the I-5 and I saw you on a billboard. It was awesome. How awesome does that feel? Now, what I want you guys to do is I want you to breathe in this moment. In this moment, I want you to breathe in where you are in 20 years. Ready? Breathe in. Let it out. Breathe in all of the success. Breathe it out. I want you to breathe in every positive feeling that you're having right now, right into the core of your heart. And I want you to feel your heart beating as you do this. Ready? Breathe it in. And let it out. Okay. Breathe it in one more time. Breathe it in as deeply as you can. And let it out. Now I want you to open your eyes. And again, you're back here on Zoom with me. It's December 4th, 2022. And you haven't achieved any of that stuff. No one knows your name. You haven't saved any lives. You're just the person sitting on Zoom. You literally just lost everything. How do you feel now? How do you feel now? Let me know in the comments. How do you feel? You just lost everything. You literally just lost everything that you were hoping for. How do you feel? Disappointed, like crap, disappointed, terrible, devastated, horrible, bummed out, upset, devastated, sad like crap, mad, disappointed, pissed off, devastated, discouraged, not great, not great, failed, duped, pissed off, defeated. It's like the end of the world. It feels like you literally just lost everything. I don't know why anyone's smiling. You literally just lost everything. But this is what I want you to know. This is what I want you to know. What you felt in 20 years again is possible. But do you know how it's possible for you to get there? If you stay here right now in this moment, you're never going to get anywhere. But you know how it's possible? Because you have to take action on yourself and you have to change your identity. If you're aspiring to be an actor, aspiring to be a model, it's never going to happen. You have to take on the identity of who you are. So on a go forward basis, when someone asks you, what are you? I want you to say, I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Okay. I want you to say that with me right now. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I need to see your lips moving. If this isn't what we think, we're saying it out loud because you're speaking it into existence. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Say it, you know what? Say it like you don't give two shits about who's anywhere near you. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Ready? And this is what we're going to do. I'm going to allow you guys to unmute yourselves. And I want you to shout this out with me, okay? I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. And then I want you to freaking celebrate like it's 20 years in the future and you've achieved every freaking thing that you just saw. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Unmute yourselves. I am an actor.
I'm a model.
Celebrate. Are you ready?
Yes.
Celebrate.
I am an actor.
I am a supermodel.
I'm an actor. I'm an
I'm a musician.
I'm a
writer. I'm an author.
I am a model.
I am a musician.
Yeah, you know what? Give me. Celebrate.
I'm on covers of
I
magazines.
want you to celebrate now what is going to come
I am
20
an
years in the
actor. I
future.
am
Are you
a
ready?
musician.
I am an actor. I am a model. I am an actor. I am a musician.
I'm a model. I am an actor. I am on a cover of magazines. I am in a movie.
I am a model. I am a
How do you
musician.
feel now? I want you to know in the comments.
I am a
I'm
model.
acting. I'm a
I am a
model.
Sorry,
musician.
Uncle. I want you guys to let me know in the comments. How do you feel now?
I am an actor.
Now, let me know in the comments. Come on now. How do you feel? Are you ready to do this? Are you excited? You know that it's possible. Everything that you felt, everything that you experienced, everything that you visualized, everything that you felt and that you visualized is possible. You know what? It's all here. Because you know what? If you believe it can be true, it can be true. If you don't believe it can be true, then it will never be true. So this is what I want you guys to do. I want you to celebrate who you are now. Okay? You're not aspiring. If I have a list of all of your names, if any one of you ever says to me again, oh my God, I hope one day I can be like, no. Do you remember on December 4th? You now are an actor. You are a model. You are a musician. Because you know what? The only way to get to that version of yourself in 5 or 20 years is to take on that identity now. Okay? If I want to be successful, I have to visualize myself being successful. And then what I also have to do, and what you have to do, is you have to start doing things that actors do. You have to start doing things that models do. You have to start doing things that musicians do. So if that's who you are, because that's not who you want to be, that's who you are. You have to start taking action now. What would a person who is an actor do right now? What would they be doing, right? I want you we talked about this yesterday. Rachel talked about this yesterday. And a couple of speakers talked about this yesterday. Every decision that you make, is this what an actor would do? Is this what a model would do? Is this what a musician would do? That's your new framework. Got it? Are you guys excited? Am I the only one that's excited? Show me your excited faces. What? That's awesome. All right, guys. Whew. That's my favorite thing that we do. And here's why. The reason that's my favorite thing is because until you take on the identity, Alicia likes to say, don't impersonate B. That's one of her favorite things. Don't impersonate B. And from this day forward, I don't want you impersonating anymore. I want you being. I am statements are so important. And every day I need you to tell yourself, I don't need you to do anything. You need you to tell yourself, I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. You need to speak who you really are. Okay? Are you guys, is anyone else's heart going like, woo? Like I need to do another deep breathing exercise. My heart is pounding. All right, guys. Yeah, we're not impersonating anymore. We're being. Okay. Okay. Are we ready? That's literally my favorite thing I do. And I lose my voice every time. And the neighbors probably think I'm watching the Eagles game, but I'm not cheering for the Eagles game. I'm cheering for World Changers. Who needs those stupid football games anyway? All right, guys. So I am getting ready to introduce our next speaker. But first, I want you guys to like take a sip of water, please. Hydrate yourselves. I should have thought ahead and made some throat coat tea. I'll get that during our next speaker. All right, guys. So that was amazing. And I want you to remember who you are. And at the end of the call, what we'll also do is we'll talk about what it means to be a fearless rebel. And not only are you going to be an actor, a model, and a musician, but you're going to be a fearless rebel by the end of this. I told you, complete life change. Complete life change. But let's see here. So what I'm going to do now is introduce our next speaker to you. He is, hold on, let's see here. I have to find him on, just give me 1 second. Okay, just give me 1 quick second here. Sorry, guys. Alicia, if you can hear the sound of my voice, can you come over to the computer for just a moment? Okay. All right, so.
Hi.
Hi. Can you talk for 2 seconds? Because I have to find our next speaker.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Okay, sorry, guys. Yeah, make sure that you drink. And what I want you to do too is if you, I know, because I know you all have your notebooks right there. What I want you to do is this. I want you to make sure that what you're feeling right now, the emotions that you're feeling, that you are journaling them, like that you're writing them down. And here's why I want you to do that. I want you to tonight, I want you to write down where you saw yourself in 5 years and where you see yourself in 20 years. And the reason I want you to do that is because as you write it down, you're going to speak it into existence in yourself. Okay, so don't only write down the emotions, write down exactly where you want to go. Okay, and the reason you're going to do that is because the more that you do that, then as you do that, you're going to see those things come to being. Someone was talking yesterday, I forget who it was, that they were journaling, and then all of a sudden they saw things happening. They were like, how did that happen? Oh, because I wrote about it. Okay, so when you're doing this, be very specific and make sure that you really focus on what you want and where you want to be. Okay. So in the comments, I want you guys tell me some of what you saw. Let's stay in this moment for right now. In the comments, what did you see? Where were you? What are the goals that you want to achieve that you are hold on. I'm messing up my own dialogue here. What are the goals that you are going to achieve? What are the goals that you are going to achieve? Type it in the comments now. Owner of a cruise ship, that's cool. Can I come on a cruise? I love cruises. Owner of a cruise ship. I saw people believing in themselves. That's awesome. On screen, acting, modeling, writing music. I love that. Comfort. I was in my home in California with horses. I love that. Financial freedom. That's a huge one. I love that. Financial stability and freedom. Home on ocean with family, peace. Creating content, owning a home, having 3 degrees, financial freedom, stability, acting and modeling. Changing lives. I love that. Being on a major magazine. That's awesome. Modeling, acting, singing. Start living in my truth, right? You have to start that today. You can't start that tomorrow. You should start that right now. I think that is the most important thing. You have to live in your truth now. Awesome.
I saw somebody, Deneen, post, moved to California to pursue modeling. Let me tell you why that's a good and a bad idea. Ada's like, you know what's coming, right, Ada? You know it. So, over the years, Deneen, I can tell you so many people living on both New York City and LA, people have asked, like, what's the biggest difference? We're going to go over this today in Models Garage, just so you guys know. But for those of you guys that are dreaming about living in New York City because you like the food, you like the people, or you want to live in LA because you like the no humidity, or you like just LA life and palm trees, don't move based on your preferences. You've got to go where there's blue ocean, which means you have to move based on what you qualify for and what is going to market you best. So you don't just move to LA because you like the people. That you're silly. That just means you're naive, you're gullible, you're still aspiring. If you're a model, you go where the business is. And we'll actually do this in Models Garage. We'll have New York City and LA, and we'll be like, I feel like every single time Ryan goes, New York, it's like, anybody ever seen Harry Potter? It's like Gryffindor, right? And that's kind of how it is, because so many people, oh, I want to live in LA. Why? Oh, well, I just like the people. Wrong. Because unless you're going to be most marketable out there, LA and New York are two completely different beasts, also for acting. So don't just move based on your preference. You got to go where your blue ocean is. If you agree, type 100. Let me see if you agree, type 100. Because that happens a lot. I mean, like Ada, I'm going to pull up Ada really quick. Hi, Ada, one of our amazing Inner Circle members. So Ada, when you went to LA, how many people were in LA with you going, I want to move here? Like pretty much everybody, right?
A lot, yes.
A lot. And then you went to LA and you sat down with some of the biggest agents in the world. Have you been to New York with us yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. It's coming. We know this, right?
Yes.
I feel like we're on VIP Ignite World Tour. But what was the number one thing? Like, let me ask you a question for people on here that have thought about moving to LA. What did you think about LA before you went, and what did you find to be true? Because you sat down with some of the biggest names in the industry.
Preparedness. You just don't move to aspire. You have to have a goal. You have to have a plan. VIP Ignite does that for me. We sit down and we have conversations. It's always a yes or no, and I love that you're always going to steer me in the correct direction. And the main thing that I heard 100% from everyone that I spoke with is make sure you have that training. It doesn't matter, oh, I don't have anything yet. Well, who are your mentors? Who are you training with? What are you training? Not so much, hey, this is my coach, but what is this person coaching you in? Is it, are you reading with them? Are you acting with them? What are they coaching? So not only this is my coach, but the training is very important. They would rather see you training than, hey, I was in this 2-second commercial, 2-second film. Okay, well, what else are you doing? Keeping you motivated, and it's a big deal. So don't worry about, hey, I have nothing under my belt. It's, hey, I'm training with these people, and this is what I'm training.
Yeah.
Is all about.
Yeah. And for those of you guys that have done extra work before, that's amazing. But just so you know, you can't actually put that on your resume if you are trying to really work in this industry. Agents are looking for actual models and actual actors, which means training is a very big plus. You don't necessarily need modeling and training, but you need to obviously have real photos, and you definitely need to understand the industry. And we're going to go through a lot. We still have time today. But I just really, before Ryan gets on, and it, like whatever time he gets on, I think it's at like 4:30. So like in an hour, make sure you don't tell him that you have plans about moving to New York or LA or Paris or even Atlanta, because he'll kind of squash that real fast. And I don't want somebody going, oh, he's mean. Well, you're trying to become successful in this business. Just say thank you. Hi, Deneen.
Hi, I'm back. Okay, I have found our guest speaker. Ada, thank you so much for sharing your experience, because I think one of the most valuable things for me is hearing what our talent have to say. And I like it's cool to hear from me and from Alicia and Mike and the people, but it's real. I think when we hear from your heart, and I know I'm going to pick on you for 2 seconds, then I'm going to introduce our next speaker. So the first time I ever met Ada, like we have a kind of similar background. Like we grew up very close in the same area in South Jersey. And like, she took all of her photos like this. Like she had, I'm just going to say, a resting bitch face like none other. And I was like, you really need to start smiling. She's like, but my face doesn't smile. I was like, look, I'm from South Jersey. I get it. And it's been amazing to see your transformation, just like you allowing your true personality to shine, because you know what? That's who you are at your core. And just like seeing that shine and seeing you grow has been amazing. So thank you so much for sharing.
And somebody had just asked me to check out their IMDb page. That doesn't impress me at all, unless you're a working SAG actor. A lot of people actually join IMDb prematurely. And if anything, it will actually ruin your career. And I can do a whole call on that. So unless you're an actual member of the Screen Actors Guild, a lot of times it's just indie work and student films.
Okay. Well,
and we'll actually go through it on the audition process as well.
All right. Well, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Is that okay? Are we ready for our next speaker?
We're good.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm excited he's here.
I am too. All right. So our next speaker is the CEO and founder of the health and wellness brand Doctor's Touch, where they help people globally erase the pain so they can enjoy an even more quality of life without suffering. Doctor's Touch is a top innovator, researcher, and developer in ways to help people deal with physical pain. He has shared the stage with Kevin Harrington and has been featured on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno and As Seen on TV. In the musical side of his career, Gilo received a Grammy nomination for Shanice Wilson's Searching on Motown Comes Home. He has written and produced for many artists around the world and has a Billboard Top 10 song called Dance With Me with his sister and artist, Deb Morgan. He is a multi-instrumentalist, has his BA in music, and has toured, worked with, and played for and consulted for many artists, including Shanice Wilson, Shantae Moore, and the Jacksons, just to name a few. He has also written for TV movies and wrote the song Ooh La La for the movie Legally Blonde, one of my favorite movies. Gilo continues.
Wait, how did I not know that? Send and snap. Hello, Gilo. We've been friends for like ever. What?
I know he's been holding out on us. So everyone, please help me welcome to the stage the one and the only Gilo Morgan.
Round of applause.
Hey, how is everybody doing? I want to first apologize because I'm on Pacific Standard Time. And when we're just talking at 3 o'clock, so I am racing to Las Vegas I have a set that I sit in front of when I'm doing lives and doing broadcasts and stuff. So yeah, so that's where I should be. So I'm glad you all are on. It is a pleasure to be here with such a fabulous VIP Ignite is igniting you guys and the experience that you're going to receive in the end. Some of the hard work that you go through in the beginning, I get that. Some of the trying times that you're going to go through, but all that is leading up for the big ones, guys. The big ones. And I've had some big ones, as she mentioned, the song Legally Blonde. Imagine getting paid $56,000 is what I got paid for that song. $56,000 for a song. You know, and that's the kind of thing that you live for, helps your family. It's life-changing. So I love music first, but I'm an entrepreneur. And being an entrepreneur means that you're going to do lots of things to make money. You're going to have multiple streams of income. And part of my road with you guys is giving you guys an experience with some of the on-camera experience that you guys will need. It is very simple. I want nothing from you guys. I want nothing, only to see that you succeed. I have no motives other than to get some great videos for my product. In turn, what you're going to get are some great feedback. You're going to get some great videos for yourself to use. You're going to get the number one thing that they were talking about when I logged on was experience. You need experience behind this camera so that you know what people are looking for, what looks good, what doesn't, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to spend just a little time. Let me just see. Okay, good. I want to spend just a little time with you guys. I even just put on a shirt so I could be all with my brand. It's awesome. So some of you guys, after we left Hollywood, which was on a fabulous event. Oh my goodness. Michael Famkin, Alicia and Deneen, they are just top notch, you guys. Some of you guys, we are currently going through rounds of getting you guys our products that we can get some of the videos back. If you guys go to our Instagram, doctors.touch on Instagram, you will see some of the videos that some of our friends and some of the people that you know are doing it. I appreciate Deneen to the highest, because that just gives some validity to what we're doing here at Doctor's Touch, is giving you guys a platform so that you can get some videos and get some experience. That's the main thing. So I appreciate and respect VIP Ignite to the highest. When you lighting, I want everyone to write that word down, lighting. We want to see, right now I'm in okay lighting, but if I turn, if I go here, the lighting is probably just a little better kind of thing. So what you're going to want to do is be in a well-lit place. You're going to see a young lady who did an awesome video for us, but the lighting is in the back of you. And so you got to think that when you're in front of the camera doing something, you want people to see your face. And when you guys took photos in Hollywood, if those of you that were there, you want light to shine nicely in front of your face. You never want light behind you. So that's the first thing. The best kind of light that you can have is a nice outdoor sunlight coming through a window. That's just the best light. If you sit in front of that, it will show the beauty of your face. I'm not going to talk about makeup and stuff, because I know that you guys have that covered, especially with the degree and quality of photos that I saw when I was in Hollywood. So you're going to want to have nice lighting on your face. You never want light behind you. There's a term for that, backlighting, but that has nothing to do with what you guys are going to want to do to show the beauty of your face. The next thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to read the instructions that the director, that the agent, that whoever has given you to do. All right. Now, what are they asking you to do? Now, when we ask that you show the product. If you will read the instructions that were given, the instructions are very clear, and you got to make sure you read those. The next thing that you want to do is read what the product is. Read everything, and don't read it softly. Don't read it in your mind. Never. Read it out loud. There is a connection that happens when you read something out loud that is different. It's a different connection than when you read it in your mind. In your mind, you're going over. Your tongue is not getting tongue-tied with things. Your tongue is just still, and your mind is going over the words, and we all can do that. But when you read something out loud, you're going to have to say it slowly, get some feeling, some emotion behind it. I'm going to talk about the other thing going to want to do, and in my case, is get familiar with the product or whatever the director or whatever your agent has sent you. If it's the name of someone, Google that name and find out a little bit about them so that you can understand who it is that you're talking to, who is it that you're sitting in the room. Michael Famkin did something when I got to Hollywood that I will never forget. He said, "So you know who so-and-so is, don't you?" And I was like, well, I saw his name. He goes, "Oh, okay. That's how you want to be remembered when you meet him, huh?" And I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he said to me, what he said was, "You better go Google this guy. You better learn who he is so that when you talk to him, you will be able to carry a conversation with this very well-vetted, high-profile actor." It's exactly what I did. And that taught me a lesson in myself. And I'm on my game, guys. But I want you guys to know that. So when I met the gentleman, I was able to quote something that he had done, and he smiled, and we had a connection, and now we're connected on Instagram. You have to understand, you got to get to know the people that you're working with. The next thing that you're going to want to do is say the stuff out loud. Now, I had to send some callbacks for our product here, Doctor's Touch EMU Advanced Muscle Therapy. Now, in a video, I'm going to make some notes so that I have the notes in front of me. I was going to do this all at my studio in 2 hours. Hence, we're here now. So what I don't want to do is this. Here's our product. It's, let me read this. Doctor's Touch EMU Advanced Muscle Therapy. No, I want to be like this. It's Doctor's Touch EMU Advanced Muscle Therapy. I want to be like that from Jump Street. That way then I'm immediately just showing that you can't be doing Like, I don't know what the heck this is. I didn't care enough to pay attention to what's going on. And then understand, is it doctor? Is it doctors? Is it what? How do you say that? How do you say it? And in our instructions, we were like, show the product. Bam. Doctor's touch, erase the pain. I had someone send me a video, ease the pain, which clearly shows that it wasn't thought through. And I'm not throwing anyone under the bus other than this is just creative and they resent it to me and it's beautiful. But here it is, doctor's touch, erase the pain. The other thing that I think everyone should do, and I think I heard a little bit about this, is smile. You guys have to everything that we do on camera, everything that I do, everything that is done is practice. There's very few people just have it and just can wing. Most people have to do some practice. So you got to get in front of the mirror and be like, hey, do I like this smile? Do I like, oh, that one looks goofy? No, just a little T. Okay, that's better. And you're going to feel awkward, but guess what? You guys are actors. You guys are in the business. You want to have that awkwardness become just like second nature. And when you do that, you're able to now channel whatever it is that you need to. You got to get through the awkwardness. So the other thing, you want to be able to smile, put a smile on your face, and be able to now deliver what you're going to deliver. So that's the main points that I want you guys to, it's all prep. You're prepping. It's all this. Usain Bolt prepped for years for 9 seconds of glory. Usain Bolt, the fastest man in the world, prepped for years for 9 seconds of glory. You guys got to understand that the prep is where the magic happens. You've got to prep. If you prep, you'll be able to deliver when you're asked to. And then that turns into more of a way that you're just able to wing it, more of a way that you're just able, the word is improvise and when you're asked to. And then what am I going to say when I'm asked to say something? And in a sense, when I'm going to make some notes, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to have it off in the distance. So I'm still looking in the camera, had all this planned. I'm looking in the camera. However, behind me is a little sheet of paper where I have like some bullet points or something. That way I can just glance. That way I'm focused on the camera. However, at a glance, I can just get the bullet points and have it bullet points so that you're able to recall, oh, when I say Legally Blonde, I'm going to talk about the song that I had in Legally Blonde. If I see that bullet point, I'm like, wow, Jimmy Iovine he was the head of Interscope Records at the time. Now he's he went on to do amazing things and just did the movie the Defiant Ones, which told the story of Dr. Dre. Won an Oscar for that. But Jimmy Iovine sat down with me and said, hey, I want 5 songs from you. They're 50 grand a piece. And let's see what you got. And it was as a result of the song that I had, Dance With Me. And if you guys watch Dance With Me, it's in the first 8 minutes. And it's a blessing. I watched those checks and still watch those checks come in as a result of having a song in that movie. So that's an amazing thing. So I immediately, and in those days, there was no social media like we have now. So I had to really, really, really do research. Okay, I'm going to see Jimmy Iovine. I know his name. Who is he? So I'm researching so that when I sit in front of this powerful man, I'm going to know what it is I'm talking about. He's going to want to remember like, wow, okay, he was sharp. He was on it. We can't just get caught up in the la, la, la. Okay, I'm here. I'm Hollywood. I'm just going. It's just going to happen for me. I really wish it would just happen for you, but the work that goes involved will make it look like it just happened for you. So if I see the bullet point Legally Blonde, I'm going to be like, hey, in 2000, I believe it was 2000, 2001, 2001, somewhere in there. Jimmy Iovine contacted my manager, David Sonnenberg in New York City, and said, hey, I want you guys to write a song, work with my artist named Valeria, send me some songs, and we want to get a song in this movie. We got... wasn't the title, it was just a song in the movie. And so I was like, fine, great, send them the songs. They chose the one, and we spent 3 days in the studio, and it was just a wonderful process of working with the artist Valeria at the time. And it grew into a long-term relationship, and that's what you want to be able to do. So based on that bullet point, you want to have something that you can say about it. All right, so in this case, And I'll tell you guys why I not transitioned, but I also have this company. I want to create legacy in my life. The music business is hard, but I've had some great, awesome success and continue to write and produce and do all this. But I know where the meteor of things are going, or I feel that I do. And I feel that creating my brand, Doctor's Touch, I'm wearing it right here, Doctor's Touch, and right, this is going to add something. See the lighting there is doing something. I see that the lighting, I see that creating a brand like that will basically, I just traded another set of hard problems for this hard problem of launching my brand, you guys. But it's work. I love it. It's creativity. And that's what we're doing. You guys all have the itch of acting and being in front of the camera and showing out. You all were probably doing this in front of your family when you were 3-4 years old. Okay, everybody stop. I'm going to sing a song. You're the people that go on to become the greats that are known in the entertainment industry. So what you want to do is just have some notes. Okay, he says it's EMU, advanced muscle therapy. Let's see what's in this stuff. Oh, wow, fulvic humic. Okay, let me just Google and see what that is. Okay, aloe vera is good for your muscles. Okay, wow. And then remember, it is a video testimonial and you're acting. So what I need is for you to act like this stuff is the greatest stuff on the planet. Like you're getting 10 grand to shoot this thing. So what you're going to do is something like, hey, today I used EMU muscle therapy. I got home from work and my back was hurting. I put just a little bit on there and in 15 minutes, I felt better. Bam, done. Use this stuff. So that's just quick. The rambling is where that becomes a problem and you got to edit all around. And so I got this stuff, Doctor's Touch, EMU muscle therapy. And jot it out. Just a little couple sentences is the magic. I hope that's helpful for you guys. I hope you keep your dream and that spark of this alive. I would love everyone to text erase to 26786. Erase to 26786. I guess I'll put that. Erase to 26786. Let me put that in a chat. It's just text the word erase. 86. And then our IG, I'll put our IG handle in here. Right there. Find us, you guys. There we go. There's our IG. We will reach out. It's essentially sanctioned by. Where am I? Going back to. Okay, close that. Good. We're essentially sanctioned by the VIP Ignite. This footage is only used for that. So I want you guys to understand that it's only used for this little short testimonial, and you'll get some feedback. You'll get something professionally put that you can use in some ways. I love what Alicia was saying. This is not to get your next audition to be on, a Clint Eastwood movie or anything like that, but it is experience in front of the camera. You guys are working with some of the best, with Michael Fomkin, with Deneen, and with Alicia. And I am blessed and honored to be even in their company and to just have people like that. Your network, guys, no matter what you do in this industry, your network is who, that's who you are. Your network is your net worth. Who you have in this phone. I have a score of millionaires. I don't have a billionaire, but I have some millionaires in my phone that I can call and be like, hey, this is Gilo Morgan. Here's what I do. Here's what I am, etc. And you want to be able to do that. The people in Alicia's Rolodex, you will dream to get near them. The people in Michael's Rolodex, you'll dream to get them. But guess what? Because you've partnered, because you have locked arms with VIP Ignite, you are so close to these people, and these are life-changing people. What I witnessed in Hollywood was life-changing with some of the special guests that came. How to get basically your stuff in front of any director. It was the gentleman who did how to get into any school, but you can use that in any case. I recently spent time with the Raiders GM of the Raiders. And I just got an email back. Why? Because I know what to say. I know how to talk to these people. And so, guys, please stick closely to what they're saying. I hope this has been helpful. The key points for me are smile. Gotta have a good smile. Look in front of that mirror and get your best smile. Your smile is a moneymaker. I don't know if you ever heard that before. Then research what you're going to say. Write it out. Bullet point it. Don't ramble. Don't ramble. Don't ramble. Don't ramble. So I want to turn this back over to Deneen and Alicia, guys. Thank you. And Alicia, I've done some crazy things in the industry. And my sister actually won an Oscar for
Again,
production.
this should be like a new drinking game. I will be in Vegas next week with you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say we create dinner plans right now or as soon as this call is over.
Let's do it. Let's
I mean,
do it.
I was
It'll be
like
like
in
true or
Vegas at the Lee
false.
Steinberg event and I didn't hear any of this stuff. But
Well,
we
we were-
were competitors too.
Do you even understand, like, sometimes, go ahead.
You guys were a winning team. Michael just closed the guy like that. I was like, okay. Yeah. It was rock solid. Rock solid.
Gilo, do you ever feel like in your world, like you're in a bubble? Sometimes I do. Like here we are just like rattling off Lee Steinberg, guys. Lee Steinberg manages Patrick Mahomes. Does everybody here know Patrick Mahomes? So he is the #1 sports agent in the world. The movie Jerry Maguire was based on him. And you guys were just hanging out with the GM of the freaking Las Vegas Raiders and like hanging out with football players. And I mean, I've done a lot of really cool stuff in my day, but I did not get to go to that event. And I was like, no.
Can I
I trade all of that for a picture with Al Pacino, though. I would. I would trade all of that.
I mean, I can call him if you want. I mean, that's what we do. But like, I feel so sometimes, like in our world, you know, we do get to lead a glamorous life sometimes. I call it the unglamorous, glamorous life because, as we said before, you get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. No one sees all the money we invest in Broadway to win those 6 Tonys, to, you know, even, you know, our actors on here, when they join the Screen Actors Guild, it's because they've been on set numerous times. They're eligible to join. It's $3 grand to join the Screen Actors Guild to even be qualified to get speaking roles in TV and film. A lot of people are sitting there holding their hand out, or they're like, is this going to cost me money? You know what? This business is not for you, nor is any business. Because if you really want to do this, you have to like take risks in order to gain. And people that play it safe don't play at all. You're a bench warmer.
No.
Who here wants to be a bench warmer?
No.
Anybody? No,
So
no
there-
one ever. And I have to promote your product really quick. So I saw you in Orlando right before the hurricane hit, and I had done something to my back. For those of you guys that don't know, I have a 2-year-old and I'm good, but sometimes I feel like I really have to stretch before I carry him long durations. And I couldn't even get out of bed. And your product, I know you're like proudly like wearing like the brand of, you know, oh my God, amazing. I have to tell you, because you came up to me and of course I was skeptical. I was like, oh, I already have like Icy Hot and I have all this other stuff, like the Salon Pie, I have everything. And you're like, no, try my stuff. And I did. And Deneen, true or false, I was able to walk the next day.
She was
So,
like,
guys,
oh my gosh, it's a miracle.
It's like, hallelujah.
Yeah.
So I was doing Zoom calls from bed, which was pretty much it hurt so bad. You know, when you have a pinched nerve, I could not even move. So for anybody here that ever wants muscle release, right there.
Well, hopefully we're able to get a couple testimonials and you guys take some of the bullet points that I was speaking of to heart.
Yeah.
And understand preparation and all that. And I appreciate you guys.
Thank
love
you so
We'll
much,
see you in
Gilo.
Vegas.
We'll see you next week.
Awesome.
Thank you. And the thing I love about what Gilo shared, everyone, is this. Not only can you apply it to doing a testimonial for a product, but lighting is so important. I was looking around, like in a little while when the sun starts setting, I like to joke, oh my gosh, if someone has backlighting, I'm like, oh, are they in the witness protection program? So everything that all the notes that he gave you are so good, not only for doing a testimonial, but if you're doing a self-tape, when you're meeting someone, know who you're sitting down with. That's so important. Awesome. All right, guys. So how awesome was that? Did you guys learn a lot? If you learned a lot, type I learned a lot in the comments. And also, like I love to say, what was your biggest takeaway also? Like, what was your biggest takeaway? Like in 2 seconds, what was your biggest takeaway from what Gilo shared with you? I learned a lot. Biggest takeaway. Awesome. Lighting, right? Lighting is everything. I find it interesting that people don't understand that. Not sounding like you're reading, yes. And I saw someone type in is dumb. If you ever feel compelled to say the word this is what I recommend. And I credit Michael for this. He was like, stop saying so much. So what I do now, whenever I want to say is I just stop talking. So if you ever see a pregnant pause, it's because I wanted to say but I didn't. Awesome. All right, let's pay attention. Yes, pay attention to directions. Ryan talked about that yesterday with his hat. It's in the email. If you weren't here, he's getting a hat that says it's in the email. But definitely pay attention to what people tell you. Like it's very important for you to be able to follow instructions, because when you go on set, sometimes they're going to tell you to do something that seems like crazy, like stand in this exact spot. And it's very important to be able to do that. Yeah, read aloud, be prepared, smile, right? Smiling is so important because so many times, Ada's like, if you say the word smile one more time, I'm going to punch you in your smiler. But smiling is so important because it makes you more approachable. And for most of you, you're commercial print models, and you need to smile. All right, guys. So, are you ready to hear from our next speaker? Would that be okay? Awesome. Well, today you've learned what type of model you are. You've learned everything you ever wanted to know about the entertainment industry. We helped you boost your self-esteem and change your self-talk. You learned how to create a model and actor resume, even if you have no experience. You now are no longer dreaming of being. You are an actor. You are a model. You are a musician. You also heard from Ada, one of our amazing talent, who told you what it's like, the transformation that she's gone through working with us. It's been less than a year, hasn't it? Oh my gosh, it doesn't seem possible. 5 months? Holy mackerel. Oh, okay. Well, I just said the word, I said is dumb. See that? Yeah. Okay. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go over script analysis. Are you guys ready to hear from Mr. Michael Funkin, who is going to lay out how to break down a script for you and destroy the way you will ever see movies again? If you are, say Mike in the comments. Okay, they're
right,
ready for
can you
you,
hear me?
sir. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
All right. Okie dokie, let me share my screen. All right, and can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes?
Yes.
Allie? All right,
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me just get this big. All right, that was really cool. Actually, we talked earlier about creating your resume, and even having the opportunity to do a video like that actually becomes a part of your resume. It gives you a little bit of experience, and it also shows product placement, that you're actually able to promote a product. Like, think about it from like a model's standpoint or from an actor's standpoint, but at the end of the day, that's what you're being hired for. You're being hired to promote a product. Whether it's Pepsi, we just had one of our talent that we work with did a Pepsi commercial, actually aired during the World Series. It was really exciting. So if you go through our Instagram, you can see some of those success stories. So always remember, at the end of the day, that's what this business is about. It's about creating that moment of reality for the consumer. For TV and film, the commercials are about promoting a product. And with acting, it's about allowing that viewer the enjoyment of being brought to a place or to a story or to create a feeling. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about actor script analysis, understanding the reasons, the why, and finding the story. So let's get started. All right, so script analysis is a key step in any actor's process. A close examination of the text can help you develop your character's motivations and backstory. And this is really important when you're given a script. There's a story to who these characters are and how they became the person that they are in that moment of time. So think about when you're doing a script, they sometimes will shoot scenes or a movie where things are taking place in the past and the future. Right? Think about a show like Westworld was a great example of that. And who that character is changes. So you have to really understand that. You have to understand who the character is, what made them become the person they are. Why are they taking these actions? What is the interaction with the other people on set or in the scene? And it's having this full understanding. So your knowledge before working on set, your homework before working on set, is to analyze the script and to really understand this. And what I'm going to show you today is going to be really transformational for a lot of you, because this is something that's really not even taught in Juilliard. This is something that it's a seasoning and experience of doing this for almost 16 years. So let's begin. So what is the character literally doing? So the first thing is, when you look at a scene, what is the character doing? So imagine the scene is there are two people in an apartment and they're having an argument, right? But the words in the script are going to say, what are they? How angry are they, right? There's a difference between being angry and being furious. So you really have to know, what does the character do? Are they pacing back and forth? What are the facial expressions? Where are they in their thought process and what's going on? And here's the other important thing. So this is should be a real breakthrough for those of you who want to pursue acting as a full-time career. This is the magic, right? You can spend a lifetime learning this, but it all breaks down to this. What does the character want the other characters in the scene to do, right? In an argument, you're trying to provoke an emotion out of the other person in the scene. So remember, acting is different than real life, right? Life plays out moment to moment, but in acting, we have a set defined reality. We know where the scene begins and we know where the scene ends. So what are we trying to do? Are we trying to frighten the person? Are we trying to make the person fall in love with us? Are we trying to get the person to go grab a letter, right? To go pick up the mail, pick up a sock off the floor, go get something from the refrigerator. What does the character want the other characters in the scene to do, right? And then what is my action? What is the action that I'm doing to make that happen? Okay, and we're gonna get in depth with this, but I just want to show you guys the basics, the foundation that we'll build upon. And what is the action like to me? It's as if. What is the the action that I'm causing to happen? How do I respond to that? So this analysis keeps the actor on steady course with the writer's intentions. So the actor can boil down the scene into a playable objective, an essential action, a goal he or she can attempt to accomplish night after night, take after take. So very happy is different from happy, right? Very angry is different from furious. So when given a script, the writer will write cues and clues that it is up to you as the actor to understand in depth. Like all stories, movies and TV shows are made up of moments that build upon each other to create a cohesive whole. In any given scene, there are a number of individual beats where one emotion shifts to another and the dramatic action shifts in response. What is a beat? In a screenplay or teleplay, a beat is a moment that propels the story forward and compels the viewer to take stock of what could happen next. Each scene may be comprised of several different beats. Some story beats are subtle, while others are obvious. There are 4 types of story beats. Beats can refer to several different kinds of emotional moments or plot points. Examples of beats you might find in a screenplay include events, from graduation parties and proms to battles and boxing matches. Large social gatherings and events offer many opportunities for characters to express their views or desires, interact with secondary characters, and advance plot development, both within the main story and outside of it. And it's very important as we're learning this. I know for a lot of you, this might be new verbiage and new thought process, but remember this, your brain's picking this up, your brain's analyzing this, your brain's retaining this information. And the next time you're watching a show, I want you to start looking for this. I want you to start seeing and breaking down the scene. I'm going to give you guys some homework and some great resources, but I also want you to actually be able to see this as you're watching shows, because for those of you who have the opportunity to audition and to work with us one-on-one, we're going to learn this really a lot more in depth. You guys have the opportunity to work with some amazing coaches and some really great actors and Academy Award winners and Emmy Award winners that will really take this to a whole nother level. But it's always going to come back to the foundations, right? The greatest things in life can be broken down into small components, and those components are the foundations of any type of learning. Second type of beat, realizations. Realizations are often small, subtle, and quiet moments that occur after some buildup. Perhaps a character witnesses a gesture or glance that reveals their best friend's betrayal, or discovers there's a reason she keeps getting passed up for promotions. Realization beats help characters make decisions based on the information they have. Resolutions. Resolution beats tend to come early in the story and stem from a character's desire to change the status quo or conduct an experiment. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days is a clear example of how simple resolution made early in the film impacts the entire plot. For her advice column protagonist, Andy Anderson, Kate Hudson, resolves to drive a man away within 10 days. Interactions, number 4. Throughout the course of his or her journey, a character meets allies and antagonists, characters who provide additional conflict and dimension to the story. Notable interactions. For instance, if a hero facing off with the villain in the final battle are important beats that shape the plot. Conversations fall under this category as well. Even seemingly minor dialogue, like a teenager and her father arguing over curfew, can shape the outcome of the rest of the story. How many of you guys noticed I was using some beats as I was speaking, right? So let's take this to another level. So here's a script. So this is an actual script from the movie The Joker, the newest one that just played. So let's look at this. So now you're having the opportunity to play one of the characters. So let's just say maybe have the opportunity to play the Joker. You're playing the lead, right? So you're given the script, and here's the breakdown. So first thing you're doing, you're sitting in your apartment, you're sitting at home, you just got the script, you're so excited, and now you're going to do your script analysis. So here's what the writer wrote. So look how much we have to gather out of this to understand the character, to understand the role that we're playing. So this story takes place in its own universe. It has no connection to any of the DC films that have come before it. That's a lot of data. So that means that everything we know, everything we understood, whatever our preconceived notions were about the Batman, about the Joker, about anything we knew about this particular characters have no meaning. So take that out and throw it away. We're starting fresh, right? Use your point, right? Otherwise, you're like, well, should I play like the Joker, like this one? Which Joker? No, it doesn't matter. The writer's telling you right here, this is his own universe. No connection. We see it as a classic Warner Brothers movie. Gritty, intimate, and oddly funny. See? So oddly funny. For those of you who saw the Joker, right? He has that oddly funny character, but the world he lives in is gritty. There's an intimacy going on in between the characters. The characters live in the real world and the stakes are personal. So that means that not only is this world gritty, intimate, and oddly funny, but it's the real world. It's a current time, right? It's taking place. It's not a fantasy world. The physics of the world are match the world that we live in. So there's no magic here. There's no superpowers here per se. They're grounded in reality versus like a movie like The Avengers or something. There's superpowers there. The physics of that world are different physics than the real world. Although it's never mentioned in the film, this story takes place in the past. Let's call it 1981. Right? So they're not giving you a time. They're just saying, well, just think of the 80s, the early 80s. The early 80s are a lot different than the late 80s, right? It's a troubled time. The crime rate in Gotham is at record highs. Our garbage strike has crippled the city for the past 6 weeks. And the divide between the haves and the have-nots is palpable. Dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusions, okay? So we know that this think about this, there's a garbage strike, which means there's a stink, there's a smell, there's this divide going on, a conflict, right? Dreams are beyond reach. There's a hopelessness to this world. And this hopelessness is allowing these characters to slip into this delusion, this madness, right? Sounds a lot like the movie that was created. All of that is up to you as a professional, as an actor, to understand and to pull that information and to sit there and really think about this. And it's only how many paragraphs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs. But there was a lot of information given in those short sentences, those short words that you as the actor now have to take and work with. This is what you're given. Now we open and we hear laughter. The sound of a man totally cracking up, right? And so now so there's this laughter, it's totally cracking up. We're in the health office, it's in the morning. So now we close in on the Joker. He's in his 30s and we see tears in his eyes from laughing so hard. He's trying to get it under control. So this laughter is not a laughter of enjoyment. It's a laughter he can't control and he's trying to get it under control. His greasy black hair is matted down. He's wearing an old faded red hooded zipped up sweatshirt, thin and a threadbare gray scarf, thin from years of use, hang loosely around his neck, right? So he's grabbing this old scarf, right? He's trying to control this laughter. So now you have to think about this as yourself as an actor. How do you create that laughter? How do you create that emotion? We notice 2 faded old scars cut at the corner of his mouth, almost forming a smile. He's sitting across from an overworked, right? So an overworked social worker, not a happy social worker. She's overworked. And where does she live? She lives in a gritty, intimate, and oddly funny world where the stakes are personal, the smell of garbage. There's a divide between the haves and the have-nots. Dreams are beyond reach, slipping into delusion. Stacks of folders piled high in front of her. Is this a happy character? No. She sits behind her desk waiting for his laughing fit to end. She's been through this before, right? So now she's sitting there miserable, right? She's been through this before. So think about yourself. If you're playing that role, how do you express those emotions in your facial muscles, right? Joker takes a deep breath, pauses to see if it's over, and then beat. So now watch. So he went through this crazy life. He couldn't control it. And then now the beat changes. So now the emotion changes. Is it just me? Or is it getting crazier out there? So that you have to see a switch in personalities. That's what the beat's telling you. He's going where he couldn't control this laughter, right? This pain he was in, playing with his scarf. So all of a sudden he's now stating something, and you're using that gritty, intimate, and oddly funny tonality in there. So the beat is stressing that a change in emotions, a change in the scene. Okay. Despite the laughter, there's real pain in his eyes. Something's broken in him, and it looks like he hasn't slept in days. Social work, it's certainly tense. People are upset. They're struggling, looking for work. The garbage strike seems like it's been going on forever. These are tough times. How about you? How's the job? Still enjoying it? Right? Is she going to say this like she really cares, or is she just making conversation? Just making conversation, right? She's been through this before with him, right? She's seen 100 people. she's, you know, in this gritty, intimate world. Oh, Joker, yeah, I mean, it's different each day. So I really like that. I don't think I could ever work in an office behind a desk. Right now, B. So now he's saying it one way, and then now he's being like a wise guy with her, right? No offense, right? She smiles, writes something down, right? So that smile, is it going to be a smile, like a happy smile, or like, okay, I see what you're doing here, right? Being a wise guy with me. Looks down at the clock. She's running late for her next appointment, right? So it's telling you now she wants to get him out of here. So now she's going, okay, well, have you been keeping up with your journal? Changing conversation. Joker every day. Great. Did you bring it with you? Joke. Now, beat again. I'm sorry. Did I bring what? Right. So he's going to change his tonality. He's going to change how he's interacting with her, the emotion that he's stressing. Social worker. Now it's saying she gets impatient. She doesn't have time for this. Author. Last time I asked you to bring your journal with you, these appointments. Do you have it? Yes, ma'am. That beat now. Well, can I see it? So now she may slow down. She's gonna, it's up to you as the actor to interpret this. How am I going to play into this emotion? It's the writer's giving you this beat. You have to understand from the writer's perspective what they're trying to interpret. Now, when you're on set and you're doing a cold read and you're doing what's called a table read, a lot of times the writer will be there and they help walk you through it. But you as an actor have to go in prepared. Now, as a brand new actor, the one thing is the writer has what they see and the director has what they see. Usually they'll be in alignment, but sometimes they may not. And that's what a cold table reads about. But as a new actor, you have to go by the writer's interpretation of the story. You can improv and you can add in some stuff, but you should never be the person who says, well, wait a second, I think it should be this way to the writer, because the writer knows they heard the story in their head, their imagination. He reluctantly reaches into his bag, pulls out a weathered notebook, and he slides it across to her. Joke, I've been using it as a journal, but it's also a joke diary. Funny thoughts, observations. Did I tell you I'm pursuing a career in stand-up comedy? She's half listening as she flips through this journal. And social, no, you didn't. I think I did. She didn't respond, keeps flipping through the journal. Social work, oh yeah, because of what your mother said about your purpose, to bring laughter and joy to the world, right? Joker, right? Right. Now they show the camera angle on journal, pages and pages of notes, all in neat, angry-looking handwriting, cutout photos, crude handmade drawings. A flash of anger crosses Joker's face. We see him picking at his right eyebrow, almost obsessively trying to stay calm. His eyebrow's actually half done, something he does a lot. I didn't realize you wanted to read it. The social worker gives him a look, then reads something in the pages that gives her pause. See? So the point of this is, what is the character literally doing, right? What are they doing? So the Joker's sitting there, there's a conversation going on, right? What does the character want the other character in the scene to do, right? So what is the Joker trying to do? He's trying to provoke her to get a reaction out of her, right? He's being facetious with her. He's in a pain. He can't control himself, but yet he's being angry, right? He lives in this world where it's anger. Their dreams are broken, right? Now, what is the social worker doing? What is she literally doing? She's looking at the clock, right? She's behind. She's running behind in her schedule. She needs to get him out of here. What does she want him to do? She just wants to finish this appointment. Wants to look at the journal. She doesn't really care, right? But she's trying to get some information from him. She's following her script that she reads, right? Asks him the questions she needs to ask him. She's just doing her job. She's not happy with her job. The desk is piled up with files. What is my action? What's the Joker's action? He's playing with that scarf. Can't control that laughter. He's picking at his eyebrow. What is that action like to me? It's as if the pain that I'm in. It's as if the anger that I have. Is it true anger? Is he angry in a way of being hateful? No. He's in pain of some sort, right? He's on the verge of madness. So this is all, we've only read a few lines, but this is the in-depth level that you need to take this at. Okay, that movie would go on to win an Academy Award. Okay, the characters, the actors, the director, the writer, this is all their understanding of this. And you as a new actor need to learn this. the first read. On the first read through, it's important to understand the literal situations and events that affect the character at each point of the story. These facts from the scripts are given circumstances and help to determine the actions that you will take in the performance, right? So this is what we're doing. We're reading through, we're doing our first read. As you read a script, make a list of all the facts about your character. Anything you can glean from a script is helpful. What do they do for a living? Where do they live? Who is closest to them? Break down into scenes and beats. After you have a feel for the character, map out the story into scenes and beats. Good scripts are written as a series of related events where A leads to B and B to C and so on. Now remember, when filming, when you're actually on set and you're doing this full time, not all scenes are shot in chronological order. There could be a day when you're shooting page 64, which takes place 1 month into the timeline of the movie, but now all of a sudden they have to change it because it was an outside scene and it's raining. So instead they're going to shoot scene 69 or scene 89 or 92, which takes place 6 months into the timeline of the movie, and the character has now changed. The character went through a transformation. There's what's called a hero's journey. Most great movies like The Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, almost every great movie that you've ever seen follows a framework called a hero's journey. And a hero's journey is where it's a way of writing movies that makes the audience engaging, where you want to watch and find out what happens. Like, think about a movie. If the movie started, everybody was happy and nothing changed, and the movie ends, they're still happy, there was no drama, nothing. It's a boring movie. And most movies, great movies, there's a hero, and the hero's given a quest, right? So think of like Lord of the Rings is a great example. Frodo is given the ring. He has to take this ring and he has to throw it into the volcano and destroy this ring. Well, when he's first given the ring, he says no, right? When Luke Skywalker is offered to go with Obi-Wan Kenobi and to leave and to go battle, he says no. But then something happens to push them forward, right? Luke Skywalker, great example. His aunt and his uncle are killed, and now he's given a reason to go with Obi-Wan to fight the Empire, right? So there's things that happen, and along the way they meet mentors, right? Obi-Wan is a mentor. The wizard Gandalf is a mentor, right? There's a secondary characters. So think of all great shows. Who is the main character? Who is the villain? But who are the secondary characters? Who is the mentor that they speak to, right? Look for points in the script where the setting changes or the characters on stage change or time passes. So you have to really, the reason for script analysis is not reading through the script, but understanding when you're going to be shooting a scene that takes place further into the script, the character, what transformation do they have, right? What happened to them, right? Somebody dies or they get married. They may be in a different point. Maybe the movie opened, they were suicidal, and then that person walks into their life and takes them on a journey to save them, right? Now, all of a sudden in the future, who did they become? So when you're playing these roles, the emotions and the character, where you are in the time of the movie, the setting of the movie, and each script, of course, is different. You need to understand that. And that's why script analysis is so important for you as an actor. So look for points in the script where the setting changes, the characters on stage change, time passes, right? There are common ways. The Phantom of the Opera, who he is at the beginning of the movie is a lot different than who he becomes at the end as he interacts with the different characters. These are common ways the scenes change. Beat changes are smaller shifts within the scenes where the characters may change their action, attitude, or topic of conversation. Identify your character's actions. Ask yourself, why does my character want to do to other people in the scenes to do? What do they want other people in the scenes to do? The answer to that question is your character's objective. How are you going to accomplish your objective? That's why it's important, because that gives you an action to play in each scene, right? My action is to get the person to go get the mail, right? How do I get the person to do that? Usually characters want other characters to do something, feel something, understand something. For example, perhaps your character wants somebody to go get the mail. How will you get them to the mailbox, to go to the mailbox for you? Charm them, barter with them, yell at them. The right action is the one that is true to your character and helps you to start identifying your character's types. And what I really want is when you start watching TV, or you're watching a movie tonight or so forth, is to start seeing this, start picking up the beats, start listening for the tonality in the actor's voice and how the scene works, right? And then watch the scene and then play it back, reverse it, right? Scenes are usually 1 minute to 2 minutes long now, 3 minutes tops. Scenes change very quickly. And you'll know a scene when it changes. The easiest way to recognize a scene change is by the background. So if you were watching like Power, maybe they were at the club, and then the next scene they're at his apartment. So watch the scene at the club over and over again until you pick up. Right now, I watched the first time. Now I see what he was trying to do. He was trying to get Tommy to do this. He was trying to get Tommy to give him information, or so forth. Right? If you're familiar with that show, I'm just using that as an example. And then obviously the right action is the one that is true to your character and helps you start identifying your character type. Remember that acting is a collaborative exercise, and actors must also take a director's opinion into account. Listen to what a director says and incorporate it into your character in an honest way based upon your own analysis of the script. Sometimes your initial analysis won't be correct, and that's okay. And you'll have to adjust throughout the rehearsal process. But with a strong foundation for your character, built from a thorough analysis of the script, these changes will be minor and your performance will be natural. That's how it sounds so natural, right? That you don't sound like you're acting, okay? So homework, download the Joker script, read it, then watch the movie along with the script after completing the following 5 steps. So you can go to a site, it's IMSDB. So you guys can take a screenshot of that, or maybe our assistant can kindly post that in the comments so you guys have access to that. Literally every single script for every TV show, every movie is available on that site. It's free. You can just download them, okay? So you're going to go on IMSDB, so different than IMDb, imsdb.com, download the Joker script, watch the movie along with the script after completing the following 5 steps. Cross out any stage directions, mark any significant changes, shifts in tone or character development, mark significant words, understand the words, and then step 5, ask questions about the scene, okay? It's really important that every word in a script that you understand it fully, okay? Think about the definition of the word thought, okay? What is a thought? What's the dictionary definition of a thought, right? Is it an internal idea? Is it a moment of remembrance? Is it a moment of remembrance of the future, of the past, or of the present? See, words are powerful. As an actor, your words are what create the environment, they create the scene. So you should always have a dictionary with you. I cannot stress this. Go out and spend, $20, buy a great dictionary, and then you're analyzing scripts, right? Even the word character. What is the dictionary definition of a character, right? Is a character a person in a show, a movie, a play? Or as a character, oh, he's a character, all right. What does that mean? It means he's funny? He's not funny, right? Am I a clown, right? You guys know that movie from Goodfellas, right? What does the word character mean? Because it will help you so much when analyzing a script to see the dictionary definition. Guess who else is using that same dictionary as they're writing? The writers. So if you want to be a great actor, you want to be able to book job after job after job. You want to know what sets our talent apart. It's having this type of access to this type of training and knowledge in the industry. And I can tell you one thing, there's no one else out there like this, because we care about your success more than any other company out there. We've been doing this for almost 2 decades now. So this was actor script analysis, understanding the reasons, the why, and finding the story. And then before I turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, I just want to go over really quickly kind of what I put together, because I know this is a lot of information you guys are getting. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to share that really quickly. I'm not going to do Q&A right now for this. I just want to go over this. And then we're going to do Q&A at the end. Obviously, I want to do Model Garage. We have some other surprises. But if you don't mind, I'm just going to go over everything we have for Orlando. So I hope that was really great for you guys. I know that was a lot. For those of you, I'm actually working on a longer training for this that I'm going to be working on in January. For those of you kind of been in our inner circle and so forth, I know I spoke about some new things that we're working on. So this is going to be a part of it where I'm really going to be taking a hands-on approach and really developing guys at the highest possible level. So, but in the meantime, I got one more slide thing to share with you guys, and then I will turn this back over to Deneen. All right, so let me go over this. All right, so let's talk about our Hollywood experience, but in Orlando. So I know the day's coming to an end, and we still have a lot more to go, and we're bringing Ryan on, and we went over a lot in 2 days, like a lot. And this really only scratched the surface of this industry. And I think just, you know, seeing this free event that we do, and we've been doing these now since, you know, the beginning of COVID, and I really enjoy doing them because I think not only does it give us the opportunity to share our resources, and we do these for free. And honestly, you know, I heard the comment, you know, literally trillions of dollars of information. I'm sure everybody can agree here. You know, the amount of information we give away for free is just incredible. There's nothing else like this out there, but obviously, you know, 2 decades of experience is allows us to be able to do these things. And, you know, we do it for one, because we know the bad people that are out there. We know they exist. We understand the exploitation in this industry, and this is our way. It's our moral obligation to give back. And as much as we can cover in 2 days at a free event, there's just not enough time for me to go over everything, right? It's 2 days was too short. It was a lot. It was a tremendous amount, real foundational, but to really take it to the next level. And I put something together for you guys, and I wanted to end the year out on my best offer that I've ever put together. I offered this once before recently to a very small group of our talent, and they all raised their hand, and we have some amazing people. Our inner circle will be there, and a lot of our success stories. So a lot of the people that you got to hear from, a lot of the people that you've seen in magazines and on TV and in commercials will be here for this. So it's really not only an opportunity for you to meet with some amazing people, to get some amazing things done, but also for you to be able to create that tribe of friendships and really get to work with people at a higher level. And there's nothing better than that. You know, you really are the sum of the 5 people you surround yourself with. And so what I want to do is, with your permission, I'd like to share with you guys what I put together. And then from there, like I said, at the end, we will take Q&A on this. This is very limited. You do have to audition for this, so you do have to speak with us. I will give you the information on how to do this. So I just want to go over this really quickly. I'm really proud of this because this is, you know, an incredible opportunity to change your life in a really incredible way. And this is something that's very limited, and I will explain to you the reason why. It's a little bit of a complex process. And when I put this together, I really, like I said, I wanted to do something to start 2023 at the highest possible level for our talent. And this is what I came up with. So our next big stop will be in Orlando. All right, this is our next big opportunity for you guys to come out to Orlando. Obviously, Orlando now is becoming like a little Hollywood, lots of filming there, lots of opportunity and so forth. Yeah, Disney has their full studio productions there. So we call this the Mickey's Hollywood Experience in Orlando. And I'm going to kind of go through everything. There's a lot. This is the biggest offer I've ever put together. And I'm going to go through this with you guys one at a time. So the first thing is you're going to get your character headshots done for models and actors. So this is something where you're going to get the right photos done. We're going to do multiple looks, and they're based upon the character and who you can play, the roles you can play, whether it's as a model or as an actor. And, you know, doing this separately, you know, if you had to put a value on this, you would pay a lot more outside of this. But if we were putting this together, it would be $997. So not only are you going to get your proper photos done correctly, but you're also going to get to work with a professional celebrity photographer, $1497, professional hair and makeup. And, you know, I discussed earlier, you know, the people that we get, you know, these are people that earn $100,000 plus a day for shooting. They shoot for some of the biggest magazines. These are people that we have to go through their agents. These are people that even, honestly, even even without our connections, we wouldn't probably have access to if it wasn't for people like Ryan Colby and the people we work with that planted those seeds 20, 25, 30 years ago. We wouldn't have the opportunity to be able to shoot with these people, and these people to be able to work with them is not only the experience and the knowledge you're going to get, but just to have that access on your resume to show that you worked with somebody of that type of caliber. And what's really great is they absolutely love working with new people. There's nothing better than having somebody who's brand new. Photographers love working with new talent because they know they can train them the right way to really set their career off. Like imagine being that photographer, and I actually know the photographer, she's a female, who shot Giselle for the very first time, and knowing those photos is what triggered her career. So there are people on this call that lives are going to change. So now you're going to get the 4 character headshots for models and actors. You're going to get to work with a professional celebrity photographer, get your hair and makeup done at the highest possible level. But this is something that's going to be really cool. You're going to have the opportunity to really work with Ryan Colby one-on-one. And we're going to do this in a virtual on Zoom, but he's going to help really develop your character and your style, really putting together who you could be. Right? Imagine, he's a celebrity stylist. He works with some of the biggest people in Hollywood. So imagine him now that taking those 4 decades of experience of working with actors at the highest level. He's been in, Liam Neeson, he's consistently on the phone with him. If you don't know who Liam Neeson is, he's from the movie Taken, right? I tell him, I have a special set of skills. I will find you, right? So, and it's really cool when I'm with Ryan and I see his phone ring and it's Liam Neeson calling, and, he needs him to put something together for, an award show or somewhere he's going. And just to be able to have access to somebody like that with those types of connections is really life-changing. I work with a lot of high-level executives, people who've earned billions of dollars. I know you guys got to hear from some of my friends yesterday, and they're doing some amazing things to change the world. And even they're like, hey, how do I get Ryan to work with me? Okay. So now you're going to get the 4 character headshots for models and actors, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development and styling with Ryan Colby himself personally. But you're also going to be published in an editorial. So we're actually going to have you published. We're working with 2 new magazines. So we're actually going to have you published within that magazine. And here's the reason why we're able to do this. And a value of that's priceless. This will instantaneously give you credibility. This will instantaneously open up any doors of any introductions we do with any major agencies. So as a mother agency, our goal is to not only place you with a larger agency, but place you with the best agency for you. And again, location doesn't matter. Experience, age doesn't matter, because we're creating this entire resume. We're bringing you to the highest level. So not only are you going to be able to have the 4 character headshot, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development and styling with Ryan Colby, not only are you now going to be a published model, we're actually putting together where you can actually have a billboard in Times Square. And this is something that's really cool, because now literally we will have you up in a billboard. It's a timed event, so it's actually a 1-day event. We're going to try and organize it where everyone will be in New York together for it, but you'll actually have that billboard in Times Square. So imagine now you came off the shoot, you're in Orlando, and then a month, 2 months later, literally you're up in a billboard in Times Square. It's not only for the Instagram and TikTok fame you're going to get out of it and the followers, but to be able to go in and sit down with a major agency and be able to show that in your book, be able to talk about that, it's a game changer. It really is. Alicia had the opportunity to open up NASDAQ, and as cool as opening up NASDAQ was for her and ringing the bell at the stock exchange, what was really cooler was actually having the entire experience streamed live in Times Square on the big NASDAQ billboard. And for those of you, I think I showed a picture of that earlier, but it's a really cool thing. We're actually doing Alicia's book launch. We're going to be doing a billboard in Times Square for Alicia's book launch. We're also going to be doing the same for Deneen. She doesn't even know that yet. So if she is listening, surprise for that. We're going to be doing a big billboard for her in Times Square. So it's something that it's the same process we're following to actually bring people to that level. So here you can see Alicia. I don't know if you guys can see that. Maybe my phone's a bit blurry, but if not, she'll show you. She'll actually show you the photo too of her in there. So that's going to be something, again, this is priceless. I'm pulling a lot of strings and a lot of favors to make this happen. This is something I'm only going to be able to do this one time. The cost and the favors I'm asking as a one-time deal for this. So this is life-changing. This is 1 million times 1,000,000% life-changing. So not only are you going to get the 4-look photo shoot, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development, styling Ryan Colby. You're going to be a published model. You're going to have a fashion editorial done. You're going to have a billboard in Times Square. But we're also going to do a virtual weekend. And we just did our big event in Hollywood, and we're going to be doing one again next year in October. But October is a long time from now. And we had such a high success rate. And we've done virtual events before on Zoom. And I want to now do another one. I want to bring our top agents and do a virtual weekend where you'll have the opportunity, kind of think like this weekend, but on crack, like 1,000 times, where you're literally coming online, not only getting to learn and work with every major casting director, 35 of the most powerful people in the industry, but actually getting to meet with them one-on-one, getting to audition with them. So, you know, value of that's $4,997, but that's life-changing. That should be priceless. So not only are you going to get the four-look photo shoot, celebrity photographer, makeup, character development, styling, Ryan Colby, being a published model with one of our partner magazines, having a billboard in Times Square. You're actually going to get to go through a virtual weekend that our talent got to do live. Okay. But we're also going to have done a professional model and actor slate reel. And this is something that we really found was so important, where you got to actually do a slate reel the right way. So we're going to put that all together, and you're actually going to get professional training done by real Hollywood agents. So 2 of our biggest agents are going to be spending a weekend going through helping write the script for that. And for those of you not familiar with a slate reel is, it's great for either a model or an actor. It's actually like a short 2-minute video that's done where you talk about who you are, where you show your characters, you show your range. And in Hollywood and New York, this isn't mandatory. So it's not only like, think about like having a headshot or a comp card come to life. So now you say, you know, hey, my name is Michael. I'm based out of New York. I'm an actor. I'm a model. I'm available both nationally and internationally. Some of my special skills are I hunt polar bears. I've been to the moon. And I'm also able to, you know, do a Rubik's Cube. I play guitar. I sing baritone. Like being able to describe who you are and showing the different types of characters you can play. So you're going to actually get trained by 2 of the top casting directors that we work with. They're 2 of the biggest casting directors in the world. They've booked some of the biggest films, some of the biggest TV shows, some of the biggest movies, biggest music videos. They've won numerous awards. This is something they do not do normally outside of the highest possible level. So we're getting them to do this for our talent. And this is going to be absolutely incredible. So not only are you going to have the opportunity to have your professional photos done, you're going to have a celebrity photographer, celebrity makeup, you're going to have your character developed and your styling, right? With Ryan Colby, you're going to be a published model, you're going to have a billboard in Times Square, you're going to have the Hollywood agent virtual weekend, okay? But you're also going to have a professional model and actor slate reel done for you while in Orlando, filmed. You're going to have professional training for the slate reel by Hollywood agents, okay, who are going to help write the script for this. Ryan's going to help create your signature character for this. So not only are you getting the professional headshots, professional photos, working with a celebrity photographer, makeup artist, having your character development styling done by Ryan Colby, being a published model with one of our partner magazines, having a billboard in Times Square, priceless, having the Hollywood agent virtual weekend, professional model and actor slate reel done for you, professional training by real Hollywood agents, having the scripts written for you personally, having Ryan Colby create your signature character, having the Hollywood agent virtual meet and greet. I'm going to do even one better. When in Orlando, you can cross out that virtual meet and greet, and it's going to be a live meet and greet. We're going to actually fly out some of our biggest agents and casting directors to Orlando to meet with you live. Not only are you going to get all of that, but you're also going to have representation by Truth Management. So we'll actually put together your digital model, actor portfolio, which means on a go-forward basis, you have representation now. You'll have a mother agent. And I represent some of the biggest speakers in the world. I represent some major actors, some major models. Our agency is only 2.5 years old, started during COVID, but yet we're booking out 6-figure jobs. We represent some huge names, and they're only gonna get bigger. We have some deals currently in the works that will blow your guys' mind away. So now you're gonna get the professional photos, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development style, Ryan Colby. You're gonna be a published model. You're gonna have a billboard in Times Square. You're gonna have the Hollywood Agent virtual weekend. You're gonna get a professional model and actor slate reel done. Okay, you couldn't do this on your own. You would pay thousands upon thousands of dollars. You're gonna get professional training by actual Hollywood agencies of people who earn millions of dollars taking an entire weekend out to work with you to help write your script. You're gonna get to work with Ryan Colby during that weekend, creating your signature character. You're gonna get to meet these people and work with them live in Orlando. You're gonna have representation now. You will be a signed model, a signed actor. You will have a legitimate agency fighting for you, working for you, getting you out there. And as a bonus, we're also gonna put you through our new model and actor development and training, which is a $10,000 program. You will learn more about this industry over those 90 days than probably most of the casting directors and agents you'll sit in front of. You will know more about this than probably, I had the opportunity recently to spend time with a major actor from a major hit TV show, one of the top shows for the past 7 years. And I was going through this with him and he said, I wish I had something like this. I didn't know some of these things. I've been so caught up in the industry that I didn't have the time to step back and continue that education. So not only that, but you're also going to have access to the VIP Actor Academy, which is something brand new. We're launching in January. You're going to have personalized coaching with some of the biggest names in the industry every week, live online on Zoom. Okay, people who've won Academy Awards, people who've won Emmys, people who've won multiple Grammys, working with you, becoming your personal coaches, your mentors, your friends. You're going to develop relationships that will last for decades of your life. If you thought what we did in 2022 and 2021 was amazing, getting people that are earning 6 figures, people on national and international commercials, people in Pepsi ads, if you thought that was amazing, we did that during COVID. We did that during a time when the world was shut down. We're taking this a whole nother level. I just spent 3 days with the president, his inner circle, okay, talking all about the things we're doing with the entertainment industry, where we're taking this. And this is, you have the opportunity to be a part of all of this. You literally will be able to sit down and work with some of the best people in the industry, and it's all recorded. You'll have access to the vault. We have over 300 hours of on-demand training. We've been doing training. We have the head of SAG-AFTRA. We have the Phantom of the Opera. We have some of the most powerful people in the industry, people who have booked 7-figure jobs at your access. We are literally taking our black book, right, and handing it over to you. And not only will you have all that, you also have access to our VIP Elite Talent Academy, which is our ongoing live training. We do what's called special calls. We actually just get to get on and ask questions. So imagine you're working on an audition, you're working on a script, you're working on, you just got booked for a major magazine. Being able to have access to be able to jump on a call and ask questions with people, having access to people such as Ryan Colby himself, being able to walk you step by step what to do to prepare you. Okay, a person who's one of the most powerful agents, not only in New York and Hollywood. Okay, he's working on projects that will blow your mind. I wish I could share them. He's literally under an NDA not to even be able to discuss some of the projects he's working on, being able to have access to that. He is literally as the fingertip on Hollywood and the New York worldwide scene for fashion, for everything. So you're going to get all of this. And if you total this up, you're literally looking at a value of $38,964. Okay, but you're not going to pay that. Okay, but you're going to get the 4-look photo shoot, professional celebrity photographer, being able to work with somebody at the highest level, professional hair and makeup, character development and styling with Ryan Colby, being able to be published in one of our partner magazines, having a billboard in Times Square, the Hollywood Agent virtual weekend, professional model and actor slate reel, professional training for the slate reel, okay, by actual Hollywood agents, script writing services, having Ryan Colby create your signature character. Shortly you're going to get to go through the model garage and you're going to get to see the master in action. He's literally like a magician of style. Okay, you're going to get to go to the Hollywood live meet and greet in Orlando and actually sit down face to face with some of the most powerful casting directors and agents in the world. You're going to have representation. You're going to have peace of mind. You're going to go through our new model and active development and training for 90 days. You're going to be literally an expert in this industry. You will have the highest possible knowledge of how this industry works. The on-site set etiquette, understanding SAG, AFTRA, licensing, development, understanding the entire process of casting. You're going to be a part of our new VIP Actor Academy launching in January 2023. It's going to be life-changing. And you're going to have access to the vault, over 300 hours of on-demand training. You're going to have access to our academy, being able to jump on live calls every week. Okay. And I want you to think about this. You know, there are two types of people in this world. There are people who tomorrow are going to change their lives. They're going to be people now 6 months from now who are going to be on set working. And then there's going to be the other person who tomorrow they're just going to go back to their life. Who do you want to be? Who are you at your core? You're the person who's going to step forward and become the real you, become the person you are destined to be? Or do you want to just continue your life living in fear? Okay. Because like I said, time is your most valuable resource. And if even one of these things change your life, okay, let me ask you something. Would it be worth $40,000? You knew you could change your life. You could literally live that life of your dreams. Would it be worth it? You can step and talk to the person that you're going to become 10 years from now and know that this is the moment you make a decision to change your life. Would it be worth it? Absolutely. Okay. And when we put this together, I said, okay, great. How can I value this for everybody? And I came up with a price point of $7,500. And I thought that was a really great price point. But then I said I could do better than that. Okay. So now you're not only going to get the 4-look photo shoots, professional celebrity photographer, professional hair and makeup, character development and styling with Ryan Colby. You're going to be a published model. You're going to have a billboard in Times Square, Hollywood agent, virtual weekend, professional model and actor slate reel, professional training for the slate reel by Hollywood agents, script writing services for that reel. You'll be able to create your signature character with Ryan Colby. You're going to have the Hollywood agent live meet and greet in Orlando. You're going to have representation. You're going to have access to the new model and actor development and training for 90 days, the VIP Actor Academy launching in January 2023, access to the vault, over 300 hours of training. That is, you could not find this anywhere in the world. Okay. This is 16 years of my life put into this. You're going to have access to the academy, being able to jump on calls and ask questions. Okay. Not for $38,000, not for $7,500, because I wanted to do better. We put all of this together for $49.97. But I wanted to do something special. I wanted to do something special because I knew this was going to be our final event of the year. You're going to get all of this as a fax action bonus for $29.97. And this is for quick action takers. Now you do need to go through an audition. You cannot purchase this. There's no link. This has to go through the audition process. You have to be approved. Okay. We want to make sure that you can do this. Okay. So there's a link. And they're going to drop this in the thing for you. For those of you maybe on your phone, you can take a screenshot. So you can get the QR code too, or take a, on a computer or your laptop or iPad, use your phone to do that. This is extremely limited. Okay. And we offer what's called a guarantee. I call it the $1 million guarantee. And I just want to explain this really quickly. I know I'm right on time, and I see Ryan Colby is waiting here, and I know his time is very important, and he has a lot of meetings. There's so many times I have calls with Ryan at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 in the morning. We're in different time zones, but I make sure that every day I reach out to him. He reaches out to me, and we go back and forth on WhatsApp. It doesn't matter where in the world I am, because he's such an important, integral part of our company and our success and your success. And I always want people to know that I stand behind my word, and I offer what's called $1 million guarantee. And let me just explain that to you very quickly, because it's what's called a no risk guarantee. And this is how it works. And there's always somebody who may be like, I'm just not sure. And is there a guarantee? Well, yeah, there is. Okay. And let me explain to you. You can come to all the trainings. You can come to the event. You can come get your photos done. You can get your reel done. And we host, well, it's a 3-day event. We'll be doing in Orlando. It'll be at the end of May. The exact location and times and all that, I'm not going to give out here on this call. You'll get that once you go through the audition process. But you can come to the second day of the event. And if by 12 o'clock you feel that you haven't gotten $1 million worth of value, just let us know and we'll give you a refund right then and there. Okay. And I want you to understand, because I know a lot of people, I always get text messages and people always say to me, they're like, but Mike, wait a second. I can work with Ryan. I can get my photos and I can go through all that training. I could even probably get booked for work and get all this experience and all these connections. I could take all of that and be that type of person that all I got to say is I didn't get $1 million worth of value and you would give me my money back. Like that seems like almost like stealing. And people would take advantage of you, right? Like that sounds crazy. I'm like, yeah, they could. But here's the thing. I believe, and this may be my hallucination, but I believe in my heart, no matter what the news says, no matter what craziness is going on, that at the core, people are really good people. People are generous. People care about others. You see the people I bring on these calls. Tell me they're not the most amazing, best people in the world. You feel it, right? You feel that energy from them. And I believe that if you've been here for 2 days, you're that type of person that I want in my life. You're the type of person I want to work with and to help. And that's why I call this a no risk guarantee, because I'm taking all the risk. There's no risk for you. And if you are that type of person and you went through the program and you took and you took and you took, and then you said, yeah, I didn't get $1 million. You know what? I don't look at it as I'm giving you a refund. I look at it as that I'm paying you to not be in my life. And that's okay. And I'm fine with that. I can afford it. Trust me. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I've been doing this for 16 years. I have licensing in place. I have a new book coming out. We have tons of projects that we're working on. We do this out of love to see people successful. Okay. So that's the link. This is extremely, extremely, extremely limited. Okay. There's only a few spots available for this. Like I said, I did do a private call with our higher level talent that will all be there. Obviously, we have placements in magazines and billboards. This is a tremendous amount of work for $29.97. But I wanted to give such massive value to start 2023 right and at the highest possible level. And believe me, guys, if you thought what was amazing for the past 2 days was for free, you can only imagine what we will do to help change your life for such a small investment. So, guys, with that thought in mind, I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Alicia and Deneen and to Ryan Colby and some other surprises we have. But hopefully I will see you guys in Orlando. And with that thought in mind, let me stop sharing my screen. And I cannot wait to show you what we can do to help you guys' lives. All right.
It's like a Christmas miracle. How many of you guys, like, this is unbelievable. Think about how much money we spend on iPhones and Netflix and Hulu and Disney and how many of you guys are with me on this one on subscriptions? Starbucks. Guys, remember this is not for sale. You actually have to go through an interview process. So just because you have a credit card, this isn't for sale, not the level we're working with. Again, we have people from The Sopranos, people from The Walking Dead, people from High School Musical, the Goldbergs. They're all part of our company. We have to make sure that, especially since you're talking to them, we're not putting ourselves at risk, not for $29.97. If you agree, type Orlando. How many of you guys want to come to Orlando with us? Yes, you absolutely have to audition first. Yeah, this isn't like backstage where you just put in a credit card, because again, those castings aren't real. The fact that we've had Academy Award winners on the call. So literally we parachute you out of your life. We put you directly in ours. We're going to ignite 2023. We're setting this place on fire. Try not to curse on that one. All right, guys. Deneen, you okay? I saw tears, Deneen. I saw Michael made a very special announcement. Are you okay?
He likes to do that on the last day of boot camp, right toward the end of the day. I'm not gonna lie, I was really overwhelmed, but in the best way. So I am so excited and I would love to celebrate that with all of you guys.
Yeah,
That'd be
round of
amazing.
applause for Deneen. That is kind of huge. I can tell you right now, like when I opened up the stock exchange, this isn't a picture of me, but I was showing my 2-year-old. I was like, hey, mommy was on that big screen. And I was like crying happy tears. My 2-year-old's like bored out of his mind. But when you're on a billboard in Times Square, I guarantee you that will be Deneen's profile picture from here until eternity. I'm just going to tell you right now. And for anybody here that is going to join us in Orlando, and then remember, get a chance to go to New York City, that's like a twofer to be able to say not only, and I want you guys to think about this very quickly. And I know Ryan Colby's on, but I want you to think about where your life is now and how much knowledge that we've received, right? By hearing all these amazing people and being motivated. But think about where we're meeting with them live to be able to meet them. And again, you're going to be working with all these people live. So getting photos, this is unbelievable. So we'll talk more about this later. I know Colby's on. Everybody take a deep breath.
All right.
It's time for the Model and Actor Garage.
Okay. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Look, before you know what, maybe some people don't know who Mr. Ryan Colby is. So I'm going to take the time to introduce him and then we're going to bring him on. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
Okay. You ready? Type ready in the comments. I know we're getting to the end of the day, but let's do this. Keep the energy high. All right. So our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for Benetton. He opened Emmanuel Ungaro at 15 years old. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. And a fun fact that's not on here, he actually got nominated for Art Director of the Year before the age of 30, which is unheard of in the fashion industry. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout talent in the business. He has run his agency successfully for 12 years. Through the good times and the bad times, never once has he wavered on his mission in life. He has a record number of magazine covers for the agency in 1 year, 72 covers. Also, for 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking one in particular from worst dressed to best dressed. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands. Can everyone please join me in giving a warm welcome to the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Mm-hmm.
Your introduction gets better every
Hi,
time I do
everyone.
it.
What? Hi.
Oh, hello, Ryan. You're looking
Hey,
good
what's up?
today. Are you wearing
I'm
red
fine.
because you're festive?
No.
Okay.
I'm just wearing because I felt like it.
So I'm watching this show Wednesday. I think they kind of loosely base that around you. I'm just putting it out there.
I haven't seen it. I heard it's a hit, but
It's the
I've never
number
seen
one
it.
show right now on Netflix. Guys,
Yeah, I know.
if you're an aspiring actor and you don't know the top 10 trending shows on Netflix right now, shame on you.
Yeah, I only saw the old version from the 60s, like the black and white one. So I know she's kind of, caustic and bitchy, but that's really all I know. I didn't know they could do a whole show about her.
Yeah, it's pretty good. If you guys aren't watching it, you should be because it's great. All right, Ryan, this is Model and Actor Garage. So we're
Yes.
open for business. We're going to be having people show up. And
Open
guys,
for
I
business.
want you to be able to type criticism, because if you are trying to get into show business and you are not open to criticism, you need some help if you're trying to do this. So Ryan is going to put on his little detective jacket and we're going to try to self-diagnose what it is that you're trying to do and what you need to do to kind of tweak that issue to get you success, right? So criticism is a big part of this industry. That doesn't mean that we're mean. We love you. That's why we want you to be successful. All right, Rye. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna.
Crucial.
It
Not
is.
everyone's gonna like you. In fact, most people are not going to like you, and all you need is a few people that do. People get into this industry with the misnomer and with the bizarre concept that everyone's going to like them, and that's couldn't be further from the truth. It's only a small circle of people that will like you, and that's how you will run your career.
Go join the
Everyone
Girl
else-
Scouts. This is show business. Okay, even your best friend will stab you in the back. Welcome to show business. Okay, all right. So let's start off the call with somebody like Edna. So hello, Edna. I'm gonna ask you to unmute. So remember, when we call on you, I want you to say your name, your age, where you're located, and what it is you're trying to get into. And Ryan, I want you to kind of tell Edna what you see her doing, what type of modeling, if she wants to get into acting, what you could see her portraying possibly. Hello, Edna.
Hi, my name's
Hi.
Edna. My name's Edna, and I'm
Okay.
from New Jersey. I'm 63 years old, and I'm an actress and a model.
Okay.
Put it up, okay? That's what I gotta do.
What is it
Okay.
that you're trying to get into, Edna?
I'd like to get into acting.
Okay.
I've seen some older people that really impressed me at their age, and I was like, if they could do it, I could do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Rye.
Well, I mean, you have a good look. Is that a robe? What are you wearing?
It's actually a blanket. I'm
Oh,
cold.
okay.
I got cold.
You're cold. Okay, that's fine.
Wait,
it's
let me disrobe.
Just robe. Okay.
Hey, not this kind of call.
Don't say that out loud. You have a good look, actually. You look very, very classic. You look expensive. You look, sophisticated. Nice makeup job. It's not too much. And so I could see you doing high-end Black woman stuff. The first lady of the church, the CEO, the head banker, the head of the hospital floor, that kind of career lifestyle look for commercial print and for TV commercials. As far as film and TV, if you've never worked before at your age, it would be a challenge. For commercial print, they don't care if you've ever worked. Like literally, if you've never even seen a camera, as long as you've got the look they want for that commercial for Lexus or that commercial for Tiffany's or a commercial for, some shoe company. They don't really care if you've ever seen a camera. But for TV and film, they kind of do care. So you'd need a little bit of training for that, but you could be guest stars, the rich Black woman, the bitchy grandmother, there's plenty of things I could see you doing, but you
In
would
other
need a
words,
little
all
training.
of Ryan's favorite shows. Just putting it out there.
Like if they were doing a reboot of Greenleaf, I'm quite sure they could squeeze you in there somewhere, or something like that. So shows like that I could see you doing, but you would need a teensy bit of training for that. For commercial print, you wouldn't need any. You just need great pictures, but you don't need any training for commercial print.
So cool. Thank
You
you.
just need to photograph nicely. That's all.
And Ryan, as far as location for her, New York,
Where's her
LA,
location? I didn't
Atlanta?
hear.
I'm in New Jersey.
Oh, you're in New Jersey. Okay, well, there's New York right there. I mean, how far from New York are you?
Only 20 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, great. So, yeah, I mean, there's commercial print agencies in New York that have grown their senior roster where they have more people over 50, 55, and doing department stores, commercial print jobs, et cetera, with direct links to Boston, Washington, D.C., stuff like that, because those two small markets sometimes book direct out of New York.
Okay.
And Ryan, how would you style her for photos?
I would style her very sophisticated pantsuits,
a sweater and a jeans, looking like, grandma taking the tykes out for, hot chocolate, stuff like that. A nice trench coat, a nice scarf. Yeah, stuff like that.
All right, so that was a good icebreaker for us tonight. I'm sure everyone's like, look how nice he is today. All right.
Guess what? Guess what? I was
If you look
I was mortified being first.
You have great skin. Ryan, I think I'd like to hear her skincare regime.
It can't be better than mine.
I know.
Keep trying.
Oh dear. Well, happy holidays to you, Edna. Thank you for showing up to Model Factor Garage. It's always a lot of fun. Come back soon. Okay, next. All right. Let's go with is it Myrna? Did I say that right? I hope I did. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it.
I can't really see anyone until I start talking, so I don't know who you're talking to.
My computer. All right, where is she? Myrna, are you there?
It's me.
Okay, good. Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Marina. I'm 39 and I'm in Kentucky now.
Okay. Where are you originally from?
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Did you recently come to the United States?
I'm here.
How long have you been in Kentucky?
I'm here from September.
So that's recent. Okay. Okay. The first thing you need to do is just continue working on your English and being projective and speaking clearly. I don't care about the accent. The accent is fine. You just need to form stronger sentences and you just need to speak more confidently. That's the first thing. You do have a good look. You look your age. You could even look a little younger with good lighting. You could probably go into the low 30s, looking, 30, 31, young mom, young executive, right out of law school, right out of medical school, some sort of administrative look type work. So I would think young mom. So I would think you can pull off those roles. You don't look 39. I could definitely see you doing 30, 31, 32. You don't need a lot of makeup. I can tell you have good skin, you have good hair, good cheekbones. You just need strong images and you just need to project and you need to be more confident. Because if you walked into a casting room with that kind of meek, mousy tone, they would just destroy you. I mean, I'm not, they would just walk right over you and you wouldn't even know it hit you. So you've got to be more confident, just say your name and where you're from and just work on your English more so it comes out more fluid. So I would work on that first because that is important because even as a model, even if you're just doing commercial print, you still have to speak when you go see these people. They're going to ask you the same questions I just did. How old are you? Where are you from? How long have you been in the United States? Blah, blah, blah. They're going to ask you generic questions like that. And because of where you're from, they may even start getting political. They may ask you your opinion. Like they want models to be kind of smart. Like they don't need you to be, the UN ambassador to the Ukraine. But if you're sitting in a makeup chair for 90 minutes, the conversation's going to go that way. Do you know what I mean? So you need to speak nicely.
Yes, I understand.
Now, is that your natural color eye or do you wear colored contacts?
No, it's my color.
It's your color. Okay. All right.
Her eyes?
Yes.
How can you tell what color her eyes are?
I'm looking in Zoom.
Oh, I can't see. Sorry. What color are they? 'Cause she's a small square.
Blue.
Oh, they're blue. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Why?
Okay,
What?
great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
How tall are you? How tall are you?
I can in centimeter told like
That's fine. How
100.
many centimeters?
Uh,
How many centimeters?
167.
Okay. She's like 5'3", 5'4".
Okay, okay, so very petite. Okay, it was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice meeting you. Happy holidays. All right, let's see who is next. Bianca Clemens. You never know who's going to get called, so you guys better smile. Okay.
What's
Welcome
that
to
show where they
Model and Actor
randomly call
Garage.
you?
Hello.
Right.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, Price is Right.
Hi, my name is Bianca Clemens. I'm 37 years old. I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm looking to get into acting and modeling.
Okay, you're 37 and you live in Chicago. Okay. Chicago is a nice B-level city. They have a fair amount of work there. They cater nicely to the Blacks and the Latins. Chicago and Atlanta are really good with that. You have good skin. I was just thinking when you start talking, if they're going to do, I don't know, say in 20 years, a Kelly Rowland biopic.
You gotta come on the wedding. Yes.
Probably play her. I mean, she's right now. They wouldn't do a biopic. There's not enough information on her, but maybe 20 years. But but yeah, you have that look, which is good, classic Black girl look, but still European features in the face, which sells nicely. You have good chocolate skin. It's even. There's no weirdness going on. And your hair looks nice and natural. It's not purple or pink or some sort of weird color that's unmarketable. So that looks good. And so all of those things are pluses. You just need photos and you have good confidence. I can tell you're, little firecracker-ish, and that's good because you can't be boring because you're going to be competing with every Black girl breathing. And you need to stand out. So you can't be a wallflower standing in a corner. You got to speak and that's the one thing I could assure everyone is that you really got to stand out. You can't speak too much and you can't speak too little. It's got to be a happy medium of commanding a room and making sure people remember you when you walk out of the room, because you only have a couple of minutes sometimes when you have these appointments, and sometimes they'll see 10, 12 people at a time, and which one of them is they're going to remember when you leave. And that's one thing I had a pretty good advantage of when I was a talent, is that people remembered me. I walked in the room and you were not going to not see me. It was just not possible, and I made sure of that. So I benefited from having a personality that was kind of gregarious, kind of, elitist and standoffish, and it works.
I'm a little bit confused by this statement, Ryan. Anybody else having a really hard time picturing Ryan walking into the casting room? How many of you guys would like to see Ryan walk into a casting room?
Yeah, right. No, I benefited. That helped me. That helped me because at the time when I started, there weren't a lot of people like me. There weren't a lot of Blacks, and there just weren't. So it was the 80s, and I had to stand out because there was nobody that looked like me standing to my left or my right. So I had to make sure that they paid attention to me with all of the white boys standing next to me. I had to make sure that I was seen that somehow. And actually, I think it's kind of reverse worse, because now that Spanish and Black and Asian are so accepted on television and film and print, now there's so many. Now you got to kind of do the same thing you did when you had to fight for your space being the only Black. Now there's thousands of them that are competing for the same gig, so it's kind of like, it's kind of the same thing, to be honest. I spoke to my friend Coco Mitchell. She's a model. She's still modeling. She's in their 60s, and she started modeling in 1980, and she's still modeling to this day. And she's like 61 or something like that. And I saw her here in LA a couple weeks ago at a thing, and she said, I tell these young Black girls, it was hard for me because I was the only Black. Now it's even worse for them because there's so many.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody wants to be on TV. Everybody wants to be a model. Everybody wants a record deal. Everybody, so it's harder now. So anyway, with your personality, you should be fine. You just need some photos. You need maybe a little bit of training if you want to do television. I could see you doing a remake of Empire. I could see you on a show like Power. I could see you on a show like, even a sassy doctor on Grey's Anatomy. I could see you on, I could see you in a lot of different genres, from black cinema, black television to white television as well. You could do both.
And then what should her headshots portray? Because, I really, the reason why I do this, guys, is because a lot of times people get these uber sexy photos, and that's not what casting directors want to see.
Her headshot should portray what I just said. Like, she needs to look classic. She needs to look expensive and polished, and,
like a Kerry Washington-esque headshot?
Yeah, Kerry Washington-esque. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's fine. That's a good example.
Thank you for visiting Model Garage. Okay,
Thank you.
let's see. Jade Russell.
Hello, my name is Jade Russell. I'm 22 years old. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and I'm here for modeling and acting.
You're 22?
Yes.
I'm having trouble seeing her. You're a little small in the frame. Like you're not, you're not filling up the frame. Okay, you have a very mature face, so I would peg you as a little bit older, probably 25 to 28. So I would go with that. Some people just genetically have older faces. It's not an insult. I know, especially females get all a Twitter about that. But it's not an insult. It just means some faces just look more mature, and that's fine. Meaning, you could be a college grad or a graduate school grad. I would peg you as definitely commercial print for sure. And if you wanted to act, I would put you very strong roles, dramatic. I can see you doing things that, a younger Oprah did, a younger Viola did, a younger, those types of serious roles. I don't really see you being funny unless you are, and I just don't see it. But I see you being more dramatic, and I see your shots being more serious, like a leather jacket with a tank top underneath, looking very take charge. I could see you being a detective. I could see you being, a strong mom, stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
That would be my path for you.
Thank you.
She kind of looks like a gymnast a little bit. Anybody else see that? Or am I the only one?
If you're athletic, then that would be something you would have to portray in your photographs, and that would be great. Like if you're legitimately athletic, then that could be one of your headshots where you show that you could wear some sort of tracksuit jacket with a shirt underneath for anything that comes up, especially when they're booking these detective and roles and stuff. They want you to run and jump off a car, do this, do that. You better be legit.
All right, Jade.
They will not hire stunts for someone that's brand new. You better be able to do it yourself.
All right.
Now, when you're Angela Bassett and you're running around like a chicken on that show, she has 911, you better believe she has a stunt double. But she's Angela Bassett and she gets a stunt double. She can do what she wants. But the smaller roles, no, sweetie, you're running.
You're running.
We don't have it in the budget.
All right. Next, we are going to call on, let's see, April. I know April's been messaging me nonstop. April, where are you? Hold on one second. Where are you, April? Oh, dear. I feel like I'm on like some kind of game show where I have to find April. April, don't move. Where are you? April. Oh, there you are. I just saw you. Hi, April. Okay.
Hello, I'm April, and I am currently in Oregon, Bay City, Oregon, and I want to be an actress and a model.
Okay. Can you turn around the light, because I can tell by where you're standing, this is not the best place. Yeah, that's
I'm
better.
rehearsals for Narnia. That's
Oh,
why
cute.
I'm
I like Narnia. Oh, okay. What are you playing?
Miss McCready.
Okay. I don't know it enough to know what that is, but that's good. I've seen the. I've read the book when I was a kid, where it was like mandatory, and I've seen the movie. But yeah, that's great. That's good. And you look much better without the glasses. Are the glasses for the part, or you have to wear them?
No, they're for the part.
Okay, yeah. That's good, because I was the first thing that was coming out of my mouth is I get rid of the glasses, but you already took them off before I could say it. So that's good. Okay. So yeah, much better without the glasses. They age you like 5 years, so that's not good. But for the part, wonderful. Yeah, you have a good look. You have a good commercial, high-end commercial print look. I could see you doing all the high-end, Talbots and Chico's and Nordstrom's and, stuff like that, which is just mid-level expensive clothing. It's not that expensive, but it's expensive enough where they want the people wearing it to look like they can actually afford it.
Okay.
Escada, stuff like that, Ann Taylor Loft, some of those clothing stores where the models are just kind of look like you. Now, as far as TV and film, I could see you being a principal or, the head of a hospital, the head of a law firm, stuff like that. I could see you being even I could see you being, you kind of, don't take this as an offense, but you kind of look like you could definitely do crazy. Like if, messed up your hair a bit, you put a little harsh lighting on you, you could be, the crazy neighbor that the kids don't want to talk to, like.
So like somebody like Ryan Murphy would love April. Is that what you're saying?
They
Ryan.
would just have to mess you up a bit, with lighting and makeup. But I could see you pulling that off. And there are facial features that warrant that. You have to have a lot of skin. You have to have a lot of surface area on the forehead and the cheekbones. A lot of people don't realize that. But when you're looking at people who visually are attractive in person and look nice in person, and then they make them crazy on TV, there's reasons for that, because they have surface on the skin to use the makeup, to contour, to light. And if you don't have the surface space, they can't do it. So that is a factor in why I just said that. But I can see you doing both. I could see you being, the first wife of someone, etc., stuff like that. A politician's wife, senator's wife in some sort of movie or TV show, or episodic, or, stuff like that. So you definitely have potential. You clearly are trying your own path already by doing a play. That's great. That goes on your resume. Is it regional theater or state theater, or what is it?
It's a local theater play group. They have theater here in town in Tillamook, Oregon.
Okay. Is this for Christmas?
Yeah, it's a Christmas thing. We're gonna be the 18th, I believe, starts.
Okay, cool.
And
Okay,
I have
great.
a wig.
It's
Makes it worse.
you have a wig. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, great. And that's a sophisticated play. It's not super heard of, so it looks good on your resume. So yeah, so just keep going that path, and you need headshots that portray that. Since you're playing this older woman in this production, you may want to think about, you don't need a wig for headshots, because that's kind of passe. People don't really do that anymore. But you could old yourself up with some sort of, cardigan, the similar glasses to what you just had on, to make you look 5 to 8 years older, but then take all that off, do a second headshot with you looking like the first wife, a nice tight, maroon dress, low cut, that fits you. You better be able to do both. You know what I mean?
I could see her portraying like a cougar. What do you guys think?
Yeah, cougar,
Like
a
Mrs.
senator's
Robinson
wife,
type.
like
Yeah.
a senator's wife who has to be, look put together at all times, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
school
but you have
board.
actors' headshots now, April?
I do have some headshots right now, but I found
How
out
old
from
are they?
that don't do them outside with trees in the background. So
Oh, yeah, no trees.
them.
I mean, for local work, they don't care. Like, here's the thing with headshots, and I get into this argument probably once a week. You know, when people live in small cities or small states, Oregon, Wyoming, you know, Alabama, whatever, and they do these headshots and they do work locally. They've got the pizza commercial, they did the play, they did Grease, they did, you know, whatever. Good for you. But you're trying to go to LA and New York, and that will not work. So it's fine locally because beggars can't be choosers. These producers doing a play in the middle of Alabama don't care if your grandma took the headshot of you while she was, you know, lying in her bed in a nursing home. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they're going to take you because they need you. But when you're in New York or LA, they don't need you. So you better come correct. So meaning headshots with trees in the back will not work here. So that's why I said what I said. It's probably fine for Oregon because they needed a woman of your age for that role. You did a great reading. Who cares what your headshot looks like? Who cares? But they do care in New York and LA. You know what I mean?
Hold on. The direct quote from yesterday was, "This is not National Geographic."
Oh,
Just in case anyone
is that
wanted to
what I said?
recap.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't.
Sometimes I say stuff and I don't remember when it after I said it.
You have so many amazing like Ryanisms. We're gonna create like t-shirts or bags. How many of you guys want
There
them?
actually is one on Facebook. One of the models, I think in 2008 or 9, did a page that's grown that says, it's called Shit Ryan Says. And
I remember that. Now, one thing, April, I do want to
and
stress
people
to
can
you.
add to it.
Yeah. Well, April, I wanted to stress this to you. So like if your headshots are outside in the woods, and again, Ryan said, you know, it's okay for where you are, but New York and LA is different. I really want to show you or actually like preface this. If you were to go indoors with the same photographer, it's still not going to be at the level as like our headshots because we're working with extremely high level proclaimed, you know, top photographers that work on an extremely high level, if that makes sense. So I really want to stress this to you guys, just because you're on this call, if you're like, oh, well, I need to revise my photos because I need to do them indoors, I'll just call my favorite photographer and they'll do them indoors instead. Understand this, when you are competing with people in New York, LA, Atlanta, Miami, Chicago, you're gonna have to get better photos with more recognizable names. Because again, as much as we love networking, your photos and who you're working with is also going to be very much a selling point for people to want to work with you. Okay. We've got time for one more, and your hand isn't even up, but I'm calling on you anyways. Michael Hofstadter. I'm curious to see what you think of this one, Ryan.
Good day.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay.
All right, Ryan.
Hi.
Go ahead. Welcome to Model and Actor Garage. My name is Allie and Dream Killer.
My
Hello.
name is Michael Hofstetter. I'm
Okay.
51 and I live in
Okay.
Casca, Minnesota.
Minnesota. Okay. It's a little dark, but from what I can see, you are obviously would be able to do commercial print. I mean, everyone on this call can do commercial print. Pretty much anyone can, as long as you're willing to be photographed and you present yourself with nice photography. The chances of you doing commercial print increase 100%. So for commercial print, I can see you doing products. I don't know about clothing. How tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
You're 6'1"? Okay. There might be room for like here the market for bigger, taller guys is opening up more and more as months go by. Some of the agencies have divisions now for those types of guys. But inherently, for guys your age that are a little bigger, it's more of a product thing. Cars, tools, credit cards, banks, you know, stuff like that, where they will use you in commercial food,
fast food or cereals or some sort of soda where they will use males in the imagery, but it's not clothing based. Where females, there's more opportunities for clothing based gigs because women just have more clothes and there's more stuff available for them. There's beauty products, there's that. That doesn't really exist so much for men. So they use the men for products, computers, phones, Home Depot, Ford cars, et cetera, et cetera. So I can see you doing that. Now, if you're gonna act, do you have a comedic tone? Are you funny?
People say I'm pretty funny.
Can you deliver comedic dialogue?
Well, every time I look in the mirror, I'm so ugly. Every time I look in the mirror, my reflection runs away screaming.
Okay. That didn't really work, but I'd have to give you funny dialogue Anyway, the point is, I could see you doing comedy. I could see you being a co-star or an episodic for a comedic show like Always Sunny or what are these? The Office or dry comedy. And your voice is very cartoonish. Is that on purpose or is that the way you speak?
Well, I traveled around the world when I was younger, so I have different accents.
Okay. I'm more talking about the tone of the voice.
And I never learned how to talk until I was 11, so.
You didn't what? I'm sorry?
I never learned how to talk until I was 11.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Well, there's a story there. Okay. Well, because of the tone of your voice, it's not really the accent, it's the tone. As an agent, when someone comes to me, I have to look at everything: the hair, the skin, the nose, the teeth, the voice, the waist size, like everything has to be taken into consideration as how I'm going to market you. And because of the tone of your voice, I would definitely consider voiceover, because for cartoons and stuff, your tone would actually audibly sell well. So that's why I asked if you were doing that on purpose.
And that pays great money, and you could even do it from home. Just like
this is true. This is true, especially now, voiceover artists.
I was
Say that
also
again?
in Cinemex's Banshee.
Okay, that's fine. And because you do have a backstory, some agents might be interested in that because there's a backstory, and sometimes people have to be relatable because that's a selling point to casting directors, and they sometimes like those coming up from the bottom stories or some sort of trial and tribulation stories where you had difficulties and you overcame them and now look what you're doing. People like that stuff. So it can actually help you to have some sort of situation going on. Where back in the day, people didn't really care what happened to you as a child. They don't care. Now the industry has changed where they do want to hear, where did you come from? Like, how did you get here? Like, blah, blah, blah. So, but yeah, those things I think would be good for you. Voiceover, I think you could do product placement, commercial print, and stuff like that. And because you're kind of tall, you could probably do well with commercial print, because for Home Depot, they want like manly men, and they want you to stand there holding some sort of hammer and some sort of whatever they do at Home Depot.
Ryan's never been to Home Depot.
I actually went recently with Ryan. I walked in, he walked out.
Did you think you were getting appetizers and you wound up at
right? Like a Home Depot ad or like a cereal ad. What could it pay for a commercial?
Home Depot, they pay pretty good. They pay okay. Between 1,000 to 2,000. It's not like crazy numbers, but
for
they
a
do.
day, is that good for everybody here? 1,000 to 2,000. Is that pretty good day's wage? Somebody type, heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about for like Home Depot, Lowe's, stuff like that.
Okay, well, we got a lot of people here that would love to make that kind of money. Ryan, I thank you so much. Yeah. Did you guys enjoy Model and Actor Garage? I mean, this was amazing. You show up and you've got Ryan there with his little trench coat, and he's like, all right, why are you here?
It's not a trench coat. It's a regular.
But in my mind, it is. In my mind, it
now,
is.
Ryan
And
Colby.
I'm gonna be sitting in a chair in a trench coat. Who does that?
you do, sir. And I thank you for showing up in your holiday spirit. We are so excited that you brought holiday cheer today for everybody. So thank you so much. We love you. And we do have a very
And what is that
special
bathroom,
guest
by the way? It looks like you look like you're in like a sea level science fiction movie that I used to buy on DVD.
And what,
Remember those DVDs that they would sell like outside of your bodega?
Yeah.
And the movie was like Attack of the whatever, and you're like, oh, let me just buy this for $1.
Is that what I'm at? That's cool.
On that note, thank you, Ryan Colby. That'll be.
He just has to end with just sweetness. Did you guys feel that?
You know, you compliment the guy and then he just slaps you around.
You were great, Ryan. Thank you so much. And your
you very
skin
much.
really does look flawless. So I thank you for that.
Yes.
All right, guys.
All right. Awesome.
Okay, have a good rest of the day.
Bye, Ryan.
See you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
You guys can lower your Zoom hands now.
Model and
Thank
Actor
you very
Garage
much.
is now closed for business.
The Model Garage is now closed, but don't worry, it will be opened up again another day. Another day. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, we have a very special surprise guest that I'm going to introduce to you guys. We are so excited. He literally travels the world over the past okay, hold on. So yesterday he went from Miami to Dallas to Las Vegas. He traveled to Dubai for just a couple hours. We were like, what?
He likes to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner in different parts of the country.
Yeah. So let me introduce our next guest to you. He is one of our mentors and our business partners. He's the best-selling author of the book, The Obvious. He is one of the top 30 global business coaches 7 years in a row, voted by Guru Magazine. He is the founder of Power Team International. He is a featured expert in the new movie Beyond the Secret, The Awakening, and he has given over 500 presentations to over 1 million people. Everyone, please join me in welcoming to the stage, Mr. Bill Walsh.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
We're awesome. How are you?
You know, today I've got a beautiful background. You guys can see a little bit of the office today. The office is not bad today. Yeah, in the last 10 days I did, Amsterdam, I did Dubai, Abu Dhabi, London, LA, Chicago, DC, Miami, Dallas, and now Vegas. How's that for a little crazy travel schedule?
That's
I
great.
had lunch with the former president a couple days ago and got to really meet some incredible people. So first of all, I want to say I'm a huge fan. I love everything that the VIP Ignite team does, their events, their style, their programs. And if you're at all thinking about being a part of one of their events, I highly recommend you get your tickets today and you get yourself plugged in. You will not only meet fabulous people, you will learn some of the most innovative concepts and ideas to break into the media, modeling, certainly TV and movie industry that nobody else does. Nobody breaks it down to the mundane to really help you understand how to truly win in this industry. And I can tell you that you just heard from Ryan. He's an absolute genius in what he does and the information that he shares because he lives it every day. And I think that's the big thing too, is that whatever you're going to do, always give 100%. Don't give it 20, don't give it 30. If I offered you guys all today $50,000 to fly to Vegas from whatever city you're in, and I said, we're going to meet at the airport and we're going to take a private 747 and you're going to have the most amazing time. And the pilot came on and said, we're going to try to take off today at 10% throttle. There's no doubt that that plane's going to crash. You would never get on the plane. So it's the same thing in your life. If you truly want to win and win really big, you got to give it 100%. There is no looking back. There is no left or right. You know, and I don't ever say go quit your job and live your dreams. What I say is work part-time on your dreams. They'll work full-time on you. So whatever effort you're going to give this industry and this business, at least give yourself the best chance to win. What I found in business that if I could just elevate the odds a little bit, just if I could get the odds 5 or 10% more in my favor, I could win 90% of the opportunities. What most people are afraid to do is they're afraid to invest in themselves, but they expect other people to do that for them. See, if you don't invest in yourself, nobody's going to invest in you. We run a venture fund. We do business courses, speaker courses, mastermind events, large expos all over the world. We serve more than 100,000 customers a year to our events, and the ones that we sponsor are included in that. And I feel honored every day that I get to work and speak and coach and train with some of the most amazing people on the planet. But I'll tell you that if you're listening today, you're already on the right path. You showed up today. See, while you showed up, other people made excuses. See, I believe it's always, you can write this down, it's always reasons or results. Reasons or results. And if you're getting the results, you don't have to talk very much. And I would highly recommend today that when other people party, you plan. When they bitch and moan and complain, you praise. And when you have massive success, don't say a word. They'll see you on the private jets. They'll see you with the President of the United States. They'll see you with all the right people. You don't have to say anything. Because whoever you spend your time with, you become. Whoever you spend your time with, you become. If you hang out with 4 broke people, you'll be the 5th. So please write down these 3 words: frequency, energy, and waves. Frequency, energy, and waves. I would tell you that for the next 10 days, if you would tune into higher frequencies, what I mean by that is turn off the negative ones. So no TV, no negative energy sucking vampire friends before 10 a.m. Please get those negative people out of your life today. No takers, 0 time for takers. 0 time people that want to crap on your dreams, that want to put you down. You're not good enough. You're not this. You're not that. Well, you know what? You're more than good enough. You're a miracle. When you were born, they said, look, there's a miracle. I'm telling you today that your story is too big to play small. Your story is way too big to play small. My good friend Les Brown, I coach Les Brown, one of the top motivational speakers in the world. And he said, never let someone's perception of you become your reality. Never let someone's perception of you become your reality. Because if you do, they win, you lose. And believe it or not, misery still loves company. And if you're positive, they love your company. So when I talk about frequency, I mean, tune into higher stations. Begin to listen to good news first. Whether it's Joel Osteen or T.D. Jakes or Tony Robbins or Jim Rohn or Bill Walsh or individuals that are out there sharing, Sharon Lecter. There are so many positive, inspired people on the planet that you can tune into for just 10 minutes a day. When you wake up, thank God for all the gifts in your life or whoever you believe in, right? Whatever higher power you believe in, thank that higher power every morning. Don't ask for anything. Just come from gratitude. That's a different frequency than most people have. Most people are praying for what they want, not praying to be thankful for what they have. Start with gratitude, tune into great frequencies, only allow people into your realm, only allow people into your circle that vibe on that positive vibe. Because if they got the negative vibe, they want to drag you into it. You're never going to make it. You think you'll be in theater. It's never going to happen. Do you know how many times Denzel failed? Do you know how many times all these great people failed? I've got a friend, she was in many, many major motion picture movies, right? Played opposite Julia Roberts. She said, Bill, I fail every day, but that's why I succeed. You heard the same thing from Michael Jordan. I failed over and over and over in my life, and that's why I succeed. Write that down too. I have failed over and over and over, and that's why I succeed. That's all frequency. When you begin to tune to the right station, believe it or not, you'll hear things differently. And the second button is energy. If you're not tuned to the right frequency, you'll never have the right energy. You have to have the energy to persevere and go through the toughest times. And the toughest times are what turn you into the great person you're meant to become. You're meant to do greatness. You're meant to do great things. You're here to give back and make a difference. You're here to make that dash so powerful that when people think of success and incredibleness and awesomeness, they think of you. They say, how does he go from all these cities? How does he do all this stuff? You know what? Because I'm so inspired by life. Life is not meant to exist. It's meant to make a difference. It's meant to enjoy the ride. I want you to look back after the next 7 days and say, you know what? I gave it everything I had for those 7 days. I left nothing on the table. For me, it's fear of loss. I don't want to miss out on something so incredible. So if it means an extra early morning or an extra late flight, I'll do it. And realize that the people in your life, the friends that are in your life, they may not be the ones that are there with you 2 years from today or 5 years from today when it comes to your business. It doesn't mean they're not your friends. They're still your great friends. But it doesn't mean that also that they have to be there for you to win and succeed. You might need a different circle when it comes to elevating. So when I talk about energy, write this down. Surround yourself with positive energy, incredible, individuals and entrepreneurs that are on the same path and purpose as you. Get aligned with people doing epic things. Get plugged into every call VIP Ignite has. Get plugged into every event they do. Get their annual calendar. We publish our calendars a year in advance. Our business course, Rainmaker, is the toughest 4-day program in the country for entrepreneurs. We do it 4 times a year. It's $5,000 for you and 4 people to come. It's not easy. It's not meant to be easy. People are challenged through the program. You're damn right they're challenged, because if they weren't challenged, they're taking up too much space. If they weren't challenged, they wouldn't appreciate it. You got to learn to apply for grants. You got to treat your acting or movie or entertainment career like a business. You treat it like a business, you'll get business results. You treat it like a hobby, you'll get hobby results. Don't you think that the people that have been on this broadcast over the last couple of days, they've paid the price? When it comes to success, you always pay full price and you always pay in advance. And that's why you show up for the events. And that's why you show up early, you leave late. I could have stayed in Dubai, but I went to Abu Dhabi because of one interest, right? Meet some great people. Sometimes one meeting can change the entire course of your life. Sometimes one person can change the entire course of your life. But if you don't show up for it, someone else does. And you wonder why they're having success and you're not. Because you were busy. Busy doing what? People tell me all the time, I'm busy. Busy doing what? What's more important than your life? What's more important than making a difference on the planet while you're here? But that energy comes from inside. That energy comes from being inspired, not motivated. You motivate idiots, you got motivated idiots. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen them, they're jumping all over the place. Where are they going? Who the hell knows? They jump around so much, all their money falls out. Stop jumping around. Get so inspired that people think you're crazy. Believe me when I tell you, it's the crazy ones, they make all the money. And they're consistent with it. How do I wake up at 5 o'clock, go to bed at 2 o'clock, wake up at 5 o'clock for a flight? Because I can sleep on the plane. The minute I sit down, I'm out like a light. You heard that Drake song, right? 12 hours, out like a light. I don't even need the extras. I pass out right away. But when I get to that next city, I'm ready to go because the energy is there. Does that make sense? Nothing makes you feel better than walk into a room and certainly people are inspired to be there. And by the time you're done speaking, right, they can't wait to team up with you somehow because they feel your energy. They feel your vibe. Trust me when I tell you, there are some people, they walk in the room, the lights go dim. You know who I'm talking about. They're so negative. It's like they could just kill. They're so negative. They could go into a dark room and start to develop. You know what I'm talking about, right? They're out there, but you can't be that. The way you solve darkness is light. Get around people that have that energy. Get around people that enjoy your company. Believe me when I tell you this, make no mistake about this. Write this down and circle it. If you're not appreciated in your life where you're at, it's time to go. If you're not appreciated with the people you're around in your life right now, this moment, it's time to go. Life is too short to live someone else's misery campaign. And that's energy. And if you've been through challenges, that's part of life. Get over it. Whatever you've done till this point in your life, right now, at this moment, this second, today, right now, has prepared you for what's next. And I'm telling you today, you want to win in this industry, you get to any VIP Ignite event that's happening. I don't care if it's a dinner party. And I'll be very frank with you, Michael and their whole team and Deneen, Alicia, they're all part of our 9-figure group. But I'll tell you what they also do. They show up anywhere that I'm at. Oh, I'm with Les Brown. Can I come down? Absolutely. Come on over. Or I'm with the President of the United States. Can I come over? Absolutely. Come on, jump on a plane. We got this going on. Come on, let's go. Christine Harding's on. I see her on the broadcast today. I told her, you want to speak in Irvine? She said, yes. I said, good. You're going to be there. I'll put you on the stage. Let's go. When opportunity bangs on your door, listen And I'm telling you today, it's knocking on your door as loud as can be. They're giving you such insight, such wisdom, but to not take action on it, complete waste of your time. If they got an event in New York or Chicago or LA or Miami or a luncheon that's going on, you get there. Because when you're around a tribe, you're 100 times more powerful. When you're around a tribe, you're 100 times more powerful than all the people that bitch, moan, and complain. You don't even hear their voice. Trust me when I tell you that lions don't listen to goats. Lions don't listen to chickens. They just don't. They let the chickens jump all around. They don't even move. Get around people that are making things happen at a super high level. Get in that energy space. But if your frequency's not right, you're going to miss the energy. What is a rainmaker? They make it rain every day. You got to make it rain leads and sales and opportunities and show ups, right? Because when you're inspired and you truly have a big vision and a passion and a purpose, once again, you step into something called the flow. And that's the magic. The magic in life is you work so hard that you make it look so easy. You make it look so easy. While they're grinding, you're gliding. The only reason that you get to that point is because you put the work in advance. You read the scripts, you do the work, you listen to what Ryan talked about, you listen to what these leaders talk about, because they've already lived it. They're living what you're dreaming about. But I promise you this, they're in the right frequency and they got the right energy. And the last piece of this, of course, is understand the power of waves. Ask yourself in the last 3 years, are you riding the wave or getting crushed by it? Are you riding the wave or getting crushed by it? Look at your bank account. Look at how you feel every day. Look at how you're edging your game up every day. And it's just incremental gains. Success is all about incremental gains, little gains every day. A few more events here and there. A few more of the right people. Oh, I can't afford that event. Yes, you can. There's no shortage of credit. Use PayPal. Use your friends and family. Tell your supporters that are out there that I'm investing in myself. And I'm looking for individuals that'll pitch in $500 or $1,000. Because as a small business, as an entrepreneur, as an actor, actress, as a media person, you should have $25,000 ready to go after your goals and dreams. It kills me that people will pay $200,000 to go to college and get nothing for it. You get a piece of paper that says you owe us a lot of money. Yet 10 years later in their life, they won't invest 5 or 10 grand to live their dreams. It's a program, you guys. Don't get programmed. The programs are designed to keep you down. The programs are designed to not let you live your biggest goals and dreams. I'm telling you, turn off the negative news, get your frequency tuned in right. Get around people that vibe at such a high energy that you begin to vibe with them. What do we do at Power Team? We build unstoppable entrepreneurs. That's what I love what VIP Ignite does, right? I'm not going to tell you it's easy. That's not the case. If it was easy, everybody would do it. But I know for a fact that if you got a passion, you got a belief, get around people that are doing what you want to do and spend as much time with them as you can. Howard Hughes was the original. You ever seen that TV show, The Undercover Boss? When he bought TW Airlines, he went and worked as a baggage handler because he wanted to understand what the business is about. So maybe you can't afford it, then offer to volunteer, offer to promote, offer to show up somehow. Figure out ways to finance your goals and dreams. And if you fail, so be it. At least you'll know that, you know what, you gave it everything you had. You do realize Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. He was told, you'll never make it. Why don't you pick a new sport? Became the greatest in the world. Walt Disney was bankrupt 7 times. Your theme park will never work. Hershey's Chocolate had to borrow money from the bank tellers. He borrowed money from the bank tellers to make his payroll because people laughed at his dreams. But his chocolate's still around today. Be so good at what you do that you can never be ignored. Be so good at what you do, the competition talks about you. You never talk about them. Coke never talks about Pepsi. Pepsi always talks about Coke. Number one never has to worry about number 2. And I'm going to give you guys a copy of my book right now. If you'll do me a favor, if you want my book and a newsletter, and maybe for some of you guys, some tickets to our big event coming up in Vegas. Michael and the team can accommodate that for the internet marketing camp coming up. But if you just text the word win right now from your phones to 26786, You'll get my book called The Obvious. You'll get our newsletter, and one person will get a ticket to our big party at the Mandalay Bay coming up in a couple weeks. Text the word win to 26786. Somebody could probably type that in there, or I could type it in there. And I only want to finish with this, that I know you're all working. I know you're trying on some of this stuff, right? It's really fun when you start to have those results, and now all of a sudden people look to you for the answer. They look to you for that support. And you have a duty. You have massive success. You have a duty to give back. You have a duty to serve on charitable boards. You want to get the right frequency, energy, and waves working for you. Do the right things, make the right moves, get up early, go to bed late. Don't quit your jobs. Keep that paying your bills, but work part-time on those big goals and dreams. When you start to have those big wins, once again, give back. Go serve on more charitable boards. Go do more good work in the marketplace. I promise you it'll come back to you 100-fold, not 10-fold, not 10x, 100-fold. Because you never know whose life that your voice can make a difference in today. And go out there and share it every day. So Deneen and Alicia and Michael, I hope this was helpful for you guys.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
I love you guys. You know, I'm always here to support anything you guys have to do. And of course, you guys, this should all be your office for the weekend. Why not, right?
We can't wait to see you in Vegas.
I'll be in Irvine this week if you guys are near Irvine. We have a success summit on Thursday there. Big charity event Wednesday in Vegas. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we got events in Vegas. So much going on, all fun. And David, thank you. And Diane, thank you. If this was helpful, put a 1 in the chat box. Let me see. I love it. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me today. I love the interaction. This group always has the best interaction. No one's even close to VIP Ignite. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Hope you got some nuggets out of there that resonate with you. And all it comes down to now is take action. I love it. Thank you, Sebastian, Joe, Florida. Louise, love you guys. Thank you. Any other questions you guys have, or any questions you want to take? Right back at you. Let's go.
No, I think that was amazing, Bill. Thank you so much. It was the perfect bow on everything we've done today.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna let you guys run. I love you. See
Love
you guys
you.
soon.
We'll see you in a couple
Thank
days.
you, Friday.
Bye-bye
Thank
now.
you so
Bye,
much.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
What
Oh
a
my
fun
gosh,
day.
how awesome was that? Talk about a surprise guest right at the end. You know, he comes swooping in and like wraps everything together so perfectly.
He needs a show like Where is Bill? Like you can't even follow him ever. Like he's like I can't even keep up with him. I thought we traveled a lot, but Bill travels a lot more.
He
than
makes it seem like we're hermits.
Yeah, but he says it all the time. I mean, he does have a private plane. He just gets on. He sleeps the whole time, and then he wakes up. And he's like, "Oh, look at me! I'm here now." So that's a pretty cool life. How many of you guys want that type of life, right?
If you want that type
Work
of
hard,
life,
play harder.
type success in the comments, because that's what success looks like.
Yeah. So even having proximity to Bill, that's tremendous. And again, I was pretty envious. You guys got to go to the Raider Stadium and get to, run around the field and get to hang out with the GM and the players. And, I think that's tremendous. And sometimes people will go, well, what does that have to do with show business? What does it not have to do with show business? I can tell you, Deneen, you have grown leaps and bounds, because I'll tell you what, when she first started with VIP Ignite, she was back in the day, she worked at a dental office, but like we just throw her in the deep end and we're like swim, and we like her very first like celebrity, I think one of your first celebrity encounters, you got to talk to one of the people from Key Shockley from Public Enemy, for those of you guys that know the song Poison, Bell Biv DeVoe, he wrote that. And you also got to talk to like one of your favorite sitcom actors that you grew up watching just on the phone.
Yeah, so I had two really starstruck moments. The first time was I had the opportunity to talk to Dan Loria, who's the father on the Wonder Years. Like I always felt like Winnie Cooper. Like I was always a super nerd growing up. So when Alicia was like, yeah, so I need you to call Dan Loria. Like it wasn't like
here's his cell phone number. He
No,
also
it was-
wrote Bronx
it was
Tale,
like,
guys.
I need you to go to Dunkin' Donuts and get me a cup of coffee. I need you to go into the office right now and you're going to talk to Dan Lurie. I was like, I'm going to do what? And it was awesome because like the reason that I love what I do is everything that we do at VIP Ignite comes back to your success. Okay, so talking to Dan Lurie, the reason I had the opportunity to speak with him was because he then did a 3-hour coaching call. He was supposed to do a 1-hour call with our talent. And he did like a 3-hour call and talked about the history of the movie industry, about filming, about like like all these things that like blew my mind.
Well,
Okay.
he's the one that introduced me to Al Pacino, and then we all went out to dinner, which blew my mind. But true story. So when I was with Dan Lurie, we were hanging out at his house, and I was there with like Judith Light from Who's the Boss and my mentor, Pat Addis. He told me that Cary Grant was his mentor, and he actually lived in Cary Grant's old house in the Hollywood Hills. Oh my God. And I'm a huge Alfred Hitchcock fanatic. That's actually why I went to film school. I love me some good Alfred Hitchcock. And so sometimes like your craziest dreams really can become reality. But you know what, Deneen? I'm gonna really preface my story by saying this. Not only have you grown leaps and bounds with like podcasts, but also dinner conversation, like getting to do the things that you've done and like, you know, going, you know, traveling around the world and getting to meet these people. I'll tell you what, when you're in Hollywood or you're in New York, it's not just about like, hey, can you book me on, you know, this TV show? Like sometimes it's just gift of gab. And by not living vicariously through others, but actually meeting real people and finding synergy, I think it's so amazing because powerful people all have something in common. Does anybody know what it is? They put in the freaking work. They didn't like let mediocrity, like, you know, come into their home. They gave 100%. So guys, you made it through 2 whole days on this boot camp. How many of you guys feel good?
I feel amazing. Do you guys feel good? Listen, I know it's the end of day 2. It has been a lot.
This is like you're on set with
someone
Spielberg.
asked you a question. I want you to give some energy, like show her. Don't just write, oh yes, I feel good. In the show us how you feel. Like literally,
We've
I've
had
been sitting on
talent
my
work
feet
with
for
Spielberg,
16
Deneen.
hours and I'm showing more energy. Let's do this. Come on, people.
Guys, what's crazy is, again, we've had talent work with like Spielberg and M. Night Shyamalan, some of the biggest, most amazing people in the world. And sometimes they'll literally have a call time for 5 a.m. You're sitting around like in this like holding area till like 10 a.m. Then you finally go into costume and wardrobe and, you know, you're sitting around at around 10 o'clock at night. They're like, you guys ready to do the scene? Let's do it. And all of a sudden you're like, what? Like you're like half asleep. So this is the time, guys, adrenaline should be kicking in because your dream is right there.
You're
Are you
less
guys
than 3
feeling
feet
this?
from gold right now.
Everything you want is at your fingertips. All right, so let's see here. Do you want me? I'm going to go over this one more time. What we're offering. How many of you guys have scheduled already? Because is Ryan coming back? No, Terry. We co-own Colby Models with Ryan. Ryan's part of our company. So if you get accepted to work in our program, Ryan will also be one of your mentors and you'll be able to hang out with us in Orlando. And you're welcome for that. This was a free call this weekend and I hope you guys enjoyed it, but I'm sure you can see the value of what it's like becoming an actual member and getting to be able, you know, to talk to Ryan and having Ryan submit you out for castings. That's a pretty cool thing to have. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to make sure you guys can see it. Let's see. Good. So if you have not scheduled yet, can you guys post the link one more time? Because there's only 5 spots left. And I want to make sure, again, I really want to say this. I love you guys, but Monday and Tuesday are pretty much the only days that we're really doing interviews. Wednesday, I'm flying to Vegas on Wednesday. So is Debbie. And then Deneen comes out. So it's like we're literally doing appointments either from the airport or from our homes. So we want to make sure that if we needed to open up additional time slots, we're only going to know today, because as soon as this call is over, the link goes bye-bye. Capiche? Time kills all deals on that one. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. Let's share it. Somebody let me know if you could see it. Give me a thumbs up. Yeah? Anybody? Renata?
We can see it.
Okay, cool, thanks. All right, so Mickey's Hollywood Experience, Orlando, this is pretty cool stuff here. I want to make sure I'm not the best when it comes to the, oh, look at that. Ah, do as I say, not as I do. Mickey's Hollywood Experience, this is going to be amazing. Again, this is slated for March 2022. And one thing I really want to say, because somebody had written me an email going, I really want to do this, but I've never traveled alone before. Okay, don't fret, my skeptical friend. Number one, first you have to get accepted. Then the second thing, we do have a private members only Facebook group. We also have a private members only Telegram group. You guys will be able to become fast friends with all of our other talent. You'll be able to talk to them live on coaching calls, and you guys can work out the whole roommate situation. Orlando is a great place, especially for Airbnbs. So flights are really cheap down here. Hotels are cheap. Airbnbs, especially when you're splitting the cost with friends. All right. So, how many of you guys would love to come to Disney? It's the most magical place on the whole entire world. So we love Disney. So we will be spending, we're going to figure out what day we may go to the park since everybody's going to be coming down here. Of course, this ticket does not include park admission, obviously. But we'll be able to figure out exactly what day. And I'm just going to warn you guys, if you think I'm a lot on this call, wait until you see me at Disney, because I know that place like the back of my hand. True story. The second day Disneyland was open, my father was there with his family, with his mom and his little brother and his dad, and he actually got to hug Walt Disney for this photo, because something that, especially since we're all going to be together as a team. I don't know about you, but I would really love to get Ryan some Mickey ears and a Mickey bar. I'm just putting that out there. All right. So with this particular program, we're going to be doing 4 character shots for models and actors. Again, these character headshots, this is exactly what casting directors want to see. I'm gonna really go on a limb for this one. Again, so many people send in modeling photos, and that's great, but they're not actors' headshots. These are character headshots. For the last 2 decades, not only have obviously VIP Ignite with the live events, but Mike and I also invest in major Broadway shows. Again, we've won 6 Tony Awards. I've been at all the auditions, at all the table reads. I've worked with Vanessa Hudgens and Sigourney Weaver. Every single person on Broadway has to update headshots. Super, super, super important. So for anybody that went through Model and Actor Garage, these character headshots, the key word is character. These headshots are going to depict who you are from the inside. These are not meant to show beauty per se. They're meant to show the inner beauty. If you love that, type love it. Okay, these are going to encompass who you are, because that's what casting directors want to see. If I were to submit you to a casting and they just saw your headshot, that's it. They may not want you to even read for the role because your headshot can make or break you. With these headshots, you are coming makeup free, light moisturizer. So for those of you that like to do like self-tanning, don't do that. Please don't show up orange. Please show up with your hair dry. You're going to be getting your hair and makeup done. Also working with a top celebrity photographer. In the past, our photographers have worked with people like Rihanna, Jessica Alba, Beyonce. We work with extremely high level photographers. When we're working on this type of level, we're not hiring people from Barbizon or any of these like up and coming photographers. We want real photographers that have real brand recognition. Can anybody here tell me why? Sid can tell you. If I had Sid working with, let's say, Juan Algren, who has worked with Nicki Minaj and Rihanna and Jennifer Lopez and Jay-Z and all these amazing people. As soon as Sid would show up to a photo shoot, I can tell you right now, Sid is taking a picture with the makeup artist, the photographer. She's thanking them, immediately posting it on their Facebook. Why? So that way when Nicole Davis is like, oh, Sid just got photos done. And let's just be curious and see who that photographer is. Holy crap. Okay, scale 1 to 10, how much would that change your life working with people on that type of level? Scale 1 to 10. Scale 1 to 10, it better be a 10, right? So you can go somewhere and get your own headshots, and that's great, but having proximity to these types of people, it is going to be everything, especially on your social media. You're also going to get character Development and Styling by Ryan Colby. So similar to the Actors Garage today. He's going to be, again, talking to you. I mean, we're co-owners with Colby on Colby Models, and he's also very much a part of Truth Management. So Ryan Colby is going to get to know you via Zoom, and he's going to be able to pinpoint exactly what you should be wearing for this photo shoot. We're going to be able to pick out the wardrobe together. You're showing up. This is a well planned out, executed photo shoot. No room for error. Okay. Makes sense? We're also doing a published model fashion editorial. I think that's really great. That's considered a tear sheet. Again, having, access to top brands helps a lot, but also having access to top publishers is phenomenal. Anybody, again, can go buy photos, but actually getting featured in a magazine is unbelievable, especially having a billboard in Times Square. Again, even having access to a billboard in Times Square is something that dreams are made of. So we're very excited about that. You're also going to get the Hollywood agent, and you can cross off virtual. We're actually going to be flying in some of the biggest agents from LA and New York to Orlando. So here's what I really want to stress to you. If you were to join VIP Ignite, and let's say this photo shoot is in May, okay, we're now December 4th. For those of you that have interviews tomorrow, which is December 5th, when do you actually start with the training? Somebody riddle me this, riddle me that. When do you actually start with your trainings? The answer is tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow. You are not waiting until May. You are literally preparing yourself. We are sharpening the crayons because by May, we're putting them to use, okay? You're also gonna get the professional model or an actor slate reel. That's valued at $1,997. You're going to be getting professional training for the slate reel. And that's amazing. For those of you guys that don't understand, you have to have a reel in order to get submitted out for major roles for television and film. You also need a headshot. So look at that. We just cross those off the list. You're getting them all here. And again, they're going to be done correctly. You're going to also be able to create your signature character with Ryan Colby. Truth Management representation. For those of you guys that don't know what a mother agency is, we worked with some of the biggest agencies throughout the world. Most of these agencies, especially now, there's no hold handing. They want you ready. They want you, I guess the reliability factor is a big thing in this business. We do get a lot of flakes. Oh yeah, I'll be there. And then they don't show up. There's a reason why, even if you were to purchase an Airbnb or you book a rental car, you book anything on Expedia, can anybody here tell me why they may still want a credit card upon check-in? What do you think? Could it be because of incidentals, right? They're afraid you're going to try to steal the hairdryer, wipe out the minibar, order room service. So again, with Truth Management, we're developing you. So that way, when you are meeting these top agents, whether you're going to LA with us, New York, we're going all around the world, Miami, Orlando, we are going to Paris this year. So we have a lot of really amazing opportunities for those of you guys that are members, or those of you that are aspiring members. Anywhere you go with us, you're going to meet real people live. And my goal for each and every one of you isn't just to have representation in New York or LA, but both. Okay, you want both coasts working with you. And again, we're going to bring them to this lovely town called Orlando, Florida, and we're going to bring the best of New York together. So you don't have to go to both locations per se. We will have other opportunities later on, but I think it's great that we're going to be able to do like one slam dunk in Orlando. You're also going to be able to get new model and actor development and training for 90 days. That is phenomenal. Again, I deal with a lot of people that go to Juilliard, Carnegie Mellon, Yale School of Drama. They'll go to Second City, which is improv in Chicago. I've had talent go to Oxford. You're one of a billion trying to get into this industry, and that's not me being mean, that's me being truthful. Why you? So having access to these types of amazing people, again, we've had cast members from The Walking Dead do our trainings, cast members from the Sopranos. Bobby Finaro, who played Eugene, is on our payroll. Monique Coleman from High School Musical, she's part of VIP Ignite. Michael Urie, who starred in Ugly Betty, who's now starring opposite what's his name from forgetting Sarah Marshall, that's how tired I am. We have top people in this industry that are now training our talent, because the reason why people always ask me, how do you get these people to do trainings for you? I remind them what it was like when they were trying to get in this industry and how nobody gave a shit. So they're job is to help those that want help. And it's not per se acting training the whole entire time. It's also going over their aha moments, what they wish somebody told them, best things that they wish, they knew when they were getting started, answering questions live, because without that, you're turning to the internet, to your friends that are not in this industry or think that they are, that aren't booking real work, or 3, your family. And those are all recipes for disaster. Okay. I want you, and I'm not saying don't love your family and love them hard, especially at the holiday season. Yes, absolutely. But do not take advice from them in show business. Is that understood? Type, I get it. Because nothing pisses me off more than somebody who asks their mom what they should be doing in a reel. Well, my mom likes it when I do it this way. Oh, excuse me. Hi. I work on Broadway and I'm part of a lot of amazing productions. I'm sorry. And who is your mom? And I always say, oh, perhaps I can hire her to do a training. Can you have her send over her reel, her IMDb, copy front, back of her SAG card? Oh, she doesn't have any of that. So why in God's name would you ever ask advice from those people? You're also going to get access to the vault, over 300 hours of on-demand training. We've had the head writer for Saturday Night Live, who also wrote the foreword to our book. We have tremendous people, and it's not just modeling, it's music, it's A&R, Grammy winners. We have one of the actors from Frozen who's part of our company, actors from Disney, actors from hit TV shows, screenwriters, producers. So it's a little bit of everything. And then you're also going to get the Elite Talent Academy, which is live training. So for those of you right now binge watching Netflix, not going to lie, Dead to Me is great. There's so many great shows. Wednesday, help you build a resume ready to binge watch trainings to help you prepare for tomorrow. Type binge. Let me see. Because it's the honor system, guys. So total value of this is over $38,000. I can tell you that's like a drop in the bucket in this industry. If you went to Yale School of Drama, that's about $65,000 a year. New York City average rent is $5,000 a month. Okay, they're not giving you a Rolodex with the head writer for Saturday Night Live. I would, but again, membership has its privileges. So when we created this program, again, that is the value of this program, $38,964. And I'm trying to do my computer. Again, that when we sat down and we figured out, well, what would make it cost effective, $7,500. But Michael was feeling very holiday-esque, we'll say. And again, I love my little boy, and I think about him every day, especially not just because I'm his mom, but because I swore when we started VIP Ignite, had, even in the craziest idea of my mind to think that I would ever have a child at the age of 44 and travel the world and work on major motion pictures and TV shows and Broadway and get to go to Fashion Week and be on set with our talent. I get to live the life of my dreams every day, not just at home, but also for our talent. And for anybody here with kids, this isn't for you, this is for everybody. So, I want you guys really to understand this is not a selfish thing for you to ever follow your dreams. This is something that, if anything, we've seen since 2020, life is extremely short. We don't know, when our time is up. And I really want to stress to you, if this is something that you want to do, stop wasting time and money with companies that aren't going to be able to help you. We yield results because we only work with the biggest names in the industry. And the question is all the time, well, what's going to happen when I get these trainings or I meet all these amazing people? Can anybody here type for me what could happen? Anybody? What's going to happen actually? Life changer for sure. The answer is anything you freaking want can happen. We had Maria who got discovered on one of our Zoom calls. She earns $30,000 in one day's work now, whereas before she only earned $30,000 in a year. So for those of you guys that, maybe have been struggling financially and you're looking to get off the crazy Ferris wheel, or you really want to do this, but you've had a hard time maybe investing in yourself, this is like surefire way. We're literally putting you face to face with the most amazing people in the world. But if you're going to invest money, I want you to understand you're cutting a check for speed. You can do it the old fashioned way, move to New York, move to LA, go get your headshots done and spend a shit ton of money on trainings. That's awesome. You go on with your bad self, or you can have a well-calculated plan where you're already guaranteed to meet top people and have real people from TV and film actually working with you, training you, and all that's going on your resume. Oh, and by the way, working with a former art director live in Orlando, Florida. Find a better option because you can't. All right. Any questions? Any questions? How many of you guys have scheduled so far? Type scheduled. And how many of you guys have not scheduled yet? Guys, people spend a lot of money to network with extremely high level people. We invest almost $100,000 a year just to be in proximity with Anthony Robbins. We're not getting his phone number. We're not sitting there texting him all day, right? We're paying for knowledge. We're paying to have access to the most amazing network in the world. Even Bill Walsh, we're part of his 9-figure club. We travel around the world. Literally, this is well calculated. We invest a lot of money, not just in professional relationships, but also in major motion pictures, Broadway shows. We do a lot here at VIP Ignite. So, I mean, you could try to reinvent the wheel or have everything you need right here. The choice is yours. Somebody had asked me before about payment plans. If you are accepted into our program, we do have options for that. We also have a third-party amazing funding company, which we can discuss with you as well. There's a lot of great options. And even with a payment plan, depending on if you even got accepted into our program, the trainings start tomorrow. Depending on when you actually do the interview. If you're not scheduled till Tuesday and you get accepted, obviously you're starting on Tuesday. But if you can, if anybody here has not scheduled yet, schedule for tomorrow. I don't even know if there's any spots left. I know before I started talking, there were only 5. But the training starts immediately. Immediately.
Deja has a question. What's your question, Deja?
Can y'all hear me? I'll learn my hand. Okay, it's not really a question. It's just really a thank you to VIP Ignite. Like, y'all are changing my life. I'm like in tears, like to sit in a room with these icons, to sit in a room with y'all alone. And then the reason behind why y'all are doing this, like human trafficking. And it just is eye-opening. I have children, you know, so that's the place it took me. So this training, if y'all don't sign up to VIP Ignite Truth Management, then remain lost. And it's
Deja, are you on the trainings now with Bobby from The Sopranos?
Bill Walsh just sent me an invite text message to start with him, and from the last boot camp, I am going on with Joseph James to his Alpha program on the 14th. So as soon as I signed and started my payments, like I don't have millions of dollars, but God makes a way out of no way. If like I had to sacrifice and cut some things off and get it done. And that's where I'm at with it, because it's past time. I started this venture in 2014. And I'm not going to go to the full story, but y'all know it. The name, Ali, y'all know it. And I mean, I came the first time a couple years back and I wasn't ready. I was listening to the naysayers, the people like, oh, you can't do this, you're too old, this and that and the third. Like, and I had to turn that sound off and reprogram my own mind frame. And now I'm just not going to stop. I'm ready to fly.
Yeah. And I really want to stress this to you guys. If you have friends and family that don't believe in you, look at their lives and be like, well, what have you done? What was your dream? Why didn't you go for it? We get to live out our dreams every single day, helping people like Deja. So Deja, it's our pleasure. We love you so much. And
thank y'all. Thank y'all.
I don't know. I'm gonna see you next week.
We're gonna do virtual.
We'll see her in March.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Okay.
Happy holidays if I don't get to talk to you personally. Merry Christmas.
Subashini
Yeah,
has a
happy
question.
holidays, y'all.
Happy holidays. Tell your uncle I said hello.
I will. We'll be in Niagara Falls
Oh, nice.
for
Enjoy. I
Christmas
love
and
Niagara
New
Falls.
Year's. Yeah,
Awesome. Thanks, Deja.
you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Subashini, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, thank you for such a wonderful program. I really learned a lot. My quick question is for tomorrow's audition, do you want us to put just moisturizer on, or like, you want us to come with makeup or light makeup?
Light makeup, no crazy eyelashes, no like Kim
Mhm.
Kardashian contouring. We want to see what you accurately look like. When you show up to the photo shoot, you'll show up with like no makeup at all.
Okay.
Because Lord help you if you show up with anything. Ryan Colby is going to be livid because he likes to start a palette from, from square one.
Basic.
But
Okay.
for tomorrow, it's just basic light makeup. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was an excellent
Yeah.
question. Thank you.
And guys, somebody had asked a question about when will they find out if they get accepted. During the interview, you'll actually find out. You will need 2 forms of ID for the interview. So like a driver's license, you will be required to put down a deposit if you're not paying for this in its entirety. Again, we do have the fast action taker, which is amazing. So for those of you guys that do get accepted, again, your training starts immediately. Since this event in Orlando we offered this once before and it like pretty much sold out. And then we sat down as a team going to limited spots accepted at the time of the interview. So for those of you guys that have husbands, wives, priests, pimp, kids, whoever, please understand that any decision during the interview is final. So if you're not prepared to make a decision and you're not able to say, yeah, I want to go to Orlando, I wish you good luck. You guys can go join all the websites out there and lose your money. Because if we're going over a 16-hour event this weekend, we're looking for serious candidates. If I said, Yusuf, I need you on set, we're working on power, Yusuf is going to say, let's do it, right? He's not going to say, can I call you back? I need to ask my girl. I'd be like, yeah, ask her to give you your balls back too. Click, right? So understand this. I'm not nice. I'm a business person. I want to help those I feel I can help. If you're not serious about getting into show business at all, and you just want to see if you get accepted, please don't waste our time. We're looking for people that are going to take this seriously. We're putting you face to face with some of the biggest agents and casting directors in the world. If you can't even make a decision after 16 hours, it's not for you. For those of you that really want to do this, that may be struggling financially, at the time of the interview, you will be required to put down some type of deposit or at least be able to figure out something with us. But we need to know that you are financially responsible and reliable. Okay. Does that make sense for everybody? Yeah. Okay. I get to scout all over the world for an amazing agency out of India and Beverly Hills. And I had somebody recently that booked a major product campaign that couldn't even afford the bags when she arrived at the airport to get on the plane. And the agency was already closed because they were in India, and she sat there crying and didn't get on the flight. The agency then said, well, what do you want us to do? And the agency got sued. Everybody was there waiting for her on set and she did not show up. So again, even financially, I need to know that you can afford your own Lyft, your own Uber, your own air, if God forbid you had to pay for airfare, if you had to pay for your own suitcases, if you had to, use a credit card upon check-in, I need to know that you're financially stable. For those of you that aren't working right now, I get it. We're not like doing a credit check or anything, but I need to know that financially you can make this happen. Okay. I will sell my blood, turning cans. April, that's really dark and gothic, but I guess that fits your character type that Ryan said. Look at you with the wig. You look like you should be in like The Birds, Alfred Hitchcock, some kind of crazy, right? Do you guys see April? All right. Who else has a question? If you have a question, raise your Zoom hand. if you have not had a chance to schedule, can we post the link again? For those of you guys that really need like a nudge or you need us to push you over, this isn't for you, not after 16 hours. Again, we work with extremely high level professionals. We want to make sure, especially, I mean, there are companies out there like Masterclass where you could sit there and like listen to trainings, whether they're from a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That's really sweet. They're on replay. We're actually risking our livelihood, our business and our brand that took us 2 decades to build. If let's say Paola showed up and she's sitting there talking to one of the stars from High School Musical, and let's just say Paola wasn't able to handle a conversation or did something crazy. I mean, you guys, and this is getting a little bit like grim, but have you guys watched the news lately? Are there not a little bit like crazy people in this world, right? So I really want to preface, like when we're talking to you, we want to make sure that you're a good person. Are we going to be able to, because this is like a year working together. Are we going to actually cringe every time we see you? Are you a lovely person? Can you follow directions? You know, we just want to know about you. For those of you that are struggling financially, we're going to figure it out together. I promise. But I need to make sure that you can handle this. How many of you guys are ready to sit down face to face? Anybody? I hope you guys are ready, because anybody can go pay for pictures and websites. Sitting down face to face, holy crap.
And for those of you that, I saw someone say that you would have to be on a payment plan, that's fine. Schedule the interview because you have to get accepted before we can set up a payment plan for you. All
Yeah,
right,
don't put the cart before the horse just yet, but be prepared if you do get accepted. We're filling out paperwork and holding that seat and also getting you in the trainings immediately.
Yeah. All right, Joe from Florida has a question.
Hey, everybody. So I had a question about the dress code. Is there any specific dress that we need to wear, like formal, or can we just come casually dressed? Okay.
That's a great question. Like we're not doing a gala. We just want to see you as is. We
Okay.
may ask you to take like some digitals immediately following the interview. So like I prefer like no crazy brands, no like polo going across, you know, not saying I wouldn't wear Chanel or Gucci or something, but you know, I just be yourself. Just be yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
did you have a great weekend?
Oh, hold on. Unmute.
I had an amazing weekend. Y'all just dropped a whole lot of gems and I really enjoyed myself. And I'm super pumped, super ready for this interview tomorrow.
And this was the free
And
weekend.
I'm really excited.
Imagine what it's like to actually be a member and get to,
Right.
you know, sit there and talk, just talk shop with the top agent. We also have the head of casting for L'Oreal. That's part of our company. He casts for J. Crew, Banana Republic, The Gap, Nike, Adidas. Tory Burch. So getting a chance to talk to that type of casting director. And I really want to stress this to you guys as a model or actor. It's great to kind of learn your craft, but how cool is it that you can go behind the scenes and learn what an agent is looking for, what a casting director is looking for, what a screenwriter, like, because we're going to give you a full 360 and that does one thing. It's called power. We are giving you 100% pure power because you're no longer dependent on your agent. You're going to understand this business as a whole, and you're going to learn Hollywood from the inside.
Yeah, I'm seeing it from a whole different side. It's just, it's strictly business from here. That's just what I'm on.
Yep. It's going to be,
Thank you so much.
It's proximity, power, and proof. That's what you need, because when you're going to LA, you're going to New York, you're going to Orlando, and you're sitting down with a top Hollywood agent. Oh, tell me about yourself. Okay, Joe, Florida. Right, I'm going to say your name that it's displayed. Oh, well, let's see, who did your headshots? Oh, who's doing your training? Oh, I'm working with, you know, this and this and this and this. Oh, what? Huge fan of their work. Like, who are you right now? Oh, you're part of VIP Ignite. Duh. You know what I mean?
Duh.
Yeah. But, you know, again, like I've been to these showcases where these kids have spent like $1,000, $2,000, and they hold up their pictures. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see like judges sitting there behind a runway and the talent are holding up pictures. There's no way in hell they're ever sitting there talking to a real agent. They're not having conversations. At our company, it is all about people skills. Because I'm going to tell you guys very quickly, when I went to college, nobody gave a shit. I was one of a billion graduating from college with a film degree. I also went to school for TV and film. I knew that if somebody met me face to face, they would love me and want to work with me, but my resume was not strong enough to get in front of the right people. So for those of you that have zero training, for those of you that are not high fashion, for those of you that don't conform into this little perfect box called Hollywood, guess what? Hollywood doesn't want that anymore. That's why Victoria Fashion Show is out. That's why we see such diversity in ads now. And we see it's the most amazing time ever to get into show business. And they're constantly looking for new faces. So yeah. Well, good luck to you. I hope I get to do your interview. I don't know who you scheduled with. You scheduled already, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I think
perfect.
the first
Okay.
slide.
Awesome. Well, I'll see you soon. If I don't get to talk to you
Okay.
personally, happy holidays to you, and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
Thank you.
All right, who else has questions?
Tiffany Edwards, can you turn on your camera? Well, you're, oh, there you go.
Mhm.
There you go.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Tiffany. I'm from Philadelphia, but I'm currently in Colorado. And I just wanted to say thank you guys. You shared a lot of valuable information and for free. I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to the future with you guys. I did sign up for an appointment also.
That's awesome. What part of Philly are you from?
I'm from North Philly.
Okay, I went to Temple University. I graduated from Temple. And I
Okay.
lived in South Philly for 10 years, so we're like kindred spirits.
Cool. Well, I didn't go to Temple, but I went to cosmetology school in Philadelphia.
Nice.
Well, let me ask you a question. Cosmetology school, how expensive is that?
Well, thank God my loans were forgiven, but yeah, I didn't like that.
It's like 10,000, right?
17.
$17,000,
Yes.
guys, to go to cosmetology school. But yet I have actors and models that don't understand the investment. Okay, so you want a real agent to book you out on TV and film. That's great. And
And she froze. You're frozen.
you've done what? Like, what have you done? I know,
Yeah,
it happens. It
Yeah.
happens. Okay, guys.
Awesome.
So Deneen, I have good news and I have bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Well, we have one more person with a question, but I'll take the
I
good
know.
news first.
Well, no, we'll do the bad news. We are out of appointment slots. We are at capacity. But I did just beg Michael when I turned off my camera. He just opened up just a couple more slots for us. So if you have not scheduled, literally, he just opened up a couple of slots for us.
Thank you, Michael. Everyone say thank you, Michael, in the comments. All right. Nick Rodriguez has a question.
Hey,
Hey, friend, what's up?
I'm good. Just here. Happy to be here. Everything was just. I was just happy to be here in the weekends. Everything was just like yesterday was like stress. Because I had to go somewhere, but I was still there listening. The stories of Paul talking of Mike Ryan giving us more good things about acting and it's amazing. Oh, I forgot to say my name. Yeah, of course, my name is Nick Rodriguez. I live in Maryland, and my favorite thing to do is acting. Love to act, and I'm right now just doing class thing anatomy trying to be a radiologist, but a lot.
Well, do you have a question for us?
No, I just want to say thank you for everything, you guys. It means a lot to be here, and I just can't wait to see you guys.
I can't wait to meet you. I think we meet you in New York, right?
Yep.
That'll be awesome. Well, thank you for being here. We're grateful that you were here, and I'm glad that you had such a great experience.
I can't wait.
That's awesome.
Can't wait. But thank you.
All right, guys. Santa Claus Michael just made a I'm a little bit shocked by this. Guys, we're going to go ahead and give you one extra look in Orlando for everybody that was on this tremendous weekend. Merry Christmas to everybody. So for everybody who's scheduled already, great job. For everybody who is not scheduled, this offer goes off the table as soon as we are done. So instead of 4 looks, you'll get the 5 character headshots. 5. Everybody type 5 and thank you. 5 and thank you. All right, guys. So if you have not had a chance to schedule, go ahead and do that now. How many of you guys still have not scheduled yet? Because when we log off this call, the link goes down with us.
Oh, Montoya.
We don't want
has-
bench warmers, guys. We want people that are going to take action.
Montoya has a question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Montoya.
Okay, yes, Denise. I have a question. This is, I know I scheduled once before and we had a problem that I ran
You and
into.
I just need to fix out the problem. So if
Yes.
you're already scheduled, you can cancel your appointment and just
Okay.
reach out to me when that problem has been solved.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay.
Looks like another spot just opened up for everyone. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Does anyone else have questions? Would anyone like to share their biggest takeaways with us? Oh, okay. Catherine and Sarah.
Hey, all right, so just, we didn't want to take any of your time on the other things because we've just been enjoying everything and didn't really have any questions. We're just really motivated and dedicated to where we've come from, where we are now, that future. So big takeaways, at least for me, was, I mean, just huge amount with all of the things that Michael went through. And it's funny because when you say his name, it almost sounds like funk, and I have a son named Michael, so I'm like, what? So it's like Funkle or whatever, but
Pumpkin.
yeah, like the trust fund, like all the things for, I mean, his whole presentation, both presentations were just like mind blowing. There's so much content. I have so many, I mean, just pages and pages of notes. And so I'm just grateful. I said, don't say right. And
It's okay. I do that every time I tell people how not to say the third word that comes out of my mouth is every stinking time.
the pink elephant, right? So just the strength. Oh, and then the other thing too that was really interesting was when he was going through the resume and just all the little things, the little notches that I mean, tons of things that could be valid on the resume. That was huge for me. I mean, I've worked so many years of my life to just always be notching and putting new things, new interesting. And I was like, holy cow, man, that's actually where it'll all be valued. That's amazing. That's freaking awesome. Like I value it, of course. But just, I'm just excited for that piece. That was neat to hear. So, and then it was awesome, Sarah, just listening, like all of this.
Yeah, I'm just like super thankful for Mike for like going through all the struggles to be able to get, it's so incredibly cheap compared to like what it's actually worth. Like it's actually insane.
It is actually insane. And you know what's even more insane? Happy New Year's, guys. We just got a text message that one of the stars from America's Next Top Model is going to be in Orlando with us, actually working with you on your character headshots. So if you don't have haters, you will be definitely by the time we're done with you. I'm sure your friends and family love the show Top Model. You'll be able to actually add that now to your resume, that person from the show is going to be working with you while on the photo shoot. Is that cool?
That's amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah, and Ryan Colby, all that stuff was just, we just were taking tons of notes, been here the whole time, butts in the seat, like glued to it. So thank you.
Well, we thank you for being here. And I know it's warm where you guys are, right?
I'm not super much
it's
right
raining.
now, but
Yeah.
it's not as cold as other states where it's blizzarding.
We're
and
heading
we're
out to
getting
Vegas in
rain.
like 48 hours and I just saw it's like 36 degrees and I'm like, no. So
Oh, yeah, we get to shovel sunshine here.
yeah.
Well, we don't actually have to shovel anything, so we're fine.
Well, I look forward to seeing you both on interviews.
Yes, tomorrow at 5.
Okay, perfect.
The first one. Yep.
All right, awesome.
After school, because I need to be able to do that.
Yep.
Of course you do.
Awesome.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I was going to ask, do we need 2 different appointments for the 2 of us?
Just one.
Just the one. That's what I thought. Okay. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Ladies. Awesome. All right. April, you look much different than you did a couple minutes ago.
I know. Isn't it fabulous?
It is. I love it.
I'm Miss McCready.
It's awesome.
My biggest takeaways from this was just everything. I mean, Ryan was amazing. Mike is amazing. The discount on the prices for Orlando is amazing, like super amazing. And I just, what really stuck with me was centering yourselves and breathing into calmness. And then, of course, all the charity work with rescuing children. And what really stood out to me also was Mike's presentation on how to read the script. I really, really, really like that. And I took screenshots and going to be practicing that at home. And it's just been an amazing weekend. I can't wait to meet with you guys tomorrow. I'm blown away. I'm a whole new person. And like I said, I don't care if I'm broke. I'm paying for this somehow. I will donate blood. I will do something.
Hey, you know what? A guy's got to do what a guy's got to do to get themselves where they want to go. That's awesome.
Right.
Well, thank you. Thank you for saying that you're a completely different person. That's the promise we made yesterday, right?
Yeah.
How many of you feel like your success is being elevated? I told you guys yesterday, you're already successful for being here. This morning, you're successful for being here, but now, lasagna effect. That's going to be we're going to get a t-shirt made for Orlando, #lasagna effect.
Oh, my lasagna's already in the oven, honey.
Well, mine's being made by an Italian restaurant locally, hopefully. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for being here. And
No problem.
break a leg on your play.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Awesome. Promise Wilson, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, everybody. My biggest takeaway from this whole event is that, focus on what you want to focus on, follow your dreams, don't listen to anyone else but you, and surround yourself with positive energy. And those are I'm sorry. So by me wanting to do music, I really enjoyed, what's his name, Billy
Big Shot Beats.
Yeah, so I learned a lot from him. So I will be taking those tips into my career. And what else? Just follow your goals, because I'm having a hard time struggling on where I really want to be. So yeah.
Can I give you a suggestion really quickly? And I feel like a couple people talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to know where you're going, sit down and write it all down.
Okay.
Because I talked about this a little bit. Sit down and write it all down, and then it'll all come to be clear. You'll start getting clarity.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, if you've already scheduled, I am going to be giving you guys a challenge in a minute or two. How about I do this? I'll do the challenge now. I'll give you guys a challenge. And then if you need to log off, then you can log off. If you haven't scheduled, let us answer your questions. So here's your challenge for tonight. And I think this one might actually be a little bit more difficult than the one we did last night. What I want you to do is I want you to go into the Facebook community and just talk about your biggest takeaway. What was your biggest transformation over this weekend? Like how did you change over this weekend? What was your biggest aha, your biggest takeaway? And how have you changed over the weekend? Okay. And there doesn't have to be a hashtag. I'll just know that when you post your videos tonight, that's what it is. All right. All right. Myrna has a question.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. It was wonderful. I just was blown away by all the speakers and definitely transformed. So Transformation Day is definitely a good title. It was just awesome. I mean, I just want to say that I did schedule. With me, I still got to talk about the finances tomorrow, but we'll deal with that tomorrow. I'm so interested in this. There's got to be a way to do it. My question is, you mentioned earlier that you know who you're going to interview with, but on my thing, it didn't tell me. Some people know, and it didn't really tell me whoever.
You're
would be left.
interviewing with Debbie Davis tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I
I see
have
it now.
many answers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you for everything, and I look
You're
forward
welcome. It
to
was great
for
to meet you.
tomorrow.
Well,
Great
we
to
look
meet you
forward to seeing
too.
you tomorrow.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh,
Bye-bye.
also one little disclaimer. If you have scheduled an appointment, I'm going to be reaching out to you personally to confirm your appointment. So if you get a phone number from an 856, please answer it, because that's me calling you to make sure to answer any of your questions and to confirm your audition. Okay, so when I call, I expect you to answer. All right. And if you don't, you'll also get a video from me. So you can't get away from me. You cannot hide, no matter how hard you try. That was my best Liam Neeson voice. All right. Does anyone else have any questions, any concerns, anything you would like to discuss, any takeaways? You could tell it's getting to be the end of day 2.
Guys,
I already
I'm
gave-
so excited. I mean, Christmas is right around the corner, Hanukkah, New Year's. So I really want to stress this, and I've said this quite a bit. Make 2023 your, if you're really going to do this, it starts now. You want to be an actor? Okay, let's actually put in the motion, right? So if you want to be an actor, you want to be a model, well, let's figure out what we need. Oh, well, we need real photos. Hi, you're welcome. We need real training. Okay. I need real connections. Okay. Well, I don't live in the right city. This is all done on Zoom. And then you'll actually go to Orlando and meet top people in the industry. My family and friends, this is what I hear all the time. My friends and family aren't supportive. Who cares? If you're over the age of 18 and you can fight for your country, fight for your dreams. That is everything. This is up to you. You're going to be the only one going on auditions. You're going to be the only one on the Zoom calls getting the training. Prove your haters wrong. I know I do it every day. What do I have in my office? Here's a picture of Al Pacino. Here I am with Forbes. Here I am opening the stock exchange. Here I am on Fox News as a music expert. You know, we get to do amazing things, and it's not about luck. Anytime somebody says, oh my God, you're so lucky. F you. This is not luck. This is a lot of hard work. So I'm hoping that you guys understand. I mean, getting signed to VIP or getting, to work with Truth Management, we're going to give you all the tools, but you have to show up. You have to put forth the effort. You got it?
Yeah. Good night,
Yes,
Sid.
sure.
Good night,
Go pick up
Sherry.
your boys.
All right. Well,
Let's post a link one more time. And then I feel like we're in like one of those romantic comedy movies. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. And we're all going to hang up at the same time, but we do have homework to do. We're going to put a pretty little bow on this 16-hour amazing weekend. And we're going to show everybody on the Facebook group, including our team, hey, I asked you to do a challenge, and look at that. Just like a self-tape, just like sending me digitals. If there were a casting, people that don't do their homework, I'm going to laugh at you when you show up on your audition, because I'm actually going to go into the Facebook and be like, oh, are you in here? I had somebody today go, I just don't do social media. Anybody here ever seen Dexter? He's not on social media either. So casting directors want to know who you are. They want to see you making that Italian gravy. They want to see you hanging out with your dog. They want to see you with your kid. They don't care what you're doing. They just need to know that you're alive and that you mean well in your life. What is the hashtag for
there is
homework
no
tonight?
hashtag. Just do the video. When I see that it was done today or tomorrow or tonight, when I see that it was done tonight, we'll know what it is. Okay. Thank you for asking. I appreciate you holding me
You're the
accountable.
new Darrell Tanabe. No
I
hashtag
know.
tonight.
All right. Okay, so
it's been fun.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Happy holidays.
New
We
Year.
can't wait to
Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Whatever you celebrate. Maybe you don't celebrate anything at all. Celebrate you. You got it? Celebrate you.
Yeah. Oh, and one more thing too, and then we'll end on this note. Do not email me, do not text me, do not DM me your videos. Be resourceful and figure out how to get it into the Facebook group. I love you guys, but I'm not your personal assistant. So be resourceful. All right.
If you don't know the answer, Google. How do you create a Facebook workbook. It's real easy. All right, it's been fun. I love you guys. I'm really proud of you. We made it.
We did it.
Virtual 2-day event. This is the last one of 2022. We are done. Breathe. Janine, I love you. I know you haven't sat the whole entire time. You did it.
We did it. We did it. And guess what? I have good news for you guys. Tomorrow, the real work starts. So let's do this. Come on now.
All right, Janine, I'll see you in Vegas in like 72 hours. Debbie Davis, I'll see you in Vegas. Guys, I look forward to seeing all of your happy, shiny faces. I'm also going to be doing interviews, so watch out.
All right, guys, we will see. And don't forget, when I call, answer them.
856. Scare the crap out of her when she calls. Go, hi, Janine. She will freak her out. Does it every time.
It really does freak me out. I'm not going to lie. So, all right, guys. Thank you so much. Okay, one last round of applause for yourselves for showing up. You guys did amazing.
You did it. You can go back to your friends now, Netflix. And as you're watching Netflix, think about how Michael broke down scripts. Think about like the character development. Think about what you would do in that role. Let's get to work.
And the answer is no, you cannot send your video through Instagram. You can only send it on Facebook.
Oh, is somebody asking that still? Facebook.
Facebook, the book of
I don't
faith.
care if you remove yourself off of Facebook after this, but that is the only way. I had 2 people text me asking me where they should send their video.
I
to.
had people text me their videos. I was like, no, ma'am. All right. Have a great night. Thank
Follow
you guys. You did
directions.
amazing. Bye, guys.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
It's my favorite line.
Go get some lasagna, guys. Love you.
All right, guys. Have a great night. Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right.